Chapter 21. The thumping of the passers-by heartbeat, the subtle shuffle of their shoes on tiny grains of sand, the rustling of the trees, the weird feeling some of them seemingly ordinary humans walking down the street gave off, including the occasional looks she received from said ordinary humans, was all due to the power sleeping within her. Everything was all due to the blasted energy sleeping within her. Martha Hunter dragged her feet across the streets of Kuo, too much on her mind to pay attention to the stares the opposite sex were giving her. She held onto the strap of her black handbag, lost in thought as she wandered aimlessly looking for a new job. She could feel and sense everything. Her five senses underwent an earth-shattering upgrade and she hadn't even adjusted to the power-up yet. Now they want her to use it? Demon energy. She now had demon energy lying deep within her. Flashback. A day before. Martha laid on her back on the floor, Gaia and John kneeling on her right side. Eyes filled with worry while Naruto's palms hovered over her body, from head to toe. He hummed in deep thought and glanced at the adults. It's most likely a side effect, but I can't tell what exactly caused this. It's a bizarre phenomenon. This situation looked all too familiar. He's gone through the same thing himself. Only if Martha had chakra, he could have delved deeper. The mediation required to enter one's inner world wasn't something Martha could achieve in a few days. Only if he could link his mind with hers, enter her mind somehow. Mind. Link. Naruto snapped his fingers in an eureka moment. Alright Marie, I need you to sit cross-legged and focus. Martha sat up, obeying his orders immediately, her long hair pooling on the floor around her. What are you going to do, Naruto? John asked worriedly. Something I've never done before. I need silence guys, don't make a sound. Naruto mirrored Martha, sitting at arm's length away from her. He blinked once and the fabled Rinnegan manifested itself in his eyes. Naruto ni, your eyes. Martha gasped. Both Hunter siblings had seen the same eyes before, only once in the heat of battle. Now, they could take in the strange features his eyes currently possess. It's called the Rinnegan. Don't have time to explain, Naruto said hurriedly and grabbed Martha's shoulder. Now, Marie, you'll feel a probe deep within you. Don't fight it and just go with the flow. Martha nodded and closed her eyes. She felt Naruto's warm palm rest on her forehead a moment later. Ninjendo. She felt the probe instantly. It was like something was trying to evade her mind and on instinct, she felt something well within her in opposition to the probe. Don't fight it, Marie. Naruto admonishes gently. Martha took in a deep breath, calmed her nerves and dropped all forms of defenses. The probe washed over her, overwhelming her consciousness, and before she knew it, she blacked out. John watched as his sister slumped like her spirit had left her body. The constant rise and fall of her chest was the only thing that kept him a step away from panic. Inside Martha's mindscape, in a field littered with purple sakura petals, the clear blue sky lacked a sun, but yet, the space was as bright as day. The winds picked up all of a sudden, blowing the petals, and soon, a small sakura petal storm formed. The beautiful sight didn't last lost due to Naruto slowly materializing in the middle of the storm on his knees. Once the storm calmed, he rose and took in the scenery. Sakura petals filled the floor beyond his line of sight, dyeing the slopes, hills and mountaintops purple. The representation of Martha's mindscape could be summed up with one word: beautiful. Let it be known that Naruto Uzumaki was never one to be jealous. It was of utmost importance to acknowledge and appreciate the beauty in everything, even dark sewers with shallow waters. Another petal storm began to swirl gently, taking a humanoid form as the visage of Martha slowly formed beside him. Martha looked dazed for a moment before she took in her immediate environment, a gasp escaping her lips at the amazing view, missing the long face Naruto wore. It was indeed pleasing to the eyes. Where are we, Naruto ni? She asked, leaning over to inspect a little plant. Your mind, he answered. My mind? Astonishment colored Martha's face at Naruto's reply. This was her mindscape? A representation of your mind, but you get the gist. Naruto shrugged at her confused look. Martha would have dropped a comment on the glaring abundance of purple petals, but her eyes widened involuntarily when she felt it. You can sense it now? Naruto asked, glancing at her shocked face. All of it was quite overwhelming for her. Hop on. Naruto's order snapped her back to reality. She noticed Naruto in front of her on his knees, his hands behind his back. I'm talking you to the source you felt. Naruto reached a valley leading to an open space, an orb of energy in the distance slowly growing bigger and bigger as they covered more ground. Martha enjoyed the rushing winds on her face, the dancing trails of petals they left behind as they sped past. She wished to stay on his back longer, but unfortunately, the ride ended sooner than she'd expected. Martha got off his back and stumbled forward before she righted herself, neck craned up as she stared at the massive purple orb slowly sloshing around. There was nothing chaotic about it at that moment, it was mesmerizing to say the least. Now that she stood in front of the source of what she felt, she couldn't shake the sinking feeling in her gut. With wide eyes full of trepidation, she tried to confirm her belief. Naruto ni, is this? Yeah, it's the same signature as Ashiroku's, only this one lacks evil intent. It felt like the floor below her had been replaced with a bottomless abyss when Naruto confirmed her speculations. Are you telling me I have demon energy within me? Purified demon energy. He corrected. I don't know how it was purified, but maybe because it's void of its owner's will, Naruto mused. I can't accept this. Martha moved away from the orb in fright. It was quite massive, towering over them. Though it felt familiar and boundless, she felt nothing but fear and despair when she gazed at the orb. Demon energy is demon energy. There's no changing that. Her belief was unshakable. I'm sorry, but it's all yours now. We don't get to choose some things that happen to us, Martha. Naruto answered solemnly. Welcome to the supernatural world. Am I doomed? If you don't learn to control this energy, you will attract supernaturals with such a massive pool of energy. Some might be friendly and some hostile. Then, I'm in danger? Naruto scoffed at the crestfallen look on her face, as if, anyone who wants to get to you will have to go through me first. His words reassured Martha, but his next words made a knot form in her stomach. Also, I'm not omnipotent, Martha. I won't always be there, and that's why I'll teach you how to defend yourself with this power. How do you expect me to use this power? The same power that possessed me and used my body to do evil. The same power that tried to kill my brother. I'm not cut out for this kind of thing. Naruto ni. Martha exploded in his face. At this point, Martha's voice was shaking with fear, anger and uncertainty. A bead of sweat had already collected at the edge of her eyelids. There must be some kind of way for me to purge this thing out of my body. In his opinion, he'd rather she learn how to control this energy. It would prove useful than ridding herself of it, but he couldn't force her. You can take a horse to the river by force but can't force it to drink out of the river. This is for your own good. He tried to convince her one more time. I'm sorry, Naruto ni, I can't do it. She grit her teeth in denial. Naruto grimaced in frustration. Martha dreaded and loathed the power in front of her so much she wouldn't dare use it. It couldn't be helped. She was nothing a few weeks ago. It'd take time before she got accustomed to this. With a heavy sigh, Naruto closed his eyes shut and took a deep breath. I was once in your shoes. Only an immortal creature of unfathomable power lived inside me. I hated it. I wanted it gone, and the feeling was reciprocated by the creature. Martha rose her head in surprise as he talked about his past. Something he rarely did. This was probably the first time he's done so. We both hated each other guts back then. Naruto chuckled with an amused expression on his face. Me and that beast now, we're friends. Partners. Kurama and I have been through life and death together so many times, and with his powers, I have protected myself, protected my precious people, you included. If I didn't have Kurama's power, I would have lost to the demon that day. With his piece said, Naruto put his hands in his pocket, resigning on trying to change her mind for the day. Sometimes what we consider a burden might be a blessing in disguise, Martha. Naruto turned around and walked away. I'll try to find a way to purge your body of this energy. It's only a matter of when, not if. Where are you going? To the real world, he said over his shoulder. How do I get out of here? This is your mindscape. Staying or leaving is up to you. Naruto waved over his shoulder as his visage disappeared, leaving Martha all alone in her mindscape. The only sound present was the purple orb sloshing around. Wait, Martha croaked. Flashback ends. Naruto's words plagued her mind all night. He was just like her, but he'd learned to accept that power and use it as his own. How did he do it? Why? Naruto was too vague about it. Sleep evaded her all night, and here she was today looking to reclaim her normal life back. Martha was so lost in her thoughts that she bumped into someone on the street. Stumbling back and rubbing her head in pain, she was about to give the stranger a piece of her mind, but her words died in her throat when she laid her eyes on said stranger. Martha? He gasped in surprise. Huh, Issei? Issei whined in frustration as he waited for his order, eyeing Martha sitting in front of him. He had been on surveillance all week looking for a perfect spot to enact his long-awaited ambition, but all the places he's checked so far were either too expensive for his pocket or too subpar. The internet wasn't much of a good help either. He just couldn't choose from the plenty list of restaurants, so he singled out a few and visited them in person, and he was still far from finding a good place. Issei idly glanced at Martha, who seemed deep in thought, wondering if she knew some good restaurant in Kuo she could recommend. His brows creased up as he felt a faint pressure coming from Martha. Though his magic sensing sucks, he was definitely sure what he felt from her was similar to magic. Diedrich, he called out to his partner. I can't say for sure, but the energy coming off her is quite familiar. Is she like us? Issei wondered. Unbeknown to Issei, Martha could sense the other entity residing within him. Though she knew he was a devil, the entity residing within him was news. Say Issei, how did you remain the same after becoming a devil? The question caught the troubled pervert off guard. He blinked owlishly at her before his mind took a trip down memory lane. At first it was like my whole world had shattered, but becoming a devil had been a rollercoaster for me. Martha stared at him intensely, waiting for him to continue. I gained new friends. The image of the orc flashed through his mind. The power to protect those close to me, Rias and Asia lingered on his mind. And I can finally achieve my dreams. Boobs of diverse shape and sizes filled his mind. And, what's your dream? Martha asked. To become the harem king, he yelled enthusiastically. Martha shook her head in amusement when the people present in the restaurant stared at Issei in bewilderment. She took a sip of her coffee and asked, "Say, Issei, if you had an evil power inside you, what would you do?" "Well," he drawled, adopting a thoughtful look. "Would you master it or rid yourself of it? Wouldn't using an evil power make you evil?" Martha donned a serious face as if trying to convince Issei, but she was only trying to convince herself, to get him to see and accept where she was coming from, her own ideas. The security took in a deep breath, raised a finger and explained, adopting a sagely look on his face. "Martha, there is no such thing as evil power." Seeing the look of confusion on Martha's face, Issei elaborated further, trying to be as eloquent and simple as possible. "Or let's just say power isn't evil. Defining power is all up to the user," he added after seeing the skeptical look on her face. Martha recoiled back, dazed for a moment. Issei's words struck home the truth and the logic behind his words were too powerful to refute, so she gave the only last shred of opposition she had. "I don't get you, Issei." The Red Dragon Emperor sighed, finding it hard to put his thoughts about the subject in words that Martha could comprehend. Humans tend to ascribe human-like qualities to things that aren't human. Power can only be used for good or evil. It's all up to you whether you use it for good or for evil. Martha's purple orbs shrunk, as if in trance when his words settled in. Can an evil power be used for good? At some point in time, the demon used his powers for good, protecting the woman he loved. She was sure she had precious people too, but they were the ones protecting her. Seriously, what are the odds of you killing Martha with the nearest thing to a super ninja god? An actual goddess and a sacred gear-wielding older brother who's a cop, by her side. Issei glanced at the time on his phone and panicked. "Shit, I gotta go. I'll see you later." He hurriedly paid for the coffee and left, crossing off Coffee Bay and on to the next destination on his list. Power can only be used for good or evil. Issei's words kept on reverberating through her mind. Is it really up to me? Martha wondered in deep thought all afternoon. Scene change. Evening, Uzumaki Mansion. Isn't this illegal, John? Naruto asked as he bought Mayfair for 10,000 yen. They were playing Monopoly with real currencies. No, it's fine. John glacked at the board, taking his properties into account. Just 4 streets plus a station and Naruto had only one property, Mayfair, which he just bought, which was coincidentally the street he had his eyes on. He had to win this match. Losing wasn't an option. The future of the KCPD investigation was on the line. Gaia rolls the dice and lands on go. She rolls again and lands on chance, earning 50 yen from each person. Is she going to be okay? She asked, ending her turn. Yeah, she'll be fine. I'm keeping tabs on her, Naruto replied. I thought you said to give her some space, Gaia asked. I am. That's why I didn't send my clones to shadow her. Then, how are you keeping tabs on her? John wondered, rolling his eyes at the blonde's senseless reply. I can sense her, dumbass. He pointed at his eyes which were toad-like. Oh, John huffed. One of your ninja magic tricks. Ow. He winced in pain courtesy of a slap to the wrist from Naruto. Don't compare jutsu to magic. This is a heightened state called Sage Mode. In other words, nature's my BITC, ow. Be nice, Naruto. Gaia whacked Naruto on the head, a sickly sweet smile on her face. Naruto and John went silent, narrowed-eyed, staring at each other for a moment before they glanced at Gaia at the same time. How misterioso, the L cycle is incomplete. See, John Sr. This chica ought to be abofeteado. Since when could you two speak Spanish, hermano, Policia? Gaia smiled, a pale green mist surrounding her. Mierda. Both guys cursed in fear. Who wants some pizza? Naruto shrunk back into his chair, sweating bullets, trying to save his hide. Strangely, I'm craving for a bite, John replied, shifting away from Gaia. I'll consider. The Appa smacked her lips, feeling good. It's settled then. Naruto grinned and took out a flyer from his pocket and squeezed it in his fist. He then proceeds to make a mock summoning ritual, chanting, Nu, repeatedly and ending with, Shara. A red magic circle materialized on his dining floor and out came a red-haired busty girl. You called, Master. Yes, Naruto laid back on his seat and adopted a smug look on his face. I would like a family-sized pizza with 3 bottles of cola. John and Gaia stared at the exchange with raised eyebrows. Anything else? Rias replied with a sickly sweet smile. You are dismissed. The other adults in the house blinked, trying to process, trying to figure out what just happened. What? Naruto asked when he noticed their stares. That's the red-haired girl living next door, right? What did you do this time? Gaia groaned. I didn't do anything. It's all on her. Naruto defended himself, raising his hands up in the air. Naruto sat up straight all of a sudden and stared at the board intensely, a pang of restlessness shooting throughout his body. My lucky senses are tingling. Isn't that a good thing? It usually is, but a gut instinct told him not to roll the dice, the feeling that a disaster waiting to happen was headed towards him. Fuck it. He threw the dice anyway. A double 6 appeared, and it was at that moment, as if time itself had stilled, a single tone reverberated throughout the entire house. Ding dong. Naruto whipped his head to the front door. It's now or never. Upon getting to the door, Naruto laid his eyes on the person he least expected to see in his front door, looking defeated and crestfallen. Hyodo. Scene change. The evening sun bathed the streets of Kuo in an ethereal orange glow. Indeed, it was quite beautiful, but faded to last a few moments as the sun slowly but surely disappeared into the horizon. The asphalt was the only thing she had her eyes on as she backtracked on autopilot back to the confines of her home. She couldn't find a decent job, too caught up thinking about her conflicting ideas, what was expected of her and what she really wanted. Was she fated to be a wuss? A melodious giggle jolted her out of her thoughts as a little kid ran past her, ignoring his mother's plea to slow down. As he ran past, time seemed to slow down for her, her gaze fixed on the carefree, joyful look on his face. Could she really go back to being an innocent, carefree, joy-filled human? Back to her ignorant life? These thoughts welled up in her as she walked past the mother of the young boy. The sound of a car's engine coming from behind her increased, drowning her footstep as the driver stomped on the accelerator, abandoning all respect for traffic regulations. A fear-stricken shrill tore through the air, saturated with untold despair, a voice she recognized. It belonged to the young mother she just went past. Martha snapped her head back and beheld the silhouette of a boy casted by the headlights of a tacky brown car. Her throat ran dry as the car shrieked, as if telling the little kid to get out of the way. Boom. A gasp escaped her lips as smoke filled her face. Shinichi. Scene change. Kuo General Hospital. Gaia smacked her lips distastefully as she stared at Martha, who had a single X plaster over her creamy cheeks and her right palm wrapped in bandage. Oh, thank you so much again, Miss Martha. A gray-haired woman garbed in a blue blouse and white skirt holding an 8-year-old kid thanked her son's savior profusely. Ah, it's nothing. I'm glad I could help, Martha replied, a pink blush staining her face. Thank you, really. You don't have to worry about the bills, it's on me, she spoke up, placing her hand on her chest. No need for that. I got this one, John intervened with a smile. The pros of living with an eccentric, blonde ninja far outweigh the cons, i.e. rent money. He had saved a lot thanks to the free accommodation Naruto provided. Well then, thank you Mr. John, Miss Gaia. You should be mindful of the roads next time, okay, little guy. Gaia warned with a radiant smile. Yes ma'am. The boy could help but mirror the beautiful auntie's smile, giggling at the goddess in disguise. Gaia waved at the little kid and waited till the mother and child moved out of earshot before she turned to Martha. Why'd you put yourself in danger? Gaia frowned. Martha looked at her in confusion. Wasn't it obvious? I just wanted to save the kid. A total stranger? Gaia asked. Was I supposed to watch the kid die? Martha spoke up, a bit irked to hear that coming from Gaia. You all would have saved him if you were in my shoes. Yes, because we are powered individuals. You're lucky his energy kicked in on time or you would have been toast. Martha swallowed her retort and instead stared at the tray beside her bed, averting her purple eyes from Gaia's stern green ones. Gaia's green orbs narrowed in suspicion at the young hunter. Martha was a wuss through and through, but judging the boy's mother statement, one time, she was staring at her son, a millimeter away from the honking car, and within the blink of an eye, Martha was already there, her hand stretched out while she held her boy in a tight embrace. It was as if you called on that power on purpose, didn't you? Gaia tried to confirm. Her silence was enough of an answer. You can't use that power. Why not? Martha asked. You loathe the fact that you have that power inside you and that hate blinds you. If you use that power, that hate will consume you, so stay a normal girl till we find a way to rid you of this power. John glanced at Gaia, wondering why she was harsh on his sister, but kept quiet to see where she was going. Don't play hero with the power you have condemned, the power you rejected, or you'll be a nuisance to everybody, including the people you want to save. With her piece said, Gaia turned around and walked away. Martha bit her lips as she raised her head to glare at Gaia's retreating back before she stared at her bandaged hand. The same hand she used to crush a car's bonnet this evening, stopping it in its track. You need to make a firm decision, Martha. No exceptions, her brother admonished. Let's go home. Gaia threw a gray-haired woman to the wall, her fingers draped around her neck. You cheap tricks won't work on me, she sneered as the woman gasped for breath. Ack, she choked with fear in her eyes as Gaia raised her up effortlessly. You stay away from her and detest from your evil schemes. Mercy, she begged. Gaia relented and dropped her on the floor. She scurried away from her, coughing and rubbing her neck. You're lucky he isn't here. Stay away from her if you and your master value your life. The mother goddess warned before she turned around and walked away with the little boy. Scary bitch. The woman cursed before she unfurled her bat wings and flew off lest Gaia comes back to reap her life. Scene change. Night Uzumaki mansion. Bang. The front door frame shook as he entered cursing. Damn pesky brat, that Hyodo. Naruto immediately noticed the air of depression lingering on Martha before he saw the plaster on her face and hand. What happened to you? He asked, glancing at everyone in the room. Martha raised her hand to the back of her head and replied with a sheepish smile, got involved in a car accident. Clumsy brat. Naruto groaned. I loosened my surveillance on you for a day and this is what happens. The blonde house owner came to sit beside Martha and held her face. Martha blushed up a storm as Naruto's gaze was strong and captivating as always. An indescribable warmth permeated her heart, emanating from her cheeks as a golden glow entered her peripheral for a short moment. Naruto took her hand in his and laid his other hand on hers, healing her wounds with a steady stream of Kurama's chakra. Martha was once again awed by the mystery that is Naruto Uzumaki. You can heal people that easily? She croaked in reverence and thrill. And he thought they should have noticed by now. Martha stared at her healed hands for a while in awe and deep thought, subconsciously whispering to herself, can I do this too? The blonde teacher raised an eyebrow and filed it as women muttering. He wondered if it was the time of the month for her. They were in the last week of the month anyways. Naruto wrinkled his nose, perceiving something strange. Taking a quick whiff of the room, his gaze landed on the resident goddess. You smell funny, Greenie. Gaia, caught off guard, blinked rapidly, cursing Naruto's sharp senses. Do I? John's phone rang in his pocket, saving Gaia. Detective John speaking? It's Shinuichi's father. My wife wanted to thank you for bringing our lost child home. Who's Shinuichi? Naruto asked. Martha's pupil dilated a fraction. Everyone in the room had super hearing it seems. John left the living room to talk to Shinuichi's mother, away from Naruto and Martha's prying ears. Martha felt a knot forming in her stomach. Shinuichi's mom felt familiar, almost identical to the vibe she gets from Issei and Kuo's blonde prince. Was she a resurrected devil? What's going on, Martha? Naruto asked out of the loop. Martha glanced at Gaia who shook her head, pursing her lips, telling her to keep her mouth shut. It's nothing, Martha answered, pursing her own lips. What's going on here? Y'all keeping me in the dark? Naruto eyed them all in suspicion. He was supposed to be the man with secrets and as the house owner, he felt oppressed by the fact that they were keeping him in the dark on the matter. Hey Naruto, we never got to finish that game. How about we play with a single dice? The highest number wins. John, who had just came out from his room, fished a dice out of his pocket. You don't give up, do you? Naruto sighed. The fate of the KCPD investigation department lies in the balance. Yeah. Bring it on, klutz. You will run out of luck one day. Well, it's definitely not today. Gaia and Martha prepared dinner while the men lazed around the house. Naruto and John rolled a 6 which made the game null and void. John suggested something else but Naruto declined immediately, citing he was too tired to play games today. He wouldn't become a glorified lie detector that easily. He'd work the cop up a bit before he gave in. Helping the police did sound kinda fun. He'd be like the main character from that TV series Kurama liked so much. Dinner was served a few minutes later. Everyone had their fill and retired to their respective room. Martha closed the door to her room and flopped on the bed, pulling her blanket to her neck. She tossed and turned in her bed deep in thought all night. The wielder's decision, motive and reason is what makes all the difference. Martha contemplated those words all night and the event that transpired in the evening and made up her mind after thinking some more. She dozed off after making her decision on the matter. Martha groaned groggily, glancing at the digital desk clock beside bed. She yelped in surprise, seeing the time on her clock. She pushed the sheets off her body and slipped into her slippers. Is Martha still sleeping? Gaia asked, glancing at John who was tiptoeing around his sister's door. Huh? That's weird, she's an early riser. John's heart almost burst open in fright when Martha's bedroom's doorknob twisted open and the door flung wide open. He had been spying on her room all morning. Martha's gaze lingered on her brother for a brief moment as she went past him, searching around for Naruto until she saw him in the dining room fumbling with a jam jar with a few loaves of bread on his plate. Naruto went stiff when Martha stomped her way towards him with a serious look on her face. He idly wondered if he had offended her and couldn't think of anything. Maybe he did something unintentional? The young hunter came to a halt in front of him and held his gaze for a few seconds before she did something bizarre. She went down on her knees, hands on her lap. I thought long and hard about it and I have come to realize, a power that can be used for evil, can be used for good. Naruto's jaws loosened slightly at that. So please, teach me how to use this power, sensei. Martha bowed at the end of her request, her eyes squeezed shut. Gaia lips curved into a smirk, that was some resolve right there. John wore a serene smile on his face as he stared fondly at his sister. Yesterday lacked luster for everyone. Both student and teacher were more or less avoiding each other throughout yesterday. John wanted to help her in every way he could, but how were you supposed to help someone when they won't want help? So, he acted like it was nothing. Now, she was taking her first massive leap in life, though it's more like her first supernatural leap. He swore he'd be there for her all the way. Naruto, the jumper himself, chucked softly and dropped the jar on the table. It's going to be hard. I know, I won't go easy on you. I'll do whatever it takes. You'll never be normal again. My life is way past that point. Excellent, Naruto breathed. He almost couldn't recognize Martha, the same meek girl that reminded him of Hinata, a girl who couldn't put up a scary face, kneeled in front of him, brimming with resolve. Her fire of youth burned brightly like the sun, it seems. Naruto clapped his hands, an excited look on his face, and yelled. Let's go, to the training lair. The outskirts of Kuo, Naruto's favorite forest. Naruto Uzumaki stood in a clearing looking around as 4 clones arrived at their respective location to cast the purple barrier formation. A thin purple wall grew in length and height, rising up to the sky for everyone in the vicinity to see. Hey, Naruto, didn't it occur to you that somebody would spot a big purple barrier in the sky? Gaia deadpanned. Huh? Really? He mused, scrutinizing Gaia. John faceplanted at Naruto's nonchalant reply. I might just have a solution for this. We are going to switch chakra with magic. Naruto cackled as he hatched a devious plan in his mind. Well then, who wants to make some slaves out of some unruly bats? Naruto screamed in sick glee. A few minutes later. You called, Master. Ria's Gremory grit her teeth in anger as she arrived via a magic circle in a maid's stance with her hands on her stomach, standing at attention. Where are they? He raised an eyebrow when he noticed a lot of devils were missing. Who? Rias tried to play oblivious. Really? Naruto deadpanned. Like I told you, your slaves are my slaves. I just need Issei and help me summon the civics teacher. Rias rose an eyebrow at the request and granted it nonetheless. A magic call later and Issei and Roswise appeared in the forest in the clearing. Bucha, Issei exclaimed, glad to see his crush again. He glanced at Naruto who shook his head as if saying not now, and Issei took a step back instantly. Hi Issei, Martha waved. Martha, what are you doing here? Issei waved back. Senpai, Roswise gawked as she arrived in a magic circle. She didn't expect to see the blonde here. Yo! Naruto waved while jogging up to her and engaged her in a hushed conversation. Rias just called and said to come here with the Red Dragon Emperor. She never expected to see the blonde in a remote place like this. He seemed giddy for some reason as he smiled at her. John and Gaia gathered together, whispering in suspicion at the beaming smiles on both adults' faces, especially Roswise. Naruto walked up to Martha with Roswise in tow, ignoring the looks John and Gaia sent him. Alright, Martha, since I can't use magic, I can't teach you how to wield it, but luckily I've just got you a magic teacher. Naruto pointed at Roswise. She's supernatural too? Martha asked in surprise. She's seen Roswise in school numerous times and she looks nothing like a supernatural being. Could pass off as human any day. Hi, Martha. I'll be teaching you how to control your magic from today. She replied though Naruto's request was a bit rushed, she was more than happy to help him in any way she could. Yes, sensei. Issei and Rias raised an eyebrow at Martha. Since when did Martha become one of them? Rias couldn't feel anything from her while Issei felt a faint dark energy within her but paid no mind to it, thinking his senses were playing games with him, but this time around, he was sure his senses weren't playing games with him. So, what kind of magic do you use? Martha glanced at Naruto who reassured her with a nod, demon magic. Oh, demon magic? Roswise glanced sideways at Naruto, a perplexed look marring her face, who shrugged in return. The more she knew him, the weirder he became. Rias stared at Martha, her gears shitting as she scrutinized the pale blonde-haired girl. She was already connecting the dots one by one as she glanced between Martha and Naruto and John. Those two were definitely siblings with their shared distinct features, and she's never seen Naruto with any other human than these two. Alright, Rias, I need you to erect a magic barrier as far as you can. Yes, master. Rias replied with a strained smile. What's this, Naruto? Why are you bullying a little child? Gaia asked, wondering why he didn't ask her instead. A magic barrier made by a goddess was far more powerful than a devil. I can't help but notice she refers to you as Master, John added with a drawl. Ria's eyes twitched at Naruto's older sister calling her a child. The arrogance ran in the family, it seems. She brought this upon herself. That's all you need to know. Go, get us some refreshment and take your time. Naruto ordered with an infuriating smirk plastered on his face. Rias grit her teeth in frustration. At this rate, she would definitely faint from anger. Calming down with a deep sigh, she mentally swore vengeance before she gave a robotic reply and left. So, Martha, do you mind demonstrating your magic? Martha blinked in surprise before she got to work. Her face contorted in concentration as she stretched her palms forward, but nothing happened. You're going about it the wrong way. Roswise chuckled. Okay, I'm going to shoot a fireball at that tree, so watch closely. Naruto perked up at the words, shoot, and fireball, from the wooden lounger he had created earlier. Who's shooting who exactly? Issei beside him stopped fanning him with a huge leaf he got from God knows where in favor of staring at his current homeroom teacher in action. A magic circle formed in the air with a few hand gestures, the runes slowly rotating in the air in front of the Valkyrie. This is an elemental magic array. The blueprints of arrays are embedded into your magic itself. You instinctively know how to draw them, but control is very important when executing your techniques. Of course, you can create your own unique magic arrays which are much more advanced than anything you can do right now. Roswise pumped a good chunk of her magic into the seal and it enlarged rapidly before it shrunk to the size of her finger when she withdrew the amount of magic in it before it turned back to its original size, and a fireball, the size of a basketball, shot out from the magic circle and consumed the targeted tree. Ah, I see. Martha exclaimed. Can I do this too? John couldn't help but question. Gaia nodded her head in approval at Roswise as she instructed Martha on how to channel magic. For a youngin', she was doing just fine teaching the mechanics of magic. Magic, Naruto spat distastefully before the roar of a fireball came to life beside him. It was quite a spectacle as it was massive, towering over the caster who of all people was Issei. An elbow to the gut made him lose his concentration as the fireball lost its spark. Issei held his stomach in pain, rolling off the floor. Freeloader, Naruto said with a hoarse, cold voice glaring at Issei on the ground. Martha closed her eyes and took in a deep breath. She stretched both palms forward, her brows wrinkling in concentration. Her mind's eyes could see the ball of purple energy closing around inside her. Naruto perked up in surprise as a purple magic circle slowly materialized in front of Martha's outstretched palms. Ha! Open your mind, Martha. Martha could see, even with her eyes closed, a single line drawing an intricate interwoven pattern before it lit up in fire. On the outside world, the magic circle began forming slowly like a mechanical part, similar to a Shiroku's, but with each stroke, the magic density and temperature in the vicinity arose. Naruto narrowed his eyes in premonition. John's sacred gear materialized into his hand, a purple aura surrounding him. Gaia's face went blank as green thin mist slowly surrounded her. Martha, that's enough. Roswise screamed over the scorching heat emanating from her magic circle. Purple eyes snapped open, an excited look appearing on her face when she saw the light purple color her magic circle had become. Too much magic. Gaia commented. Too much? She felt like the amount of energy she fed the circle was well within tolerable range, like casual. Martha inadvertently disrupted the flow of mana flowing into the circle when she tried to control the flow of her energy, and the ambient mama went into a frenzied Naruto. Naruto performed a smokeless kawarimi on Martha in the twinkle of an eye. The magic circle, which would have normally been snuffed out except the staggering amount of mana put into it, begged to be unleashed. A bright white light filling the clearing. All of a sudden, a deafening humming sound accompanied the light. Hear Ishin. Guiding thunder. The light and humming sound all disappeared instantly, and the loom of Martha's haywire magic with it. Naruto glanced at Martha, who was out of breath on the floor, physically exhausted. Control, huh? He mused. Alright, let's lay aside the firepower for now and work on combat power. Marie, I have to say, it's pretty bad. Martha had anime tears streaming down her face. Naruto had stopped her punch with a single finger. She couldn't even throw a decent punch. Well, I have to start from the dirt basics. You need to build endurance. Naruto concluded with a sour look on his face. He had forgotten that Martha was an average human girl with no combat experience or training whatsoever and jumped right to magic control, forgetting about the little things that mattered, the basic foundation. I want 50 push-ups. What? I can barely do 5. 10 more for insubordination. Wah, get down low. 1, T2. T3. Martha's arms gave off at the 9th push-up. Naruto shook his head in disbelief. He then had her run around the clearing, giving her a nice little incentive when she felt like quitting. He made sure to shoot water guns at her when she slacked. Completely harmless, but they hurt like a bitch upon impact and left her wet. And, damn XD. No more, I'm going to die at this rate. Naruto clapped his hands, and a wooden scarecrow rose from the ground. You're going to punch this thing repeatedly until you put a dent in it. Naruto took a basic horse stance, his fist beside his waist, and threw a fluid punch, putting a hole on the tree. Martha stared wide-eyed at the display and glanced at Naruto's knuckles before she gulped and stared at her own fist in premonition. Naruto glanced at her and motioned for her to do the same. I should, she left the sentence hanging, pointing at the scarecrow in her clenched fist. Naruto nodded, putting his hands on his waist. Martha pulled a puppy dog eye, augmented by the pout on her face. What are you waiting for? Another demonstration? But, my skin is. Martha began forcing tears out of her eyes only for Naruto to see right through her act. B-, but, I don't give a damn, Naruto snapped. I'll be on my lounger taking a nap. Evil fellow. Martha pouted and proceeded to mimic Naruto's stance. Isn't he too hard on her? Roswise questioned in worry. Ha, you call this hard? I came this close to dying numerous times and he trained me, Issei cried, having painful flashbacks. She's lucky. Come fan me, Hyodo. Hi, coming. Naruto slept off through the afternoon while Martha kept on practicing with Gaia and Roswise, giving her pointers and teaching her theoretically on the basis of magic. Evening, Naruto, who had a tiny bit of drool rolling down his cheek, snored loudly without a care in the world, oblivious to the set of green eyes staring at him. He looks so cute when he's asleep. Roswise thought out loud, smiling at the sleeping blonde. Cute and harmless. She squatted, staring at his whiskers, wanting to pat his hair gently but caught herself before her fingers landed on his hair. She shook her head to clear all thoughts of Naruto from her head and focus on what she came here to do. She almost didn't want to wake him up. Senpai? She gently tapped him. Wake up, senpai. Naruto groggily opened his eyes and the first thing his brain registered was her beautiful face. Naruto swallowed hard at Roswise's close proximity. Her pink soft lips were so very alluring right now. Would they taste like peaches? Wait, what? He yelped and pushed himself back, forgetting he was on a chair and subsequently fell, pulling Roswise along, who had reached out for him, her body landing on the forest floor. His palms held her thin waist, her elbows on both sides of his head. Her body laid perfectly on his. Her soft heavenly melons resting on his chest, her hair draped over to one side, casting a silky curtain of sliverish white hair over the left side of her face. Her throat went dry instantly at near proximity with Naruto. She tried to get up but Naruto's firm grip on her hips kept her locked in her position. She bit her lips, her entire body racked with nervousness. Her small hands balled into a fist beside the blonde's head. Was this the moment they all talked about? Naruto wouldn't let go and there was something in his gaze. He kept staring at her lips, gulping audibly. His blue eyes locked with her green ones as his thumbs brushed her waist. She shivered. It was like cold water had replaced the bone marrow in her spine. Both human and Asgardian stared into each other's eyes as if searching for something deep within them. Roswise was getting hot all of a sudden, blood rushing through her cheeks, dyeing them a pink red as his breath washed past her face. Naruto raised his head up, his eyes on her lips. Roswise closed her eyes the moment she realized Naruto was clearing the distance between them. What is this? I suddenly want to. What are you guys doing on the floor? Both adults snapped their eyes wide open in alacrity. Roswise was upright in an instant, a stuttering mess as she tried to come up with a good explanation. He was almost there, that feeling was, as if the world's best ramen was in front of him, waiting to be tasted. Naruto sat up and leveled a heated glare at the person who dared intrude his moment. John, I should have known. Naruto thought, blasting him with ki. John shrunk under his glare and took a step back. Did I ruin something? He couldn't help but wonder. Are you guys in the middle of? John made suggestive motions with his hands. His action made Roswise blush as red as a tomato. I can come back later, if you want. He stuttered. Roswise quickly took her leave, covering her face as she went past John. Naruto lost the will in his arms and laid back on the ground glaring at the orange sky. So, as for your final test for today, you had to kick John in the balls, hard. John's purple orbs widened to the size of saucers. A kick to the balls? Naruto can be quite petty sometimes. Kick my brother in the balls? Martha repeated, horrified at the prospect. Yes. Naruto replied dryly. How is this relevant to the training? She asked. Listen, if you want to be a badass, you have to disregard leniency, even when facing your friends. Don't let them meet your mercy at home, he admonished, donning a dead serious look. But he's family. Martha protested, and look at how many fucks I give, he said, rolling his eyes. A pregnant silence filled the clearing before Naruto sighed deeply. Listen, my friend's older brother once beat the shit out of him, going as far as breaking his arms just cause he brandished sparkling fireworks at him. Everyone stared at Naruto in shock, wondering what kind of people he spent his childhood with. Who'd beat a child for brandishing fireworks? That's nothing compared to what his older brother did to their family. Naruto finished, glaring at John. I knew it, you're extracting revenge, John yelled, pointing a finger at the blonde. Roswise spectating the combat training session on the sidelines cleared her throat, avoiding eye contact with those two. Did you offend Naruto ni in any way? Martha huffed, turning to her older brother with a mean glare. He's taking his frustration out on me, apologize right now. Hey, I'm the older sibling here. They all watch both siblings bicker back and forth. A rare sight for the Hunter siblings. That's enough training for today, Naruto announced, glancing at the sun disappearing into the horizon. Let's go home. Scene change. Uzumaki Mansion. Naruto laid face first on the couch, thinking back to that moment, ignoring everything and everyone else around him. He couldn't take his eyes off her. He rather loved the feeling of her body being in close proximity with his. her waist and her bountiful hips all on top of. Bad Naruto. Martha flinched when Naruto screamed all of a sudden and jumped up to his knees. "I'll be in my room," he announced and left. "You really did something bad, brother." John's lips quivered in self-pity. "I only wanted to convince him to join the KCPD. Is it too much to ask?" Scene change. 3 days later, Naruto, Issei and Roswise were up to no good. Rias could sense it. Those two have been hanging around each other lately. "Oi, Red, I need to borrow your peerage for a full day," Naruto said, picking a red dress for Rias to try. "What? No way." Rias shot up to her feet indignantly. "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't ask for your permission. I'm taking your shit for a full day," Naruto snapped, reminding her who the boss was. Rias gnashed her teeth in anger. He should have just asked nicely. "Including Issei?" "Yes. Well, I can't refuse, can I?" Rias pouted. Here she was in a clothing store forced to wear such provocative clothes for Naruto Uzumaki, her mortal enemy turned master. It seems her luck ran out completely. Evening, outside Castro Bistro restaurant. She pulled the straps of her black gown irritably. She was drawing attention. The stares of the men were full of lust for her dangerous body, especially her headlights. They were humongous, even more pronounced in her gown. Her red hair packed into a long overflowing ponytail swayed gently with each step she took. The thigh-length tear on her gown gave a peek of her long flawless legs every now and then. "Come to this restaurant in your best outfit, and doll yourself up." Rias almost had a heart attack when Naruto told her to meet him in the Castro Bistro restaurant. A restaurant famed for lovers. They had even exchanged numbers on Naruto's behest. It was no surprise how she slowly connected the dots and did the only logical thing any girl would. "You pervert. I'll never go on a date with the likes of you," she screamed, crossing her arms over her bust. "Is Alzheimer's affecting your brain that bad?" Naruto raised an eyebrow at her, a dry look on his face. "I'll never go on a date with you because I like someone already. Be there at 6 p.m. That's an order." Rias Gremory held her purse in a tight grip. Today she would dump Naruto Uzumaki no matter what. It was just impossible for her to think Naruto of all people had a crush on her, plus he had galls to take her out on a date. "Is that why he liked antagonizing me? Did he have feelings for me all along? He's cute once you look past his arrogance, but Ryazumaki are impossible." Rias slapped her cheeks to bring herself back to reality before she took out her vibrating phone from her purse. The caller ID, prick. She cleared her throat and answered. "Hello? Naruto-sensei, where are you?" I'm inside." "Look around for me. You didn't reserve a seat?" Rias asked, searching around for him. "I thought?" "Just look for me, kid," Naruto yelled, holding a smartphone phone upside down. Roswise gestured at him to flip the phone back up on the roof in the distance. "I can't see you, but I can," Naruto yelled, looking at Rias in the scope of his binoculars. "Alright, Bravo 1 is a go," Roswise announced. "Hello? Hello? I can't hear, you are breaking." Naruto proceeds to shove the phone at Roswise, telling her to end the call. Roswise stared at him in awe. He really wasn't joking when he said he didn't know how to use smartphones. "You can keep it." "What? The phone? I don't need it." "But I don't need it either." Rias stomped her foot in anger. "Did he stood me up? Is this a prank? Why should I care?" All these thoughts trailed through Rias' mind before she laid her eyes on one certain brown-haired pervert wearing the Kuo school uniform. Hi, bucko. Issei, what are you doing here?" "I asked Naroro-sensei to help me. I couldn't do it on my own." Roswise-sensei lent a hand too. "All to take you out on a date," Issei explained, blushing up a storm in embarrassment. It was at this moment it dawned on Rias. The meetings behind her back. Issei's weird behavior. The errands, wild goose chase, Naruto sent her peerage. Issei did all that just to take her out on a date? Fool, she chuckled with tears rolling down her face. "I had to grovel to get his help, but seeing you now, it's totally worth it." "You idiot, I couldn't think of better clothes to wear befitting someone of your status." "Dummy, do you like it?" Yes, I do." They are so cute together," Roswise commented, looking at the two young lovebirds. "Love in Tokyo. Shit. I wish I could unsee that," Naruto said with a sour look plastered on his face. "No, for real, they're cute, perfect for each other," she said. "Yeah, they are," Naruto rolled his eyes at Roswise. "I wish a man could do that for me," Roswise lamented. Really?" Naruto glanced at the emotional woman beside him. "I've been looking for my man all my life and I'm convinced he doesn't exist." Naruto perked up the moment she lamented about her relationship life. "Are you single?" he asked, not knowing what to say before he remembered asking personal questions like that might seem rude. 5 years on Grindr and nobody, not one man, looked my way. Roswise was getting emotional and fast. "What's Grindr? You don't know Grindr?" Roswise asked, with a pout, staring at the blonde's obliviousness to the current culture. "How old are you?" Naruto swallowed a lump on his throat. "I asked that important?" I'm 25. Naruto's eyebrows shot up to his hairline at Roswice's age. So, Rinder, I think I remember now, he said, trying to cover up his age. You do? HHMN. Roswice joined Naruto sitting on the floor. So, let's pretend this is Rinder and I'm the girl on the other side, she said, drawing an invisible rectangle with her fingers. Would you swipe right or left? Naruto looked from right to left, sweating bullets. He knew nothing about the Rinder thing. Let's say you were in my shoes. Would you swipe left? Naruto asked, sparing himself the pain of guessing. That's easy. If it was you, I would swipe up. She swiped her index finger up, putting on a smile beautiful enough to daze Naruto. Thank God I asked her. I would have failed. The smile on her face, though, it was as if she was expecting something. Her long silky hair swayed gently in the wind as she tucked a stray strand behind her ear. Long eyelashes fluttering at him. Her warm smile was still ever present as she tilted her head, looking into his own blue. Naruto's heart skipped a beat for the first time, and he slowly came to realize that she was really beautiful. He came back to reality when she kept fluttering her eyes at him. It was like she was expecting something. No, she was definitely expecting something. So what does swiping right means? A yes. Naruto almost cursed when the smile on her face faltered, immediately replaced by confusion. She replied, brushing her hair back, looking at him expectantly. So, what's up then? An intense silence later. Hi, what does the up swipe mean? Naruto asked curiously. The sound of glass shattering in the background accompanied the depression cloud that rained thunder on Roswice, sent Naruto's alarms blaring. His pupils dilated a fraction, his lips pulling apart in shock, staring at the silverish white-haired woman. My confession, I'm so stupid. Roswice covered her face in humiliation. Naruto's sweat dropped when her mood did a 180. He knew he messed up immediately. He was dazed for the first time in his life because he used emotion sensing on her, trying to figure out how she felt and her emotions were. He couldn't describe it. It was almost like love, the same love Gaia and Martha had for him. The same love parents had for their children. The same love he had for ramen, yet it was so much more intense, pure, soothing and different. Filled with want and desire. Her emotions were full of that strange love, and all of that love was directed at someone, him. But that's impossible, right? Are you okay? No, I'm not. You don't know what Rinder is, do you? Roswice asked, on the verge of tears. No, not really. Roswice bit her lips and leveled a heated glare at Naruto. Dastard. The amount of loathing in that one word was powerful enough to seize the very air Naruto breathes. DDD, dastard? Naruto gawked in surprise. Let it be known that Roswice never once dissed him. Never. I hope we don't see each other again, she yelled in his face and left. You idiot. What did you do this time, Kurama? To Sukedi? Roswice stopped in her tracks for a moment before she turned around. And please don't try to find out what up swipes mean, or else I'll die of embarrassment. With her last statement, she stomped her foot on the ground and stormed off. Oh my god, I know, I understand what it is now, how could I forget? Naruto held his hair, eyes as wide as saucers, as if he was going through a midlife crisis when it all dawned on him. It's definitely her time of the month. Naruto stood up and chased after her in worry. Wait for me. Do you want pain relief? I can get you one? Don't you dare come near me, Uzumaki Naruto. I'm Uzumaki Naruto now? Wait, I am Uzumaki Naruto, but you get it? Go away. Wait. Do you even know my name? Then do you have a nick for me like everybody else? Not yet. The ninja spent the rest of the evening chasing after the Valkyrie, trying to placate her to no avail. This event would inadvertently birth the legend of Up Swipe. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed man asking around if anybody knew what it meant. When they heard his side of the story, they withheld their knowledge from him. They let him figure it out on his own. He became instantly famous on social media, #re_hopeless trending. He was banned from Rinder. Gobu told him to shove his question far up his ass. The legend of the up swipe. Naruto's greatest uncovered mystery yet. Will he one day uncover the truth behind this? Will his ignorance kick in, or will he remain without the answer no matter how hard he searched? Food for thoughts. Scene change. Uzumaki Mansion. So, have you decided yet? On what? The KKK CPD? Go die in a ditch, John. Hey, what's up swipe? Hee hee, dumb ass. Arg. Why you little, hopeless, definitely hopeless. Shut up Gaia. Martha shook her head in pity. You too? Scene change. In the Hyodo's residence. Multiple gasps escaped everyone, Uzu being the loudest. No way. Sensei did that. That idiot. Roswice bit on a sausage roll in an aggressive manner, wishing the sausage roll was Naruto right now. Wah. She couldn't eat him like that. And, God, I had to stop doing this, and it's totally unintentional. Where were you two? Akeno asked, sensing something fishy between Issei and Rias. They seemed much closer than before. Oh, those two went on a date. Roswice sensei, Rias and Issei yelled in shock. What? I'm not going to be the only person miserable tonight. The rest that transpired that night was history. The end. Quite weird, huh? Would have almost passed off as a slice of life if you removed the half-assed training part. Yeah, I know it's half-assed. I wrote it after all. High School DxD didn't explain much about magic unlike Naruto did with chakra, so I took the lazy route and bullshit my way out of it. Stay beautiful. Chapter 22 Naruto Uzumaki woke up on the right side of the bed this morning. No, really, like he had somehow rolled from the left side to the right side. The sun, the rays of the sun, the precious light and heat he's missed so much peeped through the open curtains of his room. The bed creaked gently as he rolled onto his stomach, the side of his face squashed in the bed, a stupid smile on his face. Waking up elated for the first time in years with something to look forward to, the feeling, the energy, he had missed it all. What was our blonde protagonist looking forward to, you ask? Well, that's because, today, the school's going on an excursion to Kyoto. Yes, and the devils are tagging along too. No. But he'd get to see his little cute fox again, yes. But Governor Crow is tagging along too. No, but he'd get to see Yusaka again. Yes. But he'd have to explain why he didn't visit for 2 years. No, but Rosswise will be there too. Naruto snapped blue orbs open at the thought but smiled anyway. Today he's going to Kyoto and nothing will ruin that, nothing. Ah, why do I feel like nothing could go wrong? Naruto mused as he grabbed an orange bathrobe and entered the bathroom. Steam filled his vision as he washed his body. His skin was particularly smooth and bright, looked downright creamy today. Huh, that's weird, or was it because of his excitement? His hair was straight and much silkier than he remembered too. Wait a minute, what's going on here? Utilizing futon chakra, he slapped his hands together and cleared the steam in the air. He got off the bathtub, wiped his face, and stared into the mirror. Blue eyes widened to epic proportions at the image reflected in his mirror. He grabbed his face, gasping each time, almost hyperventilating, slapping his whisker face as if trying to ascertain if his mirror was playing tricks on him. The entirety of Kuo shook mightily as a chakra-enhanced shrill tore through the air. As always, when did Naruto fucking Uzumaki ever have a great morning? Looking good Naruto ni. Love what you did with your hair. Naruto sat at the dining table, ignoring the comments on his hair from the resident females, a disturbed expression gracing his features, looking as if he had caught his parents in the act of coitus. What's wrong with him? John asked with a mouthful of his breakfast. Naruto turned his gaze to John. Was that John? Nah, he didn't look like the John remembered. He looked much more beautiful and colorful and his eyes were sparkling. The same thing could be said for the girls he lived with. Martha looked like a princess and her hairstyle had changed overnight too, now spotting 2A hogs with purple streaks and a much more oval jawline. If Gaia was beautiful before the sudden transformation, she was now drop-dead gorgeous. Naruto pulled a mirror from thin air and stared at it for a while before bursting into tears when couldn't take it anymore. My face? I look so darn pretty. Sapphire blue orbs twinkled with a certain glow to them on the mirror. His face looked so smooth and oval. Even his fingers were polished and shiny. It added to the pretty sexy boy aura he had gained. His hairstyle was to blame. It was straight. His wild hair had been tamed overnight. He had 2 blocks with bangs sort of hairstyle. An. Excuse me if I didn't get the name right. He snapped and crossed his fingers. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A bad decision. Naruto laid his eyes on his perfect replica. Fix my hair. Naruto growled at the clone. It's Monday. Another weird day in the Uzumaki mansion. Scene change. Kuo train station. It wasn't the bats, Naruto thought with wonder as he saw every student undergo the same transformation. They all looked different. Dashing, looking good, sensei. I love you, Naruto sensei. Many students gave him compliments as they went by. His clone failed to return his hair to its former state unfortunately, so in the meantime, he was stuck with the wavy style. Naruto, it's good to see you made it on time. Azazel waved at the blonde. Crow Taicho. Naruto nodded absent-mindedly at Azazel. How is this possible? How could everyone's character design go through such amazing modifications overnight and nobody's talking about it? Maybe Sage Mode can help me understand what's happening. Naruto slapped his open palm with his fist before a tap on his shoulder jerked him out of his thoughts. Senpai. Rosswise had the most beautiful smile on her face as she laid her eyes on the blonde. Though it was gradually wiped off in favor of surprise, your hair, she trailed off. Naruto himself wasn't faring any better. She was damn beautiful today. The modifications made her bust more pronounced and her ahoge looked kinda cute on her, almost like a pale-skinned beautiful alien. The biggest change was her hair and eyes, which roused a strong urge to feel her hair. The genin reached a hand out for her head, his hands a millimeter away from brushing her hair. Rosswise noticed the much welcomed gesture and inclined her head forward with a small smile on her face. Naruto returned her smile, patting her hair lovingly before. Era. What are you guys doing? Naruto jolted back to reality and quickly pointed at the public toilet in the distance. Over there. He pointed at the public restroom. I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. Saved by the bathroom. Akron giggled as the blonde hurriedly left a profusely blushing Rossweiss. The silverish white-haired lady will do just fine. Time to get down to business. So, have you guys kissed? KKK kiss? Rossweiss stuttered, blushing up a storm as steam exited her ears. Don't go around insinuating stuff like that. We are coworkers, such ethics are frowned upon. There she goes again, stuck up with the rules. Rossweiss-sensei, the train is about to leave, Asia yelled at the train's door. Indeed, the bullet train was ready to depart. Where's Naruto-sensei? Issei asked as he went past Rossweiss, his cheeks red from the kiss Rias gave him earlier. Rossweiss told the Red Dragon Emperor he was in the restrooms, which prompted Akeno to push her. Let's go. Naruto-sensei can make it to Kyoto by himself. But he's quite fast. He'll track us down in no time, Issei added. Rossweiss wanted to disagree, but Issei also helped pull her along, and so the train doors slid closed. Naruto dipped his hands under the running water and slapped his face with some cold water. Snap out of it, Naruto. Weird shit happens. It took him a while to compose himself, and when he finally came out of the restroom, he couldn't help but notice the white locomotive device was missing. Naruto's blue orbs narrowed in exasperation. He wasn't about to miss his first train ride. Increasing his flow of chakra, Naruto speeds off, leaving a trail of dust at his takeoff point. He used the rail tracks as directions of sorts to catch up with the bullet train. It took the blonde Uzumaki minutes in his base form top speed to catch up with the train. He hopped off the track and landed on top of the train with a loud thud. Rossweiss was staring out the window, wondering if Naruto knew the way to Kyoto before the object of her wonder popped his head from above the train, jolting her out of her thoughts. Hi. Naruto waved as he entered the train through the window. What took you so long? She asked as she scooted back to make space for him. I had business to take care of, Naruto answered. Naruto, now would be a good time to talk about the excursion. Azazel walked in and immediately occupied the seat Rossweiss left open for Naruto. That's my, Naruto murmured under his breath before he swallowed it and flopped into the opposite empty seat. What? Azazel asked when he noticed Naruto sulking in a corner. He turned to Rossweiss with a confused look, who had a strained smile on her face. Did I do something wrong? Welcome, we have arrived at Kyoto train station. The AI announced over the speaker, and everyone SL'd their luggage. Naruto hopped off the train expecting a lot of things. A hero's welcome. Yukais. Chakra. But what he was expecting was a group of supernaturals trying their hardest to pick their jaws from the ground. He expected to see his students and fellow teachers gawking at his bronze statue, but what he saw was zilch. Naruto's eyes twitched at the sight. That damn vixen must have had his statue brought down. He craved vengeance like never before as his excitement waned considerably. Senpai? Rossweiss tried to get the blonde's attention. Naruto's emotional turmoil all but traveled into thin air. Here's a map of Kyoto so you don't get lost. Keep it, I don't need it. I know this place like the back of my hand. Have you been to Kyoto? Irina asked, her question directing everybody's attention at him. Oh, how glorious would it have been? One of his little students asked if he'd ever been to Kyoto while pointing at his statue instead. Yes. Don't worry about me getting lost. The excursion was split into 3 groups. One led by Azazel, the other by Rossweiss, and the last by Naruto. With the excursion class split, everyone ventured into the beautiful city of Kyoto with excitement. Hold your horses, guys, Azazel yelled. First we had to lodge at an inn first. The inn they lodged into had been already provided by the Gremory family. The inns were equipped with spacious rooms for everybody, a spa, a bar, and all other necessities to maximize the students' welfare. Everyone went to their respective rooms, which looked like your average modern-style unit with flat-screen and king-sized beds. Issei fished out his room's key and opened the door only to drop his bag in shock at the sight that greeted him. He drew the short straw as his room only had an old retro TV, a radio, and a futon. Ho, this is probably the only Japanese-style room here. Matsuda and Motohama, passing by the corridor, commented on their friend's room. They both showed Issei the photos they took in their room, adding to Issei's misery. Why is my room the only one that looks like this when everyone else gets better rooms? Issei's eyes twitched as he stared at the pictures. Rias chose this room so we could gather and talk in emergencies, Rossweiss explained as Matsuda and Motohama left. Hey, Rossweiss-sensei, isn't this unfair? Issei whined. Naruto and Azazel joined them, with Naruto sporting a deep frown on his face. You got a little room, Issei. Be glad, we ran out of rooms, Azazel groaned. What? That damn bad did this on purpose, Naruto huffed. Azazel sighed in exasperation. How could they run out of room and Naruto, off of all people, was the only one who didn't get one? We're out of rooms, Rossweiss gasped, feeling sorry for Naruto before a silly thought popped up in her mind. She blushed profusely at the idea and dismissed it, but the thought of Naruto sleeping outside seemed to overcome the irrational part of her. We can share my room," she said, barely above a whisper. "What was that?" Azazel asked, thinking she had an idea. Naruto-senpai and ICC, Roswise turned bright red at the implication of her words. "Naruto will be sharing a room with me. Is that good with you?" Azazel spoke up, cutting Roswise off. Naruto stared hard at Azazel for a while, locking eyes with the fallen angels before he turned his face away with a huff. "Never. I'd rather sleep outside." "What? Why?" Roswise yelled. "Why must you sleep outside?" "Sensei and I will go to my room. This isn't our first time," Issei said and took Naruto's luggage, dropping it beside his. "Hey, Issei," Naruto sighed, seeing Issei wouldn't take no for an answer. He shrugged and left to go do his thing. And Issei was probably the only person he can share a room with who was not his housemate. For some reason, Roswise felt irritated by the fact that Issei had to share a room with Naruto not only once but twice. "Well, the afternoon is free time, so don't get too crazy," Roswise said and promptly chased after Naruto. "Well, what should we do? Let's call Asia and the others and go explore." And so, their excursion began officially, with Issei's group. The supernatural students had gathered together to explore the south side of Kyoto. Issei flanked by Matsuda and Motohama. The humans in the group walked around taking pictures while Xenovia, Asia and Irina checked out a few pieces of jewelry on the street peddler's trolley. "Ah, they are all so beautiful," Asia cooed. Issei picked a green necklace for Asia, hoping to give it to her when they were alone. They all toured around Kyoto taking pictures along the way. The small group reached an entrance guarded by two huge fox statues. Issei stared at the constructs in awe before Xenovia came to stand beside him. "Normally, these statues would have warded us off, but thanks to this special pass Bucko gave us, we can move around freely," Xenovia commented, pulling out the special pass. "Come guys, the Torii gates are just up ahead," Asia said as they all moved on. With Naruto's group, Naruto walked around town with Roswise behind him in tow. He seemed irritated for no reason, looking around now and then as if he was looking for someone. Judging his mood, the ex-Valkyrie virgin refrained from starting a conversation with him. Naruto idly moved around wondering where all the yukais went off to. More importantly, the current Kyoto looked nothing like the Kyoto he knew 2 years ago. He wondered how a city could undergo such sophisticated redevelopment within 2 years until he remembered Yasaka saying something about there being 2 Kyotos. A Kyoto in Kyoto. Binded fields. Naruto facepalmed. Naruto glanced at Roswise behind him, who was staring at an outdoor archery contest going on. Specifically at the prize. "Senpai." Roswise pointed at an outdoor archery contest going on. It seemed kinda fun and she wanted to try it. "Can we go try that?" Naruto shrugged and thought, why not, back with Issei and co. If Naruto was here, he probably would have had a heart attack at the numerous Torii gates that stretched far and beyond, which looked eerily like the same gates the Shodai Hokage used to restrain the Jubi, only smaller. "Wow, these gates stretch on and on," Irina noted. "The famous Torii gates lead to the top of the mountains. One had to ascend a flight of 1,000 stairs to get to the top of the mountain. Legend has it that whoever gets to the top first and makes a wish, that wish will be fulfilled." Xenovia sounded like she was reciting a page from a textbook. Irina turned to her in awe. "You looked almost like a local for a second there." "What? I've been reading about famous spots in Kyoto beforehand." "Well then, in that case, I'll be moving on ahead," Issei yelled over his shoulder as he raced ahead of everyone. Issei huffed heavily, out of breath as he reached the top of the mountain. The Torii gates really did stretch up to the mountains. He quickly clasped his hands, squeezed his eyes shut, and made a wish. "Please let me be the harem king." Phew. That was exhausting. Issei wiped the sweat off his forehead and inspected his immediate environment. A few wooden houses surrounded by vegetation were all he could see. The top of the mountain seemed desolate and abandoned. He took a look around, searching for any sign of life. It was quiet, too quiet. He whipped his head sideways when he heard the rustling sounds. One by one, a group of supernatural beings with human animal-like characteristics surrounded him. Yukais. They had a crash course on the supernaturals native to Kyoto. A little girl no older than 12 with golden slitted eyes and golden hair, spotting 2 fox ears on her head and 9 fox tails behind her back, jumped up from her hiding spot and landed on one of the rooftops. "You are not from Kyoto," she said, narrowing her gaze at Issei. "Is that a kitsune?" Issei said in awe. "Outsider, how dare you trespass our lands? I'll have you return, haha Yui." The young girl pointed an accusing finger. "Outsider, return. Mother, what is this little girl about?" Issei gave the most intelligent reply he could muster. Attack. At her orders, all hell broke loose as the yukais sprung into action. Back with Naruto and Roswise, Roswise held the teddy bear Naruto got as the prize for hitting the bullseye at the outdoor archery challenge. "Take it. I saw you staring at the prize. Consider it a gift from me." Roswise couldn't help the stupid blush on her face at Naruto's words. Damn, where are those yokais at? Naruto thought with a pout. He didn't even mask his chakra signature. The yokai must have picked up his signal, but none of them was in sight. That must be it. Yasaka must still be sour about him ghosting them for 2 years, that dumb fox. Well, if she wanted to play hard to get, he had grown to be a very very patient man. Let's see who can hold out for long. Senpai, thank you. I'll make sure to get you a souvenir. There's no need for that, Naruto said. Well, thank you anyway, but I want to give you things too. Though I might not be rich, I want to sincerely give to you what my hands can reach. Naruto could hear his heartbeat faster. He quickly increased his pace as Roswise jogged to catch up to him. Back with Issei. What are you talking about? I don't even know you, he yelled as he dodged an arrow that would have pierced his heart. Don't lie. You cannot deceive my eyes, enemy of Kyoto, she yelled in return. With a wave of her hands, the yokais burst into action. A crow-like yokai threw a kanata at Issei, who deftly evaded it with a well-timed backflip. Issei squeezed his eyes shut, his gears shifting furiously, trying to make a decision. He quickly zeroed the odds and made his decision. Fuck it. This girl is crazy. Issei hightailed out of there faster than he could say "Opie," headed for the woods down the mountain. Having a massive away disadvantage, it was no surprise that yokais caught up to him. They were on their turf after all. Being overwhelmed and confused, Issei's priority was defense until his comrades arrived, as a single mistake could be fatal. As soon as this thought crossed his mind as if on cue, he tripped and fell, and a yokai was upon him with his sword poised for a chop. Issei activated his sacred gear to take the hit, only for a light spear and a wooden sword to block the attack for him. Irina, Xenovia, he called their names in relief as they both pushed the yokai back. Are you alright, Issei? Xenovia asked, taking a defensive stance in front of Issei. These people are yokais, right? Irina's suspicion was confirmed by a nod from Issei. Asia got to the scene and healed the scratches on Issei before he stood behind her protectively. The young yokai stood horizontal to a tree, earning looks of surprise from the devils as she gave commands from above. Impure existence of evil. I will never forgive you all. Attack. The yokais sprung into action at the little yokai's command. Issei knew a confrontation was unavoidable. At the moment, it was time to fight back. Asia, the substitute card. A substitute card can let a pawn promote to any piece in the absence of their king when in enemy territory. Now, Issei was using the enemy's home turf to his advantage. This is Kyoto. Please try your best not to harm our opponents or buildings. Issei admonished his comrades before they all jumped into action. Xenovia and Irina made quick work of their opponents, being skilled swordswomen. Issei, utilizing the speed boost granted by the night piece through promotion, defeated the rest, knocking them unconscious. Now all that was left was the young yokai. A bead of sweat broke out of her face as she stared at her downed comrades. Should I retreat? Is that all I can do? I trained so hard to protect Kyoto. I have to try. I won't run away from devils anymore. The young yokai stopped the flow of chakra to the soles of her feet and slid off the bark of the tree, touching the ground with finesse before it was replaced with fury. Devil scum. I will protect Kyoto at all costs. Hey, listen to me, you got this all wrong. I will not fall for your schemes, devil. Kuno rushed at the strongest person in the group. The one with the red gauntlet. Defeat the strongest one in the group first. An effective tactic a devil she loathed once used. Issei instinctively slid into the basic Ninja Academy stance and intercepted her punch. Issei and Kuno then engaged in a bout, exchanging a flurry of punches and kicks. A leg swipe, a follow-up kick, spin on the balls of your feet, fake a roundhouse for a sucker or uppercut. Is she reading my moves? They both thought as they threw hands. Soon, it became obvious to both fighters, he's good. Good old-fashioned hand-to-hand couldn't decide the winner of this fight. Kuno hopped back, dodging a punch from the gauntlet-covered hand of her enemy, creating space for a breather. She glared at the trespassers on the sidelines. They weren't making any move to assist their leader. Rather, they seemed more concerned about her if anything. Kuno balled her fist, shaking with anger. They were looking down on her. Devil scum. I'll show you I'm not a joke. Issei flinched back at the dark look on her face. It shouldn't be on the face of a person as young as her. Kuno calmed herself and took a deep breath. All traces of anger all gone, replaced with a serious aura. She stretched her hands out and made gripping motions over her open palm, then she snapped her eyes open. The unmistakable roar of a familiar technique reverberated throughout the woods as a small white mass covered by swirling blue chakras slowly formed on her palm. Eat this, devil scum. Kuno reared her arms, bursting forth at neck-breaking speed, clearing the distance between her and Issei in a moment. Shit. Diedrich. Issei called out to his partner as a small dragon shot with enough power to drill through a rock formed in his hands. Kuno rushed forward, mustering at her top speed, trying her hardest to keep the technique stable. Please just do this once. Just enough to cancel the Rasengan, Diedrich. Issei said as he widened in his stance, intent on meeting the small Rasengan head-on with his dragon shot. Kuno smirked the moment Issei shot his hands forward before she disappeared into thin air. An illusion? Issei noticed far too late. Partner, above you. Kuno appeared above him and thrust her hands down at Issei. The Rasengan was a few feet away from Issei before she yelled out the name of her technique with a victory smile on her face. "Est this, Rasen, huh?" The Rasengan lost its shape and detonated prematurely, sending Kuno rolling off the floor. Kuno-sama. Her defeated lackey retreated and helped her up, taking a defensive posture in front of her. Kuno stood up wobbly with bruises covering her form. "Devil scum. This isn't over." With a wave of her hand, a whirlwind covered their retreat, leaving a gobsmacked teenage group of devils. "Is that?" Asia began. "Naruto-sensei's," Xenovia added. "Rasengan." Issei finished. A lot of things were going through their minds right now. Why does a Yukai know that technique better yet? Could it have been an exclusive Yukai technique? Was Naruto a half Yukai? Naruto raised his head all of a sudden. "What's this feeling? Why am I so proud?" he mused as he wiped a bead of tears off the corner of his eyes. Naruto then proceeds to disarm a pervert while Roswise pointed out the frequent occurrences of such cases, reminding Naruto of the man he subdued at Kyoto train station, both having that crazed gleam on their faces. They look almost like they had been possessed. Evening. At the inn, Azazel had a deep frown on his face after listening to Issei's account of his not-so-friendly encounter with the local supernaturals. "I see. Don't tell Rias about this yet." What was weird about her though was that she could use Sensei's Rasengan. What? One of them could use Naruto's technique? Azazel's eyebrows rose to his hairline. That just opened a new door to the... He remembered the blonde denying being a Yukai numerous times. Then if he wasn't one, he must have been connected to one after all. No wonder he didn't fight the idea of a trip to Kyoto with them. On the contrary, he looked like he was looking forward to it. Does that mean Naruto belonged to the Yukai faction? Violently rotating what now? Roswise stared back and forth, lost between them. What's this thing about a Rasengan and how was it connected to Naruto? Naruto came back late feeling dull as always before he saw Issei leave their shared room with a perverted look on his face, murmuring about something. Don't tell me Issei's been possessed too? Naruto knew that would spell disaster, so he tailed Issei, trying to observe the boy so he could get a grasp on this strange phenomenon. Ah, it sure is good to be young. No worries at all. Naruto wondered when was the last time he tried to peek at women. It's been 2 years, but it felt like 30 years to him. He idly heard Issei in a voice that sounded like Roswise, screaming on the stairs. Thinking the worst, he rushed to go and see what was going on below, only to see both student and teacher yelling at each other. It looked like a fight would break out between them anytime now. It's rare to see Roswise in action, and he wanted to know how far Issei had come since then. Naruto watched from the top floor as Roswise and Issei bicker back and forth about peeping and whatnot before Issei said something that triggered her. "I want a serious man with a bright future too. A boyfriend I can do perverted things to." Roswise magic spiked till it was visible around her. Huh? A serious boyfriend? Well, Naruto considered himself a serious man who had a PhD that could get him a bright future. About the other case, well, was traveling around the world with a smut writer good enough? Oh, she's getting serious. Naruto noticed the magic circle she had conjured. Roswise sent lightning bolts after lightning bolts at Issei, who dodged them all and charged forward, boosting with each step as he closed the gap between them. Oi, I know they can do magic, but aren't they afraid of collateral damage? Better yet, what if a normal person sees them? Naruto's eyes twitched in sheer disbelief. Naruto was about to relax on the railings before Issei jumped behind her and reared his hand back with a perverted look on his face. "This is it, sensei," he heard Issei scream. "Oh no, you don't." Naruto immediately vaulted over the railings. Issei's hands were a few inches away from Roswise, his eyes widening with the expectation of seeing Roswise naked before the winds picked up all of a sudden. "Dress Brea. A tanned hand grabbed his gauntlet-covered hand. "Night night, perv say." The last thing Issei saw and heard was darkness and the girlish scream that followed the accomplishment of the dress break. So sad, Issei wouldn't see the fruition of his labor. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief as Issei slumped on the floor face first, courtesy of a chop to the neck. "Are you alright? Don't turn around, senpai," Roswise screamed. Naruto's spine went as stiff as a rock. Roswise has never raised her voice at him. "I was just..." "Don't you dare turn around." Fine, fine. If there was one thing she wished right now, it was for the ground to swallow her whole. Being naked in front of her crush, all thanks to her carelessness. "I swear if you..." In one fluid motion, Naruto was patting the sleeves of his jacket on her body. "Are you decent now?" he asked with his eyes still squeezed shut. "I'll get you a new sweatshirt. I know you liked it very much." Roswise stared at him in awe. A pink blush stained her face. Naruto wanted to peek, but he was fighting hard. He opened his eyes the moment he felt her hand on his head. She gave him a warm smile as she patted his hair. Cute. Naruto, Azazel's brain immediately short-circuited at the scene. He just gave a deep sigh and told them to freshen up and come over for dinner. Wow, everyone's here. The now conscious Issei scanned everyone in the room as he took a seat beside Asia. Except Sensei, he noted. Now that everyone's here, please dig in. The poultry here is great. The door slid open and one Naruto Uzumaki walked in and took a seat beside Rosweiss. Don't mind me. Carry on, Chibi-san. Segun-sama, why are you here? The Red Dragon Emperor asked as he dug into his drumstick. For work. I came to forge an alliance with the Yokai of Kyoto. Good luck with that. Naruto poured himself a cup of sake. But unfortunately, something terrible has happened. Naruto snorted at that, raising a cup of sake to his lips, as if that Yasaka could ally with devils. The leader of the Kyoto Yokai, a nine-tailed fox, has gone missing. Sapphire blue orbs widened in shock only to squeeze shut as the sake took a trip down the wrong pipe. Naruto beat his chest a few times before he calmed down and gazed into Seraphal's eyes and asked, "What do you mean missing?" Seraphal ignored him and continued, turning to Issei. "I heard your report from Azazel. Judging from it, I believe it to be the case." "Oi, I asked you a question," Naruto asked, hitting the table with an open hand as an eerie pressure slammed on the students. The adults noticed it was coming from Naruto. Everyone at the table stared in silence. Naruto has never displayed such intense emotions in public before. They could feel something in the air, a tense silence as he stared down at the Devil King. Could it be that the girl we fought? Irina spoke up before she was cut off by Naruto. "Oi," Naruto seemed like he just remembered something important. "Kuno, her daughter, how about her daughter?" "Naruto-sensei, we fought a little girl today in the woods. She could use your Rasengan," Issei narrated. "Kuno's mastered it?" Naruto breathed a sigh of relief at that. At least she was safe. "Where is she?" he asked. "She retreated into the woods." Naruto's breathing went back to normal as the pressure on the students lifted. "The ones behind the kidnapping are probably the Chaos Brigade," Seraphal said. "Chaos Brigade?" Naruto gripped his sake cup in despondence. "Damn, our hands are full taking care of the students right now. There are yukais that are willing to help us in Kyoto. We plan to help them through them." "Well, I'm going to make my move too. Then, what should we do?" Issei asked. "For now, enjoy the trip. I'll call you if anything happens," he quickly added, seeing the look of protest on the students' faces. "We'll take care of the matter during the day so you guys can enjoy your excursion to the fullest." The students straightened their backs and shared a chorus of yes. Receiving an order from one of the four great Maos was an honor no devil would let pass by. "Naruto-san, I don't know where you stand, but it seems you have mixed feelings about this. Will you lend us your strength to help save the leader of Kyoto?" she asked, staring at the blonde. Naruto stood up and made a beeline for the exit. "You guys do your thing. I'll do my thing." Meanwhile in Kuo, police sirens wailed endlessly as a group of forensic teams, all in their various gears, highlighted a van and spread out to collect the tiniest bit of information. A crowd had already gathered to witness the crime scene when John alighted his partner's sub and entered the alley with his partner following close. He flashed his badge at the patrol officer, eliciting a salute from the junior college who led him to the crime scene. "The alley, my favorite crime scene," John's partner sighed regrettably. In their line of work, he's seen one too many corpses and thus his heart went out to the victim's family. There's no security camera within the area. He noticed glancing around. Do they have an identity on our victim yet? A red-haired forensic woman brought them to the crime scene. A man who looked to be in his late 50s, cold lifeless body on the floor. Ryuman Yaguchi, age 57, occupation, works in the seamount, dead in an alley at 1800 hour. What's the cause of death? John took the dead man's wallet and checked if his belongings were intact only to see that it was in pristine condition. Surprisingly, it's blood loss from 2 puncture wounds in his neck. John's partner raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Where's all the blood?" "You got me. The blue star spray isn't showing anything." "So, a dead man, with 2 puncture wounds, died of blood loss and there's no blood on the scene?" "He wasn't mugged. No sign of bruise or struggle. Yet he died of blood loss. Where did all that blood go?" John questioned. "Beats me. What's strange though is that we found a hickey around his neck covering the puncture wound." "Wait," John's partner tried to connect the dots, but what the circumstances were pointing at was absurd, to say the least. So absurd it provoked a burst of hysterical laughs. A vampire? The people at the crime scene all glanced at one another before they burst into laughter at the notion. All except one eerily quiet person. "It's not entirely impossible," John said with a serious face. John's partner swallowed a chuckle and stared at John as if he had just grown another head. "Come on, John. You've seen one too many Hollywood movies. We collected a blonde hair sample found on the victim's body. The result will be delivered in a few days." "Thanks, Mayuri. I'm just doing my job, Cap." "Alright. Who's going to visit the deceased family?" The patrol police all looked away comfortably. Oh, I just remembered I forgot to switch off my oven, John. Listen, Cap, I need to go somewhere ASAP. I'll be right back. Hey, John. Get back here. John turned around and left his partner in the dust. The next day, the sun had reached its zenith when we saw Issei and Ko touring Kyoto. One couldn't have visited the famous landmarks in Kyoto in a single day. They went around taking photos of each other when they bumped into Matsuda and Motohama, who decided to tag along with them. Issei wondered where Naruto went yesterday night. He was hoping the blonde man could give them a few tips on their morning training, but he never came back to their shared room last night. The students took a lunch break and were busy munching away when they heard the rustling of leaves. Matsuda and Motohama suddenly fell into a deep sleep before a few yukais came out. Thinking it was another ambush, the students assumed a defensive stance, each brandishing their weapons before Roswise came rushing with the news. Please wait a moment, Azazel told us to come and get all of you. As soon as Roswise said those words, Naruto appeared in a gust of wind and leaves. He noticed the chakra signature within the area and promptly headed to the location as fast as he could. Senpai, I have been looking for you. I am Kurama, and I'm here to escort you to Kyoto safely. A beautiful blonde two-tailed Nekomata introduced herself with her head inclined as per the custom. Naruto stared at the yukais with something akin to relief and delight. The moment he laid his eyes on Kurama, his face lit up in recognition. As he moved forward with a lot of questions in mind. Kurama, it's grade 2. The two-tailed Neko slapped his hands away from her shoulder and flinched back, throwing a glare at Naruto. Do you know me, mister? Naruto gawked at her in sheer disbelief. Do I know you? He repeated with a raining cloud over his head. Kurama squinted at the tall blonde man who entered her personal space all of a sudden, claiming he knew her. She would have remembered seeing a handsome man like this. Very few humans knew her, and given the fact that she was in her yukai form, shouldn't he be creeped out? Better yet, why isn't he under her spell like the two boys behind the group? Azazel only gave them the description of the students. Hey, Kurama, cut the act, it's me, Naruto growled, placing his hand on his chest. Excuse me, sir, I don't. Kurama sucked in air as she noticed the facial details of the man in front of her. Blonde hair. Blue eyes. That whisker mark, there's only one human on Earth with whisker marks. No way, and Naruto? Kurama asked apprehensively. The one and only, Naruto replied, flashing her his foxy grin. An image of a young Naruto overlapped with the grown man in front of her. It is you, Naruto. Kurama was so overjoyed to meet Naruto again, that she pulled him into a tight hug. Naruto? Though the yukais couldn't recognize Naruto in the flesh, his name had reached the four corners of yukai. As in, the Naruto-sama? No way, Naruto-sama is back? Naruto-sama. They all fell on one knee, honored to be in the presence of the hero of Kyoto. His legendary exploits reached far and near. The devils watching could hear snapping sounds. Their train of thought couldn't handle what they were seeing. Naruto-sama? Roswise voiced out the question going on in their mind. Scene change. Evening Yukai Kyoto. Yukai Kyoto suggests that they are in Kyoto belonging to the Yukai faction, not Kyoto, Japan. Kyoto stood in the distance. The security within the bonded field had doubled if not tripled since his last visit. Naruto couldn't help but wonder what happened to Kyoto. He didn't look like the Kyoto he remembered. Some structures were missing. There was an awkward tension in the air. The way the yukais escorting them glanced at him. Even Kurama seemed a bit stiff beside him. Utilizing negative emotion sensing could pick up a great amount of gloom and despair coming from within the city of Kyoto. The chakra around here felt a bit chaotic and the ley lines were in disarray. Yasaka came to Naruto's side and asked him cryptically if he had found a way back home. The smile on his face was the answer she needed. I see, she said, but you haven't given up yet, right? I'm coming to terms with the fact that there's no way home. Kurama didn't say no more and left his side to go open the barrier that kept Kyoto away from the rest of the world. Upon getting to the gates, Naruto puffed his chest out, expecting to have the moment he was denied yesterday. A group of devils gawking at his glorious bronze statue. His student gushing at how his magnificence was captured by the sculptor. What is this? Asia pointed at the rubble of bronze on the floor. Seems to be some kind of broken statue, Xenovia noted, seeing something that looked like a bronze Hiraishin Kanai on the floor. Oh well, moving on, Issei said as he walked into the ancient city. A depression cloud hovered over Naruto, who was sulking in a corner. Don't tell me, that damned fox had my statue destroyed? Yes, that must be it. Oh, there will be retribution, Naruto raged mentally. Senpai, are you okay? Roswise noticed the deranged look on his face. What? Yes, I'm alright. Naruto had returned to his usual composed self in the twinkle of an eye.
Kurama shook her head in amusement. It seems a small part of the old Naruto was still there. The blonde man looked a mighty contrast to the old Naruto in one too many ways it was offsetting. She wondered how Naruto would react if he knew who destroyed his prized statue.
The group was soon waltzing through the streets of Kuo, staring at the numerous unique inhabitants of Kyoto. They had all gathered together, shooting looks at the devils in the group. Even Issei had to flinch back at the look in their eyes. A young white tiger yukai holding a wooden staff stood in their way with something akin to defiance and disgust present on his face, and as if on cue, the yukais spectating them all converged in on their position. The monkey yukai slammed his staff on the ground adamantly and sized up the devil envoy before his gaze landed on Naruto. That one looks eerily familiar. Recognition dawned on his face as he took in Naruto's features. By Amaterasu, it's Naruto-sama. All the yukai within the area perked up at the mention of his name. Like a light switch flipped on, the whole crowd went into a frenzy. No way. Naruto-sama is back, it's really him. Our hero is back. The yukais swarmed Naruto, young and old, male and female, with joy, relief, and renewed hope. Their hero had returned to them after 2 years. K-King? Issei had a nuclear meltdown on the spot. Naruto is the king of the yukais. They fought the king of the yukais and lived to tell the tale. Irina, Xenovia, and Asia all had petrified looks on their faces. Their blonde teacher was the leader of a faction all along. Rosweiss on the other hand stared at Naruto with conflicting feelings. He was smiling, he was happy, seeming a bit shy as he rubbed his head with an eye smile in the middle of the growing crowd. He was a stark contrast with his huge height and looks. This was her first time seeing him smile this much. It made her happy, but at the same time, these people called him their king and hero. Was he married? It felt strange in her heart, but she wouldn't be second in his heart.
Kurama had the same smile on her face as the Yukai who swarmed Naruto like moths to light. That was how he was a bright light everyone couldn't resist.
Come along, you guys. Kyoto won't let its hero be for a while. Issei, Asia, Xenovia, Irina, and Rosweiss stood in front of a 12-year-old kid. Azazel, Seraphal, and a yukai they couldn't identify stood behind her as they welcomed the group. I am Kuno, the daughter of Yasaka and leader of the yukais that live in Kyoto. Kuno introduced herself formally with an apologetic expression on her face. I am sorry for attacking you the other day. Please, forgive me. I beg of you, she finished with a bow. The unidentified yukai grunted in disapproval of Kuno, their current leader, bowing her head to devils. Kurama sighed beside her. She wanted Kuno to rely on her. The responsibilities of a faction weren't a burden her little shoulders are ready for. Kuno was growing up too fast. Well, it's fine. I'm just glad the misunderstanding had been cleared up, Xenovia said. It's important for angels to have a forgiving heart, Irina added. It's okay. Peace is the best, Asia said. The devils, after hearing of what had happened to Kuno, could understand why she reacted in such a manner. Issei walked up close to her and placed his hands on her shoulder. Look, can I just call you Kuno? The unidentified yukai slid forward in an offensive stance against Issei for his insolent gesture before he was held back by Kurama. Relax, Genryu, let the kids sort it out. We attacked them first, remember? Genryu seemed to visibly relax at her suggestion. It's alright, Issei began. You were worried about your mother, right? The adults present, Kurama exempted, turned their gaze towards the entrance of the palace. Genryu's trained ears picked up a strange noise coming from outside the palace. It looked like Kyoto was rejoicing. How could the yukais of Kyoto be rejoicing when their leader has been missing for days? Genryu was about to signal for his subordinates in the shadows to go outside and access the situation before the doors of the place slid open. The people all had huge smiles on their faces as they stared at them. Kuno-sama, a lady yukai called, getting the little nine-tailed fox's attention before the crowd parted ways. In the middle of the crowd, a blond man walked towards the envoy, gaining looks of admiration from the crowds on both sides. Kunu's gears were shifting, her people were in high spirits, something that had been scarce since the unfortunate incident that befell them. Who could warrant such admiration and hope in their eyes? Whose presence alone could invoke such feelings from the populace? For a second her young mind entertained the thought of it being her mother, but her thoughts were thrown out the window when a strange blond man walked into the palace, his sapphire blue eyes never straying from her person. Genryu looked to Kurama wondering who the new guy was, only to see her fighting her giggles behind her sleeves. I hope Kuno likes the surprise. The man came to a halt a few feet from Kuno and put on his widest grin. It's been a while, Kuno. That voice, she could never mistake that voice. It was Naruto. He's big and looks different now, but it was the same Naruto. Ni-san? Kuno couldn't believe her eyes, tears cascaded down her face. She thought he was gone, or worse, dead after all these years. Kuno's bangs shadowed her face as she gripped her first. Naruto could feel a storm of emotions welling up between her, the notable being anger, pure anger. Naruto knew he fucked up, so he wanted to make it up to her. I'm sorry I couldn't visit for. Kuno ran forward, clearing the little distance between them in an instant, and did something unpredictable. She decked him right in the face. Everyone was thunderstruck, to say the least. Then all hell broke loose as Kuno jumped on top of him and started raining punches on the blonde. Why didn't you visit? Each word was accentuated with a punch to his face. I waited for you, I trusted you. It seems the young Yukai had snapped. I didn't see this coming, Kurama watched stunned. Ho, who's the young fiery fox? Shukaku asked. A little kid owning Naruto's ass was a rare sight. The unpredictable ninja has met his competition. Kuno wasn't stopping anytime soon. She just kept on raining a flurry of punches with her blood-stained fist on Naruto. Somebody had to stop her and fast. Kurama, who planned the whole thing out, tried to pry Kuno off Naruto, only to be pushed back violently. Why? Naruto lay still, taking all the emotions she threw at him. Something bad happened in his absence. All this animosity was absurd. Why? Kurama and the devil envoy's orbs shrunk in premonition when a familiar spinning orb of chakra appeared in Kuno's hands. The students sprung into action trying to stop Kuno when two clones poof into existence and stood in their way. Why? Ni-san. All she wanted to hear from him was an excuse. No matter how ridiculous it was, it didn't matter, all she wanted was one. Let it all out, Kuno. Naruto's piercing blue eyes stared into her soul. Not a hint of emotions was behind those icy blue orbs. With a silent agreement between them, Kuno dragged her arm back. Forgetting the Rasengan in her hand was highly volatile to sudden jerky motions and a foggy mind. Blue wisps of chakras swirled around before the famous A-rank technique Naruto had used to end his adversaries too many times to count came for him. Standing on the receiving end of the fourth's famous technique was something he thought he'd never get to see, but life once again showed him how unpredictable it could be. Naruto couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. Fear, anger, and hate filled the young lovely little girl he once knew. She needed to let this frustration out if he ever hoped to reason with her again. A white magic circle materialized behind Kuno before a chew to the neck knocked the living lights out of her. Roswise grabbed her prone form before she could hit the ground. Total silence permeated the entirety of Kyoto before Irina spoke up, asking the question going on in everybody's minds. What just happened? Scene change. Kurama welcomed them all, preparing a feast for them when Genryu walked in with shock written all over his face. Naruto-sama, it is you, Genryu gasped. It's good to see you alive and breathing. After the outburst, Genryu had to do crowd control, and it took a while before he could placate the people of Kyoto. He only managed to do so when he confirmed that Naruto was truly among them once again. Naruto had grown in such a short amount of time. He almost wouldn't have recognized the blonde if not for his unique whiskers and chakra signature. Genryu, how have you been? They all watched as both man and Yukai exchanged pleasantries. The students watched Naruto with loose jaws. He seemed dignified and friendly, and above all, he was smiling after taking a beating from the kid. He seemed the least bit bothered by it as he stroked Kuno's hair, who was drooling on his lap. The Yo previously had gloomy looks now had their backs straight with a hint of admiration standing in front of Naruto. Seraphol wondered how important Naruto was to them to cause such a reaction. More importantly, she was concerned about the relationship he had with the Yukai princess sleeping snuggly in his lap. The resemblance was. No need to jump to conclusions yet. Naruto-sama, the situation in Kyoto is dire. After you left, we've been faced with disaster upon disaster. Genryu, Kurama snapped. He just got here and Kurama swallowed her words but made sure to send a heated glare at Genryu. Now was not the time to tell Naruto of their problems. He wasn't even affiliated with Kyoto currently. The look in his eyes, his blue eyes which were full of warmth, as bright as the sun and full of life like a green forest, now looked like a desert wasteland. Naruto knew something was going on. The only organization he could think of was that blasted human terrorist group. It's the hero faction, isn't it? Not just them, even more. Genryu shook his head and sighed regrettably. Genryu, don't you dare, Kurama yelled. They all came here because of him. It's his fault. All of it, for the sake of old times, that's the only reason he's standing here. You, Kurama swallowed her retort. Genryu was right. It all happened because of him, but she still had a soft spot for him. It was all a series of intentions but unfortunate events. It's fine, Kurama. Let Genryu speak. I thought it was the best move to stay away from Kyoto, but I was grossly wrong. I only caused you guys more trouble and I'm sorry for that. The devils present were lost. None of them could make heads or tails of what they were talking about. After you left, a man named Sao came kicking heavily on our door looking for you. Of course, Yasaka-sama didn't tell him of your location, so he launched an assault on Kyoto. We fought valiantly and pushed them back before Sao retreated, saying he'd find you on his own when he realized you weren't in Kyoto anymore. Wait, what business do you have with the hero faction, Naruto? Azazel asked. It's a long story, Azazel, Naruto answered, aging significantly in the process. As if it wasn't enough, a few months later, an evil Dragon King appeared in the sky one night and laid waste to our frontline armies. It was all so sudden we couldn't do much to defend ourselves. Lady Yasaka, myself, and Kurama rushed to the front line to assess the situation, and that's when I saw evil personified. Genryu had to hold himself back. Naruto's eyebrows shrunk in premonition. Tricks? Techniques? All of that was useless in the face of overwhelming power? Kurama, who had been silent, spoke up for the first time with a hint of fear and hatred in her voice. It was a devilkin. She gritted her teeth at the powerlessness she felt that day. All the devils present gasped in shock, especially those who fought Kuno prior. Naruto could feel a knot forming in his stomach. If it's what he's thinking, then he'd brought great trouble upon the people of Kyoto. A devil? Seraphol gears shifted furiously. The devil-Yukai relationship was in jeopardy at this point. Who dared attack a peaceful neutral faction? Rizavam, Levon, Lucifer. Kurama burned their names to memory. Naruto buried his face in shame. He could feel a migraine coming. Rizavam? Seraphol was utterly stupefied. Rizavam of all devils? They laid waste to our armies. Genryu looked defeated as he remembered the chaos and carnage that ensued on that day. We were simply powerless in front of them, no matter what we did. Wait, I don't get it. Why would Rizavam attack Kyoto? Azazel asked, getting hysterical. The same reason Cao Cao did. Naruto Uzumaki. Everyone present turned their head to the Star of the Night, who had a distressed look on his face. Why does everything about Kyoto point back to Naruto? The only reason we survived that day was that Rizavam wanted us to deliver a message to you. Kurama glanced at Kuno. She was the most affected out of them all.
As if that wasn't enough, the Norse. General Genryu, that's enough. Kurama silenced him. That was enough for one day.
Yasaka sacrificed a lot to keep Naruto safe and away from the rest of the world. Now was not the time to talk about it. Norse, Roswise thought, staring at the Yukai's in veiled suspicion. Something fishy was happening and Kyoto was at the center of it. What in the world did you do in the last 2 years, Naruto Dono? Genryu asked with an unnatural tone to his voice. Traces of fear, reproach, and awe flashed through his face. That doesn't matter right now. Getting Yasaka back is our top priority from now on, Naruto said, more like ordered. The secrets he's kept hidden for so long, the past he's been running away from was all catching up to him. We are going to need all the help we can get. We ask you to lend us your strength, everyone. Genryu begged the devil group. The rooftop of Kyoto Palace. The moonlight illuminated the night sky. All of Kyoto had retired to the bliss of unconsciousness, away from their fears, troubles, and sorrow. On the palace roof of Kyoto sat Naruto, hugging his knees to his chest with a blank look on his face. His eyes seemed distant and unfocused as his fringes swayed gently in the night breeze. The moonlight accentuated his jaws from the side, casting a pale blonde glow on his hair. The Kuo group had returned to the inn except for Naruto, who declined in favor of staying the night in Kyoto. Things seemed pretty ugly in the Yukai world. With her leader gone, she needed the blonde hero more than anything, but our hero was going through an internal dilemma. He was so deep in his thought he didn't notice a light pink magic circle appearing behind him. Looking at him from this angle, Roswise could only wonder how much was going through his mind for him not to have noticed a magic circle pop up behind him. Senpai, mind if I joined you? Naruto snapped out of his thoughts and turned his head to the new company. Roswise came to sit beside him and offered him a can of beer. They both sat in silence, enjoying the comfort of one another. Are you okay? Roswise asked, only to receive silence. I don't know what kind of relationship you had with the leader of Kyoto, but have faith. We'll find her and deliver her from the hands of those evil men. We'll help you in any way we can, Senpai. Have a little faith in us, she said, trying to cheer him up. Naruto changed his position, leaning back on his arms, and crossing his legs as he stretched them. Yasaka was the first person to welcome me with open arms in this world. She gave me a lot. A lot more than I have given her. All I have ever given her is pain and suffering. She must have meant a lot to you. Naruto stared at his left hand, gazing at the black crescent moon shape, wondering when did his powers become a burden to the people he considered precious. He wondered how he got to where he was currently. Yes, she was. Naruto has been running away from his past. He's been running for so long, he got good at it. On his mission to find a way back home, going on a wild goose chase, hell-bent on finding a way back home no matter the cost, as he believed he wouldn't be coming back to this world. Feeling his actions were justified, he disregarded everything, deemed it his unique way of protecting them by not reaching out to them, checking up on them, and letting them know he was alive and doing well. But in all honesty, he didn't know they'd track him back to Kyoto. What was more painful was the fact that Yasaka never sold him out. She protected him. A total otherworldly stranger from harm. Now, all the things he disregarded, he had to face. I might as well have kidnapped Yasaka. He's lost his family back in the shinobi world. All he had left that was a connection to his homeworld in this strange world where these chakra-wielding yukais. No, don't say that, Senpai. What do you about this? It's all my fault. Naruto's tone took on an edge. I know, Roswise replied with a serious look on her face. I've lost someone close to me due to negligence too. I used to work so hard as a Valkyrie I didn't have time for my family, the one family who loved me and took care of me since I was a child. Then one day my hometown was attacked by terrorists. I lost my family in the attack and back then, I blamed myself for her death. I wish I was there for her. I wish I visited her more often. I could have used a magic circle to teleport to her house, you know. Roswise chuckled in sadness, wondering why she never thought of it until now. But I can't anymore. Maybe if I was there she wouldn't have died. Naruto stared at Roswise's glistening forest green orbs. She spoke with a pained expression on her face. It was a painful subject for her. She wiped a stray tear off her face as she sniffed. So I know that may be a feeling going through your mind. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Naruto was punching himself mentally. This was the first time Roswise opened up about herself to him. You still have a chance to correct your mistakes, senpai. To be there for them. They need you more than ever right now. Roswise placed her hand on Naruto's shoulder. A person is rarely given a second chance. Realization dawned upon Naruto at that moment, and his dilemma all but disappeared into thin air. Thank you, Naruto said with a small smile on his face. One could see that the weight on his chest had lightened considerably. Roswise couldn't help but blush at the way he looked at her. Those words were probably the most sincere words she heard from Naruto. The Virgin Valkyrie gave Naruto a reassuring smile in return. She was happy to have been helpful to the blonde man. They both gazed into each other's eyes, finding comfort in them. They stayed on the rooftop like that for a while before Roswise left via a magic circle. Naruto stayed up for a while before he retired to his old room. The room had been kept clean and his old items were still there. Naruto came to a halt when he saw Kunu's sleeping form on his futon. He smiled at her cute drooling form. Naruto reached down and pulled the blanket up to her chest to keep her warm. If anybody wants to get to my precious persons from now on, they'll have to go through me. Enough running. There's no way back home. He had a home that needed protecting right now in front of him, and protect is what he will do. He's decided to protect Kyoto. He'd be setting a beacon up for his enemies, but this time, he'll be ready for them. No more running away. The end. Chapter 23. It was a bright afternoon today and one Naruto Uzumaki under disguise walked amongst the inhabitants of the city, his destination, the library. He vividly remembered Yasaka's words as he bumped into a stranger on the street. He whispered an apology to the stranger with a smile on his face because he not only understood them now but also read and write their language. He was giddy at the fact that he could now speak a new entire language. It would make a fine code language when he finds a way back home and become Hokage. Naruto walked the street, coming across a blonde-haired woman. He gazed at the sun and sighed out loud, his mind wandering to that night. Flashback. Now, listen very carefully to me, Naruto. Believe me when I say I would have followed you and helped you in any way I can, but where you're going is a no-fly zone to our pantheon. We are not enemies per se, but we have a neutral relationship instead. You have to be extremely cautious in all you do, and when you find yourself in a bleak situation with no possible way out, are you allowed to use this? Yasaka grabbed Naruto's right hand, folding a piece of paper in his hands. Naruto, who was having a hard time paying attention, sitting on the futon in front of Yasaka in the middle of the night in her room, flinched and closed his eyes shut when Yasaka grabbed his hand, expecting a punch or a slap for getting distracted. Feeling nothing, he opened an eye and peeked at Yasaka. The piece of paper rustled in his hands as he stared at it, confused. Huh, what's this? He asked. Keep that with you always. Promise me you'll take it with you wherever you go. The look on Yasaka's face reminded him of her status, and at the same time, it reminded him of the worried look a civilian gave her shinobi husband when he's about to embark on a dangerous mission. What's up with the piece of paper anyway? He huffed. A seal master underestimating a powered piece of paper of any kind is something only a seal master like Naruto could pull off. I'm serious right now, Naruto, Yasaka yelled. Fine, fine. Do you want to wake somebody up? It's midnight and we are alone in here. Do you want people to get the wrong impression? Yasaka stuttered, flustered by what the blonde was insinuating before she replied, that piece of paper, as you eloquently put it, is your ticket out of that place if things go south, and given your record, things will surely go south. Hey, Naruto shot up to his feet indignantly. You caused a war between two factions, remember? The Kyuubi deadpanned. Oh. Naruto rubbed his head sheepishly and went down on his knees. He knew Yasaka didn't mean it offensively, and given his record, she wasn't wrong. The invasion and subsequent destruction of Konoha? Because of one Uzumaki Naruto. The Fourth Shinobi World War? Well, he was among the top reasons as he had Kurama sealed in him. Anyways, Naruto knew he should be extremely careful to prevent foiling his way back home. That seal contains a magic circle that is going to teleport you out of that place if you find yourself in a pickle. So, if I activate this, Naruto held the object in his hand up. Then, poof, I'm gone, right? Yasaka replied with worry still present on her face. What's with that look on your face? You'll get wrinkles all over your pretty face at this rate, he joked. Yasaka sighed as she stared at the blonde and answered, "It's just that you'll be entering an entirely different pantheon on your own that far exceeds the Yukai faction in number and power, and you don't know anything about them and you'll—" Yasaka stopped mid-sentence when she felt Naruto's hand on her head. Her worries disappeared when he rubbed her fox ears and she couldn't help but let out a purr of satisfaction. "You worry too much, old fox." Naruto noticed she didn't react to him calling her old. "I'll be fine and I'm much stronger than I look." The people of. The blonde ninja trailed off trying to remember a name. Yasaka missed his ministration when he took his hand away from her head to rub his chin and thought. "See, you already forgot, again." She grimaced. "Write it on a paper or something for me. Just promise me you will look out for the 4 people I mentioned. If you ever cross paths with them, you use the teleportation circle as fast as you can." Alright, you look like a worried mom," he groaned. Yasaka scoffed, placing his hand back on her head. "TCH, he could have just flirted and called me a worried girlfriend," she mulled, mustering a cute pout on her face. "Naruto," she began suddenly getting serious. "I want you to swear on Kuno you'll find a way back home at all cost," she said, raising his hand off her head but she still held onto it. Naruto placed his hands on top of her and gave her a warm smile. "Datbeo." Yasaka smiled and held onto his hand when he tried to yank it back. She glared at him and placed his hand back on her head. The action garnered an exasperated sigh from the blonde. Naruto yawned, getting tired of stroking Yasaka's fox ears. It was dark outside already and he was drowsy and sleep clouded his mind. "Yasaka, I think it's time to call it quits, I'm tired." Yasaka pulled Naruto down when he tried to stand up and she yanked too hard, making the blonde scream. Maybe it had something to do with the fact that he sobered up. All drowsiness wiped off his face when he banged his head on the futon-covered floor. He shot up to his kneel, nursing his head yelling, "What the hell is?" Yasaka covered his mouth with her palm and placed her finger on her lips in a shush gesture. A second later, they both heard a pitter-patter outside and the shadows of a group of yukais went past Yasaka's room. "Night guards doing round shifts," she whispered. "It's going to take a while before they leave," Yasaka said, pursing her lips, dodging Naruto's blue eyes with a faint blush on her face. "That means you're stuck with me," she whispered to herself as an afterthought. Naruto groaned as he went back to sitting cross-legged. He leveled a weak glare at Yasaka who looked quite cute in the drowsy state he was in. Yasaka giggled softly as he swayed back and forth, half asleep, jolting awake now and then until he fell asleep with his mouth open bending a weird angle to the left. Yasaka couldn't suppress her giggles anymore as they turned into a burst of full-blown laughter. Naruto woke up to the sound of Yasaka's laughter and the sight of her holding her ribs on the floor. "Stupid fox," he whispered pouting. Yasaka wiped a bead of tear off her eyes before she sat with her legs tucked under her generous bust. She reached out to cup Naruto's face before she brought his head down on her lap. Naruto's eyes widened the moment his head made contact with her soft lap. No pillow in the world could beat this feeling and his eyes widened even further as she ran her fingers across his blonde locks. "Yasaka?" The blonde received no reply but Yasaka continued running her fingers through his scalps. The unpredictable ninja snuggled into her lap with a sigh. He slept with a huge smile on his face, getting the best scalp massage of his life. Flashback end. Naruto had a tiny blush on his face when he entered the library once again, this time with knowledge and optimism. The library had rows upon rows of bookshelves and the strong smell of ink and paper filled the air. He reached the section of ancient magic and teleportation magic, taking the old books covered with dust from the huge shelf. The blonde found an empty secluded seat and dropped the books on the table. He glanced at the foot-tall books and grimaced while tapping his feet. Who would have thought Naruto Uzumaki would visit a library, not to talk of reading a book on a foreign concept he's never heard of and will never have the ability to use. Naruto groaned as he took a seat, feeling the urge to create shadow clones to do the job but he didn't want people freaking out. The blonde ninja read up on ancient magics diligently and all he could find was some superpo matched what he was looking for. He was about to give up when he found a book called Magic in the Nine Realms. The shinobi was quite excited and read up on something called Yggdrasil. The Yggdrasil turned out to be a super glorified Shinju that kept the Nine Realms together. The blonde read up on the 9 planets but nothing could further his quest. The books on ancient relics, artifacts, and spells didn't fit his search at all. Fed up and mentally exhausted, he left. It was almost past curfew anyways. Wouldn't want the old hag bitching him. Scene change. Somewhere in New Valhalla, Naruto stood in front of a door, his temporary apartment, and knocked on the door. His trained ears picked up chopping sounds and the sounds of running water which only means one thing. Naruto gulped and looked at the time. It was 6:59 p.m., safe. The blonde shinobi pushed the door open and slammed it closed behind him. He missed a ladle flying from the kitchen by an inch as he ducked for cover. The ninja of Konoha peeked over the brown couch and let out a sigh of relief because there were no more projectiles flying toward him. He looked behind and saw the earlier utensil was embedded in the wooden door. He couldn't help but shudder. That was too close for comfort. "What did I tell you, boy?" a woman questioned from the kitchen. "I was a minute early, curfew starts at 7. Naruto yelled instantly, trying to win the argument before it began. "No, it starts at 6:59 p.m. from now on." Naruto Uzumaki knew it was pointless to try and win an argument with the white-haired woman and could only gnash his teeth in anguish. "Hag," he mumbled under his breath. The white-haired old lady walked out of the kitchen and placed a tray of food in front of Naruto and told him to eat up. That was weird, the old hag never cooked something for him. Naruto eyed the food like it was a ticking time bomb. His instincts told him it was poison, but it looked so tantalizing. He braced himself anyway and took a taste, and his taste buds agreed with his stomach. It was edible. He shrugged and proceeded to wolf down the meal. "Boy, you have to start working to feed yourself. You can't expect a woman as old as I am to take care of a boy as young as you." Naruto stopped eating all of a sudden and nodded his head. It was time to stop freeloading off the hag. Though he helped with house chores and errands, that wasn't going to put food on the table. He needed to contribute financially. "Alright, old hag, I'm gonna surprise you when I bring lots of money home for you," Naruto replied with an upbeat attitude. The old hag scoffed in disbelief, and a tiny magic circle appeared on her palms before the ladle embedded in the door came out of it. "Show off," commented Naruto. The old hag joined him and they ate and drank till they were full. An awkward silence descended on the apartment while Naruto looked around the house for a few moments, eyes darting back and forth, on the couch trying to look anywhere but his landlady's green orbs. "Well then, hag, I think I'll retire to my—" Naruto's butt was halfway off the couch when his landlady's words pulled his butt back to the cushion like a magnet. "Boy, now that food is out of the way, what are you going to do about the rumors circulating?" she asked, crossing her legs with her arm over her generous bust, tapping her biceps with her delicate fingers. Naruto began sweating bullets at the mention of the rumor. His landlady was an old woman, a grandma, Tsunade 2.0 if you will, but little wrinkles were there, and well, on the other hand, he was a fit, healthy young man, and then, he became her tenant all of a sudden, so some rumors were going around, very bad rumors. At first, he brushed it off thinking it was nothing serious, but the looks the neighbors gave him were quite disturbing. Imagine his surprise when he heard silent whispers behind his back, people calling him names. Gigolo. Man whore. He didn't know the gravity of the insinuations going around until his landlady came home one day, livid. She barked about people, her enemies aka the neighboring hags, calling her names. Sugar mommy. Cougar. And she blamed it all on him. There were two things his landlady hated, the first was unknown and the second was losing a tongue battle. Not the kind of tongue you think of, nay. She loved having the last word, but on that day, not only did she lose the battle, she didn't have the last word, and to top it all, she was humiliated and Naruto Uzumaki was left to deal with the furious hag all alone. Naruto thought long and hard before he answered her, "I'll find an apartment if that's what you want." The landlady shook her head, chuckling to herself. "So you want people to say I bought you a new apartment and take it the wrong way?" Naruto had an expression that clearly said, "What the fuck do you expect me to do then?" on his face as he stared at her wide eyes. "You have 7 days to resolve this, boy," she told him and dismissed him with a wave of her hand. Naruto groaned as he slammed the door to his room shut and tried to punch a phantom doll of his landlady in rage. The blonde needed lots of sleep, it seems. Scene change. The next day, Gardney's bar, Naruto downed an extra-large cup full of booze and earned himself a white mustache. "I wish I could help you, but I can't afford another employee," Gardney informed the blonde. "Please, even if it's manual labor. I can wash the dishes, sweep the floor, I can do anything," he begged. "I'm sorry, Naruto, but there are no vacant spaces left." Gardney watched the dejected blonde with folded arms. The boy was now a fluent speaker of their language, it seems. Maybe he could put a good word in for the sap with one of his friends. "Ah, I wish I could meet my friend again. I don't even know his name," Naruto wailed, grabbing his face in shame. Gardney raised an eyebrow at the blonde. "He could be very weird sometimes. I thought you were the kind of guy who's too shy to ask favors from people in high places." He waved his hands off as he made a beverage for a new customer. "I don't know anyone in high places," Naruto cried, downing another cup. "Did you hit your head or do you live under a rock?" Gardney knew he was being rude, but he didn't care. Naruto raised his head at the huge bartender and wondered why he was getting offensive all of a sudden. "Do you even know who my lord is?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. Naruto shook his head. No wonder. The blonde was oblivious to who his new friend was, and it seemed the Odin-san enjoyed his anonymity, waiting for the right time to drop the bomb. "Naruto, he's of royal blood." "Oh, I see, what?" "The youngest son of the All-Father," Gardney added. Naruto's mouth was wide open with surprise as he dropped the cup he was holding. By the sweet life-saving logs, Lady Luck was once again on his side, meeting 2 supernatural royals in a row. "Haha, take that, old hag, I'm friends with a prince. If you're lucky, you might meet him before he leaves." Gardney cleaned the tabletop. He's leaving? Naruto asked aghast, on an 8 weeks long diplomatic mission. Thanks, Gardney. Naruto dropped a tip on the table and bolted right out of the bar. Gardney shielded his eyes from the dust, wondering what type of magic enhanced his speed to such levels. The same trail of dust rushed back into his bar and stopped at the spot where he was occupying a moment ago. I don't know where he lives. The dobi of the Ninja Academy had a sheepish smile on his face. This guy must have been living under a rock, Gardney thought, giving him a flat stare. Naruto Uzumaki cursed as he ran across the rooftops of the tallest buildings. The air rushed past him as he augmented his entire body with chakra, taking massive leaps. In his rush, Naruto took the time to appreciate the view of the golden buildings, and while taking in the view of the mammoth buildings, he spotted a group of kids in a commotion of sorts, pointing at one of the building tops. A kid was hanging by the crock of his shirt fro buildings. This looks like a job for Super Nen. Eyes front, Naruto, he screamed mentally as he jumped past the kids. Those kids had parents that were supposed to look after them. He had his responsibilities too. An entire world to awaken from their Uchiha-induced coma. Time was of the essence and he was running out of it fast. He didn't have time to play the hero. Thank you, mister. A little boy sniffed, waving at the blonde hero that saved his life. Damn me and my hero complex. How did he get there in the first place? Naruto wondered as he bounced off the side of the buildings and landed on the roof. Sparing one last glance at the kids, he watched them, waving with tears in their eyes. Turns out they were orphans playing with magic and got too excited, thus an accident happened. Naruto Uzumaki, maybe due to the fact that he had just stroked his hero complex, made a perfect superhero landing with dust, spider cracks, perfect pose, slow-mo standing and all, right in front of Odin's front gate. Let me through, he ordered in the name of justice before his delusion of grandeur came to a screeching halt when the guards blocked his way. State your name and business, citizen. I'm Naruto Uzumaki and I'm here to see the prince, he replied. Do you have a prior engagement with his majesty? Where is your pass? Naruto was getting irritated, fast. Look, guys, just call the prince out. I have something important to tell him. Naruto made a motion to brush past them, but the guards crossed their spears and blocked the entrance. I'm sorry, but we cannot let you through. I need to see the prince. Naruto began struggling with the guards, but they were quite sturdy, firmly rooted to their spot. This went on for a few moments before one of the guards lost it and punched him in the stomach and threatened to lock him up in jail. Naruto was once locked up in jail in a foreign land. It wasn't a pleasant experience and he wasn't looking forward to experiencing that again, and so he gave them the pinky finger and left their presence. But they didn't know, the blonde ninja had been known to be a tenacious one since the days he started desecrating the Hokage Mountains, so it was no surprise that the ninja scaled the walls of the palace in a clandestine manner worthy of his profession. Kakeke, those idiots can't stop me. Naruto Uzumaki ain't someone they can comprehend. Kurama rolled his eyes in the seals watching the events of the day. The nine-tailed fox still couldn't believe Naruto was in an entirely different reality, a different universe. Naruto vaulted over the railings and landed on an extended platform that looked almost like a heliport. Maybe those flying boats were supposed to land here. Anyhow, this place was an open spot and anyone could spot a figure standing on the platform, and it had an amazing view of the city. As if on cue, Naruto heard footsteps and made haste to hide behind the walls. Two men, one wearing a white suit with long gray hair and the other man, who seemed familiar, leaned on the railing and gazed upon the city. How glorious will this city become when Ragnarok graces us with its wrath? Indeed, my lord, and we will be the instruments that hasten its coming. That is correct, Fang. Wait, Fang, why does that name sound familiar? Naruto thought in his hiding spot. And with the All-Father, Thor, Balder, and now Vidar gone, nothing stands in our way, he cackled. Naruto's eyeballs widened in astonishment. That was 3 out of the 4 people Yasaka told him to flee from on sight. Those idiots cannot stop Ragnarok. No god can stop it. The guy in the white suit replied. Who's this weirdo going on about Ragnarok? What's this Ragnarok thing? Loki gripped the railing and stared at the ocean in the distance, bubbling with excitement. He would see the fruits of his labor soon, he could feel it. The 3 sisters living at the roots of Yggdrasil had spoken. Provoked by the strong desire of an alien, the hands of the clock have been shifted and the great end draws near. Ragnarok might be upon us as we speak. Loki couldn't help the stupid grin on his face when he received the news. Though he wondered who this alien was, he sure as hell earned his gratitude for shifting the doomsday clock. Loki had reasons to believe this alien they spoke of was none other than Fang, the Asgardian, beside him. Bawahahaha, he cackled out loud, picturing the twilight of the gods. Naruto's eyes widened a fraction as realization dawned on him. He'd recognize that kind of sound any day, the laughter of a villain that's about to achieve his goal. He had heard enough and had already overstayed his stay at this point. Naruto peeked through the wall, his eyes trained on Loki's back before he deftly sleds back in premonition at the slightest tension in Loki's posture. Loki glanced at the walls in suspicion, his eyes narrowed before he sensed a shift in the air. Who's there? Naruto covered his mouth lest he gasps and moved away from the wall. He needed saving and fast. Lord Loki? Fang questioned when Loki moved closer to the walls. There was no one in the vicinity, they made sure of it, and the royal family was the only ones permitted to use the platform. Fang fished out a knife from his wrist and followed Loki. If Loki was cautious like this, then someone was definitely there. Help, Kurama. Seriously? He deadpanned. Curse you, Kyuubi. Loki and Fang exchanged glances as they neared the wall. One conjured a magic circle and the other took out another knife. The negative emotions were rolling off them in waves. A bead of sweat rolled down Naruto's face. Fuck, I'm gonna have to fight my way through this. Naruto closed his eyes and stilled his body, ready to draw in sage energy before. Loki? A feminine voice snapped Naruto out of his meditative state. What are you doing here, and with a peasant no less? The new lady had her eyes on the wall Naruto was hiding as she questioned the boys. She had long silky shiny dark brown hair, flawless skin, and a body that rivaled, if not surpassed Gaia's. She was garbed in a black robe with a dark blue scarf worthy of a Greek goddess.
The All-Father will hear of this. Loki gritted his teeth at the sight of the lady. Might as well conjure a magic circle for you to go and tell on me. He rolled his eyes.
The evil god, Loki, spared one last glance at the wall before he left. Fang bowed at the black-haired woman and followed suit. The lady strode forward and rested her elbows on the railing, her back to the city, and turned her head towards the wall and said, "Come out, I know you are there." Naruto sighed from where he was and poked his head from his hiding spot to take a peek at the woman, only for him to freeze with his jaw unhinged. She was drop-dead gorgeous. The lady giggled, her blue eyes shining with mischievousness. "Cat's got your tongue, human?" Naruto's sapphire blue orbs widened against his will. She knew he was human? Who is this woman? What is a human doing in a place strictly forbidden for even Asgardians, talkless mortals? She questioned as she left the railing and moved towards Naruto. Naruto stood motionlessly, tongue-tied. Well, one rarely gets to meet your kind, even so, a human one at that. She walked up to him with her hands crossed over her bountiful mounds. A head shorter than the blonde. You might be the only one I've come across. If Naruto's eyes were wide before, now it's dangling on the floor, out of their sockets. Who are you, ma'am? He asked, raising his defense. This woman discovered his well-guarded secrets in mere seconds. She was not to be trifled with. Oh please, call me, Freya. The lady giggled into her sleeves. Scene change. Naruto's rented apartment. Naruto slammed the door shut behind him, breathing hard like he just fought the 10 tails. Thank goodness. I made it in time. Naruto, where have you been all day? Naruto's landlady came out of her room with a furious look. Me if I told you. He flopped onto the couch, exhausted. How many times do I have to tell you to keep your shoes outside? She bonked the blonde on the head. Leave me alone, hag, he cried in protest, nursing his head. Anyways, shoes are the least of our problems. She hurriedly took a seat at the table. What's up? I thought I cleared the Red Money Monday. Nope. Gas bills Friday? Naruto. You have finally ruined my reputation, she snapped. What did I do this time? He snapped back. Don't raise your voice at me, boy. The white-haired landlady fired off a beam of white light that signed Naruto's sleeves from a magic circle on her hand. Hag, Naruto murmured, rubbing his singed sleeves in pain. Listen up, boy. The neighbors have gathered together to do something habitual again, only this time, they succeeded. Naruto sat straight and listened with rapt attention. We were in the marketplace, the fabric section, and a lot of women were present, old and young. Quick question. Naruto raised his hand, earning a nod from his landlady. Why were there lots of women in the marketplace? I know you're sexist, but that was, ow. Do not speak when I'm speaking, boy. Naruto was silenced courtesy of a punch to the bridge of his nose. Now, where was I? Yes, women. Suddenly all of them started talking about attending the gala in their best outfits with their husbands and boyfriends, stealing glances at lonely Olmi. A gala? He replied rhetorically, nursing the bridge of his nose. Yes. Some of the damsels were even talking about you, sending heated glares my way. Really? His face lit up in pride. Let it be known that female Asgardians were very eye-catching. Then, I was challenged to see who wins the Best Couple award. Naruto's stomach churned at the implication of her story. No way? He slowly backed away from his landlady, shaking his head, already catching her drift. Yes, way. They already have you labeled as a gigolo, but don't be mistaken, Uzumaki. I hate losing, that's all. You grannies should leave me out of your business, he groaned. I picked a suit for you. A suit? Yes. I'm never wearing a suit, never. You can just kill me instead. I gladly die than wear a suit. Oh, don't worry then, this old woman might die of loneliness and embarrassment knowing that a certain blondie could have made her wish come true. She hiccuped with fake tears. Your entire existence was created to torment me. Naruto's left eyes twitched as he watched her Oscar-worthy performance. Seeing that it was not enough to deter the blonde, she pulled out her trump card. Oh, how I wish my dead son was here. Fine, I'll do it. He huffed. We're attending the gala 2 days from now. That means I have an entire day to mold you from a human to Asgardian. All our traditions and etiquette will be hammered into your thick skull. She could feel a headache coming as she thought about teaching Naruto. Naruto was tactless and lacking grace, no pint of nobility or gentlemanliness in his entire being. She hoped that Naruto would have at least the basics down before they attended the gala. Scene change. Morning, on the apartment's rooftop. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto called with a smug grin. The look of surprise on his normally broody, moody landlady was well worth revealing his signature technique. Teach us, landlady. The clones chorused with a bow. The white-haired old woman was stunned before she revealed an ear-splitting grin on her face when Naruto explained the principle of the shadow clones to her. Naruto had turned into a perfect gentleman in the middle of the day. She made sure to teach him how to impress a lady with his words, actions, and even his posture. You know, my lady, you haven't graced me with your nomenclature yet, he asked as they both had a formal meal, swirling a cup of wine. His landlady went all out, even giving him a massive vocabulary boost too. Well, if you pass the last test, I will tell you my name. And what, pray tell, is that? Dancing. Naruto threw the napkin he was using to wipe his mouth and shot up to his feet instantly. No fucking way. Mind your tongue, boy. A gentleman does not spit profanities like that. My clones can. No, dancing requires you, the original. Naruto swallowed his retort and could only gnash his teeth in frustration. You better tell me your name when we're done. And so, hours went by and it was noon. Naruto had all the dance steps down except the last one. You did well, Naruto, I think you deserve to know my name. Naruto, for one, was happy the mini hell he put himself in was over. It was super awkward dancing with his landlady. Well, what? Let's hear it. Hear what? Your name. Gondol. What? My name is Gondol. Gondol. Naruto tasted the word in his mouth but ceased his comment, avoiding the ire of his landlady. She gave him a few tips and pointers before they retired to their separate room in preparation for the next day. Scene change, Surtees' residence, soft music filled the air. The instrumentalists played their stringed instruments with zeal as the gala gradually filled with Asgardians. The hero Surtee, the host, threw the gala for his single daughter, the pearl of his eyes. She was an object of beauty and many have come far and wide in hopes of establishing a relationship with the hero via his delectable daughter. She was at the ripe age for marriage. Amidst the Asgardians was someone who stood out of place, raising a glass of wine to his lips, admiring the huge hall. Having fun? Gondol, dressed in a white strapless gown, asked. If Naruto didn't know she had a grandchild, he would have thought she was another damsel hoping to meet her Prince Charming in the event. Speaking of Prince Charming, Naruto was charming the ladies with his black suit and slicked back hair. Gondol had to paralyze the blonde to style his hair. It took hours to tame his wild hair and now, his blue eyes were more pronounced. Other than the stares, this is kind of relaxing. Oh, Gondol, I never knew you would come to the gala like this. After all, you are a lonely old widow. Naruto downed the entire drink down the hatch staring at Lady Dursley. Gondol's #1 rival and neighbor had her husband by her side. The man looked more like her waiter than her husband. Mrs. Dursley was quite the bossy lady. I don't know, Gondol linked her hands around Naruto's arm. Maybe I just wanted to show off? Damn, Gondol. Who's the smoking hot stud? One of Mrs. Dursley's reinforcements asked. Don't act like you don't know my tenant, she deadpanned. Well, this one is a keeper, Gondol. I'd grab that piece of meat if I were you. Pervert. The white-haired landlady sneered. The star of the day, Surtees' daughter, stole everyone's attention as her father announced her presence. She was garbed in a red shiny gown that complemented her curly red long hair draped over her shoulder. Applause filled the air as she gracefully ascended the flight of stairs. The men openly gawked at her while married men were sent into a daze as she waltzed past them, bewitching them with her beauty. Yabe. Naruto cursed mentally. He would recognize that bust size and red hair anywhere, after all, he's seen the entire package. Gondol, 3 o'clock, danger, so yeah. Let's go home, Naruto whispered behind her ear. What are you talking about? The party's just getting started, she squealed and rushed off with her frenemies. The music tempo changed and everyone started dancing and the party came to life with a flair. Magic filled the air, like literally magic. Even the instruments were played with magic. Gondol had wandered off with her neighbors, no doubt to do granny challenges of sorts to see who's the best. Naruto's eyes darted around looking at the open windows before his sapphire blue orbs made contact with Surtees' daughter's deep blue ones and he didn't like what he saw in those eyes. Naruto looked left and right before he made a beeline exit, but his attempt was thwarted by a red magic circle that appeared in front of him. He stumbled back as Surtees' daughter sauntered out of the circle and held his hand. "Hi, I'm Rose." She buffed her eyelids at him as she introduced herself. I swear I haven't seen you around here before. Trust me, I'm very good with faces, but yours seems new and attractive." Naruto trailed off uncomfortably, "Thanks. Dance with me." Rose entered his personal space and threw her arms around his neck. The dance floor cleared out for both teens as they danced. "Hey, Gondol, ain't that your man?" "That's my man, alright." Stealing the spotlight effortlessly. Gondol clinked her glass with her friend. "I like your eyes," she gave the compliments after staring into his eyes for a long time. Thanks." Surtee held his wife as they watched their daughter dance with a blonde man. "Do you think he's the one, Surtee, a hulky Asgardian?" asked his wife. "Only Rose can tell," she replied. The music stopped and everyone blessed them with applause. Rose gave a bow and winked at Naruto before she glanced at her parents. "Ah shit," Naruto exclaimed when he saw the look Rose's mom gave him. It was just like Freya's. "Naruto, look at you. Barely 2 hours have passed and you are already making me proud." Gondol slapped Naruto on his shoulders. "Come, this calls for a celebration." "Are you drunk, Gondol?" he asked. "Of course, my son just made me proud." Gondol didn't even register her mistake. She was tipsy as she pulled him around. Naruto decided right then he was going to have a blast with the lady. She deserved to have a son for a night, and a son for a night was what he was going to give her. And so, they did weird shit together, just having fun, throwing all their problems and sorrow away. Amidst their fun, Naruto bumped into someone and inadvertently poured wine all over his face and hair in the process. The party went on as people danced and grooved, having fun. Surtee clinked a glass, the action garnered everybody's attention. "It's time for my daughter to announce the man of her choice." Rose smiled as people applauded her as she stilled her nerve to announce her potential husband. Rose searched around for Naruto before she saw the blonde with wet hair and his face looked familiar all of a sudden. Wait, her beautiful face furrowed in recollection. The bathhouse pervert? "Dad! That's the guy the first was talking about," she yelled, pointing a finger at Naruto who was giggling with Gondol behind him, encouraging him to go all in. The Asgardians cheered for Naruto, thinking he had been chosen to be the son-in-law of the hero. Congratulations were in order. "Hee, when we're done here, we're going to play blackjack so you can know how lucky I am. I intend to make you rich, Grandma Gondol," the shinobi cackled. Naruto stopped cackling when he noticed everyone was clapping and smiling at him, some even outright congratulating him with a handshake. "Huh? What's going on?" he asked in confusion, glancing at Gondol. "Guards! Seize him," Surtee bellowed, pointing at Naruto. "Ah, shit, I'm saying that quite often," he sighed. Naruto stuffed his winnings into his pocket as much as his pockets would allow. He glanced around. The guards had moved towards the exit, blocking his escape route. "Gondol, anytime now, I need that abracadabra, woman," he yelled, going through a fit of panic. Gondol, now fully tipsy, slammed the last cup of wine for the day on the table and stretched. "Don't worry, Naruto, I'll save you." And with a war cry, she took down 2 guards with flawless moves even though she was tipsy. Her movements were graceful and fluid, almost like a warrior. "Wow," Naruto exclaimed, feeling a little tipsy himself. One of the dealers tried to nab him to gain favor in Surtees' sight, but a bottle of wine to the head knocked him out cold. Party fight. Naruto's declaration ignited a wide-scale brawl. Gondol had taught Naruto the ways of the gentlemanly Asgardian, but the ways of the wild Asgardians was something Naruto witnessed firsthand with a prince in a bar filled with brutes and peasants of every kind in the streets of New Valhalla. Naruto and Gondol worked together to take the guards down, dancing as they took them down. They managed to slip out amidst the commotion and left an angry Surtee at the gala. Somewhere in Asgard. "Yeah, did you see what I did to that guy?" Naruto and Gondol were out of breath in their hiding spot, retelling their tales of the party. "Yeah son, you really took the cake with duh." Gondol went silent when she finally noticed her lapses after her body had burned the alcohol in her system when they were running for their lives. "Gondol, are you okay?" Naruto asked in concern. Naruto saw a mini magic circle materialize behind her ear and a booming voice came out of it all of a sudden. The person on the other end was screaming at the top of her lungs, no doubt. "Grandma, what the hell were you thinking? Do you know how ma—" "Hello? Hello? I'm losing you." Gondol feigned, "Don't you?" The magic circle behind her ear disappeared. She ended the call on purpose. "Who was that?" he asked. "My granddaughter. That one is too stuck up," in an upright manner, she quickly added. She was all about academics in school, so she never had a boyfriend of her own. She grew too serious for my taste. Naruto deadpanned at his landlady. She was the farthest thing from being serious. He shivered involuntarily, picturing a young Gondol. She was denied the family head position because she was incompatible with our family magic style, and as a consequence of trying to make up for her perceived shortcomings in magic, her school life was completely academic, to the point that she did not have a social life. And thus she grew up too smart and serious. She's cool, Naruto said all of a sudden. Gondal stared at her tenant as he had just grown another head. She's hardworking and she didn't let anything like family traditions and expectations weigh her down. The image of Hinata flashed through his mind for a moment there. I'd definitely date her, she's hardworking, Naruto proclaimed with his chest puffed out. Stay away from my grandchild, human, she'll never fall for the likes of you, Gondal bellowed. She'll get married to a handsome rich responsible Asgardian. You're still tipsy. Naruto deadpanned. Ah, now, she's the personal bodyguard of the All-Father. Ah, I'm so proud of my granddaughter, she cooed. Naruto made a mental note to remove his eyeballs and wash them when he got home. He had to unsee his despicable landlady gushing and cooing about her granddaughter with a blush on her face. And she's calling back. What's up Aro-tan? Aro-tan? Naruto raised an eyebrow at the name. I heard you had an accomplice, a blonde man. How irresponsible can a man be to the point that he dragged you into his mess? Naruto's eyes twitched when she dragged him into the conversation. He's been taking care of me since you were gone, Aro-tan. Anyways, don't be so quick to trust strangers. You're not the kind to play nice grandma with strangers. Naruto nodded. He had to agree with her granddaughter there. What? I don't trust the blonde bastard. He rolled his eyes in exasperation. Is he there? I want to talk to him. Connect your magic circle with his. Naruto adopted a panicked look, waving his hands frantically in front of him. He didn't have a magic circle and he didn't want to talk to the big boss's personal bodyguard. They call somebody the All-Father. What more do you need to hear to know he's the boss? I'm not sure if he wants to talk with you, she replied, squinting at the blonde making hand gestures. Can you hear me, mister? Forward your bank details. I don't like you staying with my grandma who lives alone all by herself, she demanded condescendingly. The last time I checked, you don't have enough money to buy an apartment, Gondal recalled. Gee grandma. I'll take a loan. Don't worry about me analyst, Rosswise. Gondal sighed. Her granddaughter cared too much about her. Oh what now? What kind of name is that? Naruto idly wondered. Her name sounded like a pretty flower to his ears. Grandma. She whined over the phone. I just want my granddaughter to be happy, so don't worry about me. I can take care of this guy on my own if he ever gets over his head. Naruto scoffed at Gondal and jumped off the building having had enough of the grandma-granddaughter charade going on. Just be careful grandma. Love you, goodbye. Love you too, Rosswise. Gondal looked around, looking for Naruto before she spotted him in the distance, jumping roofs. Wait for me, she yelled as she chased after him. Scene change. Gondal's apartment. Naruto and Gondal were out sky-gazing with beer and chicken on the roof. Both the tenant and the landlady had changed into their sleepwears. Guess, you lost the bet after all, Naruto sighed. Nah, I had so much fun tonight. Definitely better than the prize, she grinned. It's been so long since she threw caution to the wind. The death of her son affected her in so many ways. She just withdrew herself from everyone and everything, but she couldn't do the same to her son's only child. You know, Naruto, I miss him sometimes. Naruto spared a sideways glance at his landlady. Longing rolled off her in waves. I understand, he said, raising the bottle of beer to his mouth. I can see it in your eyes too. You've lost someone precious to you too, but you hide it well, maybe because you're young. Naruto gulped a mouthful of beer and willed his eyes closed. Since they were having an honest moment here, he might as well open his cupboard and display the skeleton he had in there. Gondal, is there a way for me to leave this dimension? Gondal deadpanned and conjured a magic circle. No, a way for me to transcend this universe, he asked with a bitter smile on his face. Naruto, she whispered in sheer astonishment. How could someone so young think of such impossibilities? I heard there was an ancient super powerful spell in Asgard that can transcend dimensions. A magic spell that can transcend dimensions. Never heard of it? Gondal shrugged. I have been finding a way to transcend dimensions and in my voyage, I helped the Yukais solve a problem and in return, they told me about the powerful magic spell in Asgard. I haven't even found it yet, but if I did, I can't cast magic spells, you know. Naruto took a drumstick from the pack and chewed on the piece gently, letting his veiled request sink in, hoping to find his landlady's favor. Gondal pursed her lips in thought at the implication before she mirrored her tenant, taking another drumstick, and releasing a sigh. I've thought about it long and hard, Naruto. Should I or should I not? I would be betraying my people, the pledge I made when I was still in service. Wait, I'm not in service anymore, but still. Once a Valkyrie, always a Valkyrie, and at the same time, I can't help but look at the other side. I would be helping my dumb tenant. Naruto has rubbed off on her too much. Gondal began chuckling all of a sudden before it became a full-blown laugh. How credible is your source? From the leader of the Kyoto faction. Gondal sniffed and wiped a tear off her eye. First off, There's no such thing as a super powerful magic circle. You've been on a wild goose chase. In all the history of Asgard, there's been a thing that. She bit her lips all of a sudden and trailed off, eyes widening gently. A thing. Naruto blinked once and twice, waiting for her to say something. Ancient, she trailed off with a faraway look. Gondal? By Y.D. Grassel. Hey, my goodness, what Naruto seeks is the ancient treasure of Asgard. As ancient as the gods themselves. It had disappeared into legend when the age of magic circles came and its use became widespread. What you seek is very ancient, Naruto. She was suddenly shrouded in a mysterious aura. Have you seen it? Naruto asked with hope in his eyes. No, but it exists, sadly I don't know its whereabouts. Naruto wanted to cry. It was like his snowball finally had a chance in hell. A chance to go back home. Naruto would do anything right now. He was even willing to sell his soul. What you seek isn't an ancient spell or an artifact or relic, what you seek is a machine. Somebody praised the logs, it was a machine all along. That only means one thing. What you seek, Naruto, is the. A teardrop leaked from the corner of his eyes. After 3 months he finally had a glimmer of hope, his first lead. Kurama woke up in the seal, his tail slowly swishing around. His head on his paws. His eyes half-lidded with dead serious concentration. This is what they have been waiting for. Lady Luck was on their side again. Gondal knew what it was all along. The Bifrost, Chapter 24. Carnage. Everywhere she looked as she ran to the battlefield. Who could have caused all this? A 9-tailed fox fought a dark dragon, exchanging blows that caused tremors great enough to reach her and deter any sane person from coming near before a blinding white light engulfed them. Her mother was in danger, she could feel it. The ley lines in Kyoto were malfunctioning. Upon getting to the scene her mind went blank when she saw the strongest person she's ever known under the feet of another. His eyes flickered down to her little form and she froze at the deep vastness she saw in them. Little Kyuubi, the mere notion of having his sight on her, his thick voice radiating with an untold amount of power and malice almost made her fall to her knees, but she didn't take her hands off the pendant she subconsciously clutched. It strengthened her weak little legs somehow. Naruto ni will come. I'm sure he's on his way. Kuno. She heard someone yell her name but was muted by the roar of the dragon. Have you no fear, child? He asked, staring down at the little child with an expressionless face. Don't you dare talk to Mai. The once great leader of Kyoto coughed up blood as the pressure on her back increased to the point where the floor beneath her sank as spider cracks traveled to where her daughter was. Get your leg off her, Kuno yelled in defiance. Kuno gripped the pendant hanging on her neck, injecting her chakra into it as instructed, and with tears streaming down her face she yanked at the knife-shaped necklace and threw it at the monster in front of her, screaming at the top of her little lungs. A tanned hand snatched the projectile object out of the air. What is this supposed to do, child? He asked, inspecting the unique workings of the pendant. The smug smirk on her face was unsettling. The look of defiance, the overpouring hope reflected in her golden-slitted eyes even though the great 9-tailed fox of Kyoto was down interested him, to say the least. You're so toast, he'll come running once I throw that. A look of realization dawned on his face. The blonde human So he had affiliations with Kyoto after all, huh? Oh, so you know Uzumaki Naruto. He gazed down below at the child and inspected the pendant and said, So, shall we wait, little one? He waited for a few minutes. She waited for what seemed like an eternity. But nothing happened. Deathly silence permeated the battlefield. I guess he's not coming after all, he said as he jumped off her mother. The sound of the pendant shattering to pieces as its tiny shards glistened under the moonlight invoked a never-felt-before cold feeling of despair as fresh tears streamed down her face like a broken dam. He strode forward, leaving the pieces of the pendant behind him. She couldn't even run for her life as 12 jet black bat wings grew out from his back and spread out to their full glory, the moon casting an ethereal glow over his shadow, adding a devilish tint to his visage. Burn this forever in your memory, child. I spared you because I want you to deliver a message for me. Tell Naruto Uzumaki. Kuno woke up with a startling gasp. Her head pounding as tears cascaded down her face. Eyes darting around the unfamiliar room before she saw his old belongings. Did I sleep in here again? She brought her hand to massage her throbbing head before the events of yesterday finally caught up to her. Was it all a dream? Kuno shook her head as she tried to calm her erratic breathing down. Naruto could be gone or worse dead, she needed to stand on her 2 feet. You're up, Kuno. Kuno snapped her head towards the source of the voice. It carried so much care, relief, and serenity. The image of herself reflected in his sapphire blue orbs, was it a hallucination? She choked. New tears streamed down her face, but the emotions were different this time. Enni-san. She thought it was her mind playing tricks, but the slow curve of his lips as he dropped the cup of steaming tea down, the bruise on his cheeks, all sending green signals. Naruto was caught off guard again as Kuno engulfed him in a tight hug. Ni-san, you're real, right? Her quaking voice muffled as she buried her head deeper into his chest. For the first time since the dragon incident, Kuno cried. Tears of joy. For the first time in a while, two blondes were present in the palace dining room. Naruto, flanked by Kuno, Kurama and Genryu, held a bowl of rice as he stared at Kuno wolfing down her breakfast. Eat slowly, Kuno. The little Kyuubi perked up, cheeks stuffed with rice, and managed to give Naruto a huge grin, her eyes sparkling like back then. Kuno-sama, it is unbecoming of the princess, leader of Kyoto, to eat with such manners, Genryu said sternly. Don't worry Genryu, Ni-san is here now. Kurama and Kuno said at the same time. The room descended into an uncomfortable silence. Kuno stared at everyone around the table and realized her mistake. Kurama sighed. There was so much to talk about. They can't just throw their responsibilities on Naruto just like that. He detested the idea back in the past and she didn't want to force Naruto to do anything out of guilt. Yasaka wouldn't want that either. He didn't even know Kyoto was attacked while he was away. This Naruto wasn't Naruto Uzumaki posing as a nine-tailed fox 2 years ago. No, this was adult Naruto who is currently a teacher at Kuo living a normal life. Naruto is here on an excursion and Kurama once again held her tongue when Naruto gestured for her to wait. Naruto dropped his chopstick and exchanged Kuno's empty bowl with his. He then got up and dusted off Yasaka's seat and sat on it. He shifted uncomfortably before he settled down. Her seat is so soft compared to mine. The adults knew he had decided at that moment. Naruto took a deep breath. At least he should do this much until he rescues Yasaka and put things back to the way it was. Everyone, I'd like to sincerely apologize for all the trouble I've caused. I didn't know my escapades would come back to hurt the people of Kyoto and her leader. For so long I've wallowed in my failure, distanced myself away from you guys thinking I was protecting you. It was the best course of action I had, and quite frankly it still is, but I can't do that anymore. Not when Yasaka needs my help. Not when everyone at this table needs me more than ever. Naruto stared at each of them, knowing he would be making a big decision that would alter the course of his life today. The dining room blurred out of existence and he found himself surrounded by the bijus in his mindscape. You did well, Naruto, we believe in you, Kurama said. We are ready to lend our powers, Kuki added, let them come, Naruto. Everyone except Shukaku uplifted Naruto's decision. The one-tailed raccoon seemed to have a solemn look on his face, uncharacteristically calm. Is it worth it? Shukaku asked. Naruto glanced at the Ichibi. We worked so hard to maintain our anonymity. Moving every time we sensed the slightest danger. Since we reached Kuo, we've been leading a peaceful silent life. It's a wonder how we haven't been found with all the drama going on these past few months. I don't know, Shukaku. What I do know right now is that these people need my help. I want to protect them. We should let the devils handle it. Shukaku. Kurama understood the raccoon, but it's been so long since he sensed such feelings from his Jinchuriki. No one knew the gravity of the situation better than Naruto. Things could get even worse. He knew very well, thus the decision he made was quite baffling to Kurama. Let us support his decision. The moment he sides with Kyoto, his enemies become Kyoto's enemies. If I align myself with you guys, a lot of powerful people would try to get to me through you, but this time, they'll have to get through me to get to you. I promise you. I will return your leader to you. I swear on my honor as the last living ninja of Konoha that no H anymore as long as I live and breathe. TCH, you haven't changed much, have you? Kurama chuckled, wondering why she was treading softly around Naruto in the first place. No matter what happens, Naruto will always be Naruto. Alright, now we have Ni-san on our side, Kuno yelled. Eat up, Kuno. We have somewhere to go. Kuno's blonde brows reached her hairline at that. Scene change. Kyoto Amusement Park, Kuno grinned as she held onto Naruto's head enjoying the ride on his shoulders. Given Naruto's tall physique, she was subjected to a whole new perspective. She was always looking up to adults, but now she was looking down at the average humans passing by. Senpai. Kuno sighted the silverish white woman who was among the devil's entourage yesterday night waving warmly at Naruto. Naruto waved at the Valkyrie and engaged Kuno in a shush conversation. Kuno-san, I'm Roswise, nice to meet you. Naruto had planned to have fun with Kuno just like in the old days to brighten her mood. The kid needed a lot of sunshine and he lacked a lot of sunshine right now, so he asked for help from the only person he could think of. So, should we go to the arcade first? Naruto asked. A lot of kids in this dimension loved gaming. Naruto and Kuno played duo shooter while Roswise cheered them on. Both adults and kids grinned as they killed multitudes of zombies. Naruto was having fun shooting zombies with the little kid. They went to the game booth where we see a surprisingly serious Naruto tapping and maneuvering the buttons at superhuman speed while effortlessly breaking the high scores set by other players. Kuno stared at Roswise, who's been on the sidelines for a while, and pushed her to the game box where Naruto was. You want to give it a try? Naruto asked. I'm not that. It's going to be fun, Roswise-san. Kuno edged her. Roswise, the serious stick in the mud Valkyrie, lived up to her expectation as she fumbled with the buttons, not having the foggiest about how the controller worked. Naruto couldn't bear the sight of her struggling and took matters into his own hands with a heavy sigh. Sparks traveled her body the moment she felt Naruto's arms around her, his breath tickling her ear as he came to rest his chin on her shoulder. His strong hands came to lay on hers as he grabbed her fingers and clicked away at the buttons. "You play like this? Haven't you tried this before?" Having Naruto in such proximity was doing dangerous things to her body. She could hear her heart pounding. Naruto's scent was making her relax, lowering her defensive walls. His voice was correcting and nice and pleasing to hear at such proximity. Senpai, I think I understand now." "Oh, you do? I don't think you quite get it yet." Naruto didn't know why he said that, but he wanted to stay like this. Having Roswise in his arms, hearing her erratic heartbeat, her flowery scent, and her exquisite silver hair was alluring to him. "Let's try this one more time." Naruto chuckled and gripped her soft slim digits as he began hitting the wrong buttons intentionally. Kuno raised a confused eyebrow at both adults, wondering why Roswise was doing badly again all of a sudden. After playing some more, they went to the roller coaster ring with a reluctant Roswise. They all stood in the same car with Roswise breathing erratically as the car slowly went up the rails. "Relax, it's going to be fun." Kuno had jumped to the front of the car, sticking to it with chakra. "Kate Kuno-san, that's dangerous." Roswise was more worried about Kuno than the fact that she was sticking to the car on her 2 feet, somehow defying gravity. "Oh, that looks exciting. Senpai, what? The kid can take care of herself. She's a Kyuubi after all." Naruto shrugged her concerns off. Roswise's anxiety rose to the skies as the car neared the top of the railing. Kuno concealed herself with a genjutsu and jumped to the front of the cars. At this point, Roswise was wheezing out. One would think a Valkyrie who's faced off with different sorts of supernatural creatures could hold her own against a roller coaster, but it seems the almighty metal construct of fun was. Senpai, I think I'm gonna dip." "Don't worry Roswise, it's going to be fun. This is my first roller coaster ride." "Great, it's my first time too." And so, the car descended the first drop, the safety straps being the only thing stopping them from falling. Roswise screamed as the car descended at neck-breaking speeds. She squeezed her eyes shut as the winds rushed past her, threatening to drown her voice. Kuno was having a blast in front of the car. Her wild and childish side always came out when Naruto was around, and sticking to the car with chakra in her current condition was much more of a challenge than a stunt. The car slowed down as it traveled to the next drop, this one much longer. "I don't think I can take this." Roswise gripped Naruto's shirt and buried her face into his jacket. "Open your eyes and look at the world blur around you." Naruto put his arms around, seeing she was truly afraid. Kuno looked back behind and saw the way Naruto stared at Roswise. "Ni-san is a good friend." The group of 3 stopped in front of a cotton candy vendor as Naruto and Kuno both played around with their soft candies. An old woman with her grandson commented on how much of a family man Naruto is. "It must be hard to manage both of them every day, especially your husband," she said, giving Roswise a fortune candy. Roswise had a sweat drop on her head at the woman's comment. She seemed to have the wrong idea about them. "Please, take this candy. It warms this old lady's heart when I see such lovely couples like you 3. Roswise reluctantly accepted the treat before she thanked the aged woman. Naruto, who saw the exchange between Roswise and the old lady, smiled and walked up to the silverish white-haired lady before his senses blurred out of existence as he walked past the old lady. Their eyes met for a brief moment as she took a pin to her chest before the edges of her lips curled into a wicked smirk. Naruto came to a deathly halt as he felt something in his chest. A sensation he hasn't felt in a while. A sensation he hoped he'd never feel again. His chest was sizzling as a burning sensation traveled around his chest area, accompanied by a slow, sharp burning pain as if a blade was poking his heart. "Senpai, are you okay?" Roswise noticed the look of pain on Naruto's face as he gripped his left chest. A myriad of emotions crossed Naruto's face in that instant before he gritted his teeth. Pain, panic, anger, frustration, anxiety, and worry. "Roswise, I need you to take Kuno and leave here now," Naruto said calmly before he turned and ran into the crowd. "Ni-san? Where are you going?" Kuno called out in worry. "Go. I need to check something." Naruto Uzumaki was many things, but right now, he was an anxious mess. Panic wrecked his entire body and senses. How? Why? When? These questions made his heart pound. As strong as he was, strong enough to face things that would make a super devil turn tail and run, strong enough to fight the gods of DXD to a standstill, Naruto would rather fight 2, no 4 Kaguyas all over again than this. Even the seemingly invincible Naruto Uzumaki feared something, or someone. Blue eyes darted back and forth in alarm, scanning each passersby's face hoping to catch a glimpse of him. All 9-tailed beasts snapped their eyes open, awakening from their naps. "Oi, Naruto, calm down. You must have sensed wrong." "Kurama, I think he saw me with them. And what if you find him? What are you going to do? Make him leave?" I don't think it's him. We took a lot of measures against him, Yuki added. Naruto gritted his teeth, and his gears shifted furiously, as he tried to figure out how he found him. Since when? Why reveal himself now? His panic-stricken look had drawn a lot of attention. He ran around the park still. Cyril, Naruto-kun, Saiken advised. Naruto undid his tie, unfastened a few buttons, and pulled his shirt open, only to see tanned blonde skin with a rough patch. It's not here. Was I imagining things? I can't sense any negative emotions around here. You must have been hallucinating, Naruto. Then what about the pain in my chest? It was probably a pure coincidence. A wave of relief washed over Naruto's frame as he bent over, his hands on his knees, wheezing hard. Calm down, Naruto, you could have been mistaken. People have similar auras, you could have met a stranger with his aura. Naruto walked towards an empty alleyway and her eye shined back to the hotel room where he met Kiba, who was startled to see the blonde. Where's Kuno? He asked. Kuno and the Gremory family had been talking about Naruto. She wanted to hear about her older brother from the people who've been with him, and why was she shocked to learn that the current Naruto was a great contrast to the Naruto she knew. Almost sounded like a stranger. Given the stories, Issei told her. Speaking of the devil, Naruto walked toward them with a group of students. He immediately pulled Kuno into a hug and asked if she was okay. I'm fine, Ni-san. What was that, back then? She asked in worry. A false alarm. Issei froze the moment Naruto walked past him. He had been talking smack about Naruto behind his back. He wondered how much he heard. Let's go, Kuno. Naruto grabbed her and put her on his shoulder, a habit of the past, unaware of the shocking looks gracing his student's face. Wait, Ni-san. I promised to show them around Kyoto. Don't hang out with devils, they're a bad influence. Ni-san, be nice. Kuno hissed, grabbing Naruto's head, trying to turn him around. Is this how much you change? Naruto relented with a sigh and walked toward the group reluctantly. He could never win an argument with a woman. Issei was sweating bullets trying to think of something to save his hide. Good day, sensei. Well, lovely day, isn't it? He waved at Naruto, mustering his best smile. Naruto did the same, mustering his best, approachable look. Hello, Issei. Issei froze in his tracks, gobsmacked. Fearing the words, he became a stuttering mess as he asked, Sensei, what did I do wrong? You're being weird again. Naruto sneered. You're the one who's weird, Issei retorted. Matsuda and Motohama squinted at the girl on Naruto's shoulders. They looked. Kuno jumped off Naruto's shoulders and landed in front of Issei. I know a place that sells mean boiled tofu. Let's go. Naruto raised the treat with his chopstick, staring at it like it was green, horrible alien meat. You like this kind of stuff? He asked, staring at the dripping tofu. Kuno beamed as she savored her meal. I thought you liked ramen? I like both. But I like Haha Yui's boiled tofu the best. Kuno had a nostalgic look on her face as she spoke about her mother. Naruto placed his hands on her head and gave her a warm, reassuring smile. You'll eat her boiled tofu soon. It's warm, Xenovia said, staring at Naruto. Asia and Irina agreed with a nod. What? Naruto questioned when he noticed everyone had their eyes on him. You should smile more often, sensei, Asia said with an eye smile. It seems someone like Naruto could pull off expressions like that. You kids are so weird. Naruto scoffed as he munched on a piece of tofu. Nay, you guys remember when we thought sensei was a bad guy? A faraway look graced Issei's face. Yeah, he was quite scary back then, Asia added. Remember that time he shook Kaneko-chan up pretty bad? Yeah, she still gets goosebumps around him. And back when he and Rias were at each other's throats every time they met like chickens? Issei chuckled before he choked on his food courtesy of a ki blast from Naruto. After exchanging blows with him, I grew to respect sensei more and I got a glimpse into a part of him, Xenovia said. They all made small talk, teasing Naruto cause why pass up the rare opportunity to mess with the strongest man in Kuo. While they moved on to the next destination where they rendezvous with Azazel and Roswise. Senpai, Roswise walked up to him in worry. I must have scared you. Naruto cleared her worries and covered the subject. Yo, Naruto, Roswise was talking about, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Naruto cut him off with a smile that didn't quite reach his face. He came to sit beside the fallen angel governor. Nothing beats having a drink in the afternoon. Is that sake? Naruto asked. He needed a drink right now. Senpai, not you too. Naruto and Azazel ignored her as they both poured themselves a cup of sake. The group bumped into Kiba's group. Kuno immediately spotted the devil among them. She introduced herself believing he was Issei's comrade. Senpai, Azazel sensei. Drinking during working hours is disallowed, and in front of the students. Don't be like that, Roswise. It's just a little break. You need to be more flexible. That's why you can't find a man. This has nothing to do with having a boyfriend, she yelled. A man doesn't like a woman who's all stiff and no fun. Please don't make fun of me. Well, if you are going to be like this, I'll show you I can have fun too. Roswise took Azazel's drink and downed the whole content while giving Naruto a sneak glance. Naruto raised an eyebrow at Roswise, who was criticizing them a moment ago, now downing a cup of sake. His amusement heightened when Roswise's face turned red and she started talking gibberish. She's drunk after one drink. Issei, who hadn't tasted alcohol before in his life, was disappointed. He knew instinctively he could do much better. Hurry up and go, we'll deal with her complaints, Azazel said. The kids all left with Kuno as their tour guide, leaving Naruto and Azazel behind to take care of a drunk Roswise. Kiba invited them to have tea, and after tea, Kuno led the group to the next stop. The bridge. Did you know, you shouldn't look back until you cross the bridge, or else all the information you've gained so far will be lost, Xenovia said. Really, I don't think that's possible. Matsuda scoffed at the superstitious remark. They also say if a couple looks back, they will break up, she said, trying to tease Asia, who had been walking beside Issei. Asia immediately gripped Issei lest she loses the only friend * love interest * she had when suddenly, the world turned black and white and everything ceased. The humans in the group had disappeared and all that was left was the Gremory family, Michael's ace, and Kuno. What's going on? Asia asked. Thick purple mist surrounded them, purple mist so thick they couldn't see what was lying a few feet away anymore. This is Dimension Lost, a top-tier Longinus. Kiba came running from behind them. Azazel-sensei has told us about it before. Are you guys alright? The sound of multiple wings beating reached their ears before Azazel touched down in front of them and unfurled his wings. Everyone other than us has disappeared from this area. It seems we have been forced into a separate dimension. It can't be, I heard Haha Yui was enveloped in the same fog before she disappeared, Kuno said. Azazel felt the hair on his neck stand on edge all of a sudden. He could sense something up ahead. His trained eyes picked up subtle movements in the fog screen before his eyes widened involuntarily as a blue beam rushed towards the group at neck-breaking speeds. The Governor-General of the Fallen Angel managed to cast a magic barrier on time, which was destroyed on impact. The shockwave blasted him off the ground at neck-breaking speed. Nice to meet you, Governor-General Azazel and the Red Dragon Emperor. The fog cleared and revealed a group of 6 people. Kuno recognized 3 of them. She couldn't help but take a step back in fear when she saw the leader of the group holding a spear. I am Cao Cao, the leader of the hero faction. You, Kuno Poaihind Cao Cao. She could never forget the man on the far left. It's been a while, Oju-chan. A black-haired man in a black suit waved at Kuno. He scanned the group for a certain person but voiced out his displeasure when he didn't see his object of hatred among them. Where is that blonde bastard? The leader of the hero faction was flanked on both sides by his lackeys. George, a bespectacled brown-haired man, freed Selzen. Leonardo. Marcillo and a trio of female warriors. Kuno flinched back in fear. These guys were the ones who raided her home in the past. She was trying her best to ignore the voice in her head screaming for her to run. She wanted to run forward and bury a Rasengan deep in their stomachs, but she knew she couldn't. The only thing she could do was take a step back in fear when a soft, firm hand placed itself on her shoulder. Like a calming ripple traveling over the surface of restless waters, her fears and anxiety disappeared as she felt a wave of warm chakra enter her body. She looked behind her. A reassuring smile greeted her and banished all her fears, filling her with hope. He held his hands for a first bump, sending a silent message. I got you. It's all right. Believe in me. No words were needed. His smile said it all. Relief, joy, trust, and importantly, faith. These were the feelings the young Kyuubi radiated. Kuno smiled in return and bumped her first with his. Then, something unexplainable happened. Her vision blurred, the scenery was rapidly changing, and her perspective changed like she was seeing things through another person's eyes. Water. Everywhere she looked, there was water. Stretching far and beyond her line of sight. The surface of the waters was restless, then it stopped suddenly. A great monster rising forth from the depth of the seas, bigger than anything she's ever seen, so big she couldn't fathom how something like that could exist. It opened its wide maws and hissed at her, then suddenly. Wisps of golden flames filled her vision. The great monster hissed and lunged forward and she closed her eyes, flinching back in fear before everything blurred out and her senses returned. Naruto turned Kuno around, held her shoulders, and bent down to her level. It's alright now. You don't have to be afraid anymore. Naruto patted her head and put her behind him away from the states of his adversaries. I'll protect you. Naruto saw a part of her memories. The exact moment when Cao Cao was attacking Kyoto. Her feelings at that moment, he felt it all. Well, if ain't the man who destroyed my back. I see you've grown much, huh? Just the man I was looking for? Marcillo lowered his stance, getting ready to spring into action before Cao Cao signaled for him to stay put. That's Naruto Uzumaki, Segun-sama, Leonardo said with a blank face staring at the blonde. Naruto looked from left to right, sizing them up before his gaze rested on Cao Cao. The one with the spear, it is. Naruto walked forward and stopped beside Azazel. Azazel-sensei, please, let me take care of this. Azazel narrowed his eyes at the uncharacteristic seriousness and a tint of plea laced under his tone. The governor-general wanted to interfere but relented nonetheless and jumped back. He could feel the beef, the animosity between these two ran deep and he was in no place to interfere. He ordered the kids to stand down, which didn't sit well with the student. The enemies far outnumber Naruto. This is Naruto's fight. No one interferes, you hear me? Azazel's words were final.
Kuno was worried. As powerful as Naruto was, he was human after all. He's never fought with the leader of the hero faction before. She wanted to help in any way she could. She wanted to warn him about the spearman but ultimately kept shut when she gazed upon Naruto's back.
Tap. 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 Was Naruto's back always this cold? She thought to herself. A deathly silence permeated the dimension as the air went cold all of a sudden. An oppressive tension that threatened to push her down on her knee descended upon her. She wondered if this was the enemy's doing before she realized it was coming from Naruto. Kuno almost didn't recognize him. His warm bright back seemed so cold. Capsao couldn't help but grin as Naruto walked toward them. He could feel the mental suppression Naruto was emitting. The man that had evaded him for so long, the man who sent his team running with their tails between their legs was standing right in front of him. Naruto Uzumaki, we finally meet. Where's Yasaka? Naruto's voice was calm, devoid of hostility as he continued his leisure pace towards them. I have looked forward to this day, Naruto. Wrong answer. Whatever Sao wanted to say was cut abruptly the moment Naruto stomped his right foot forward, bursting forth in an ungodly sprint, appearing in front of the group in an instant. A screeching bell sound accompanied by a bright flash of light illuminated the bridge for a split second before. Boom. Scene change. In Kuo, Bling Restaurant. Martha stared at her brother and the busty devil neighbors at table 5, wondering what was going on between them before she took their orders. Thank you for coming, Ria-san, Akeno-san, and Kaneko-san, John said. We had to. Rais was surprised to see Naruto's housemate knocking on their door. What was more surprising is it wasn't a friendly visit. I called you to help further my investigation. As Naruto is currently away and Gaia had disappeared all of a sudden, I couldn't think of anyone else. Rias nodded her head. If this investigation was somehow connected to the supernatural, which she was sure of, then she'd have to be a part of it as Kuo was her territory after all. We recently found a dead body drained of all blood with 2 puncture wounds on his neck. John waits to let it sink in, studying their face for any reaction. Given the fact that you guys are, you know what's the probability of our culprit being a? Please, don't think I'm weirdo. What if what we are dealing with here is a vampire? John placed photos of the crime scene on the table. Here's your order. Martha stared at the photos on the table accompanied by a very tall man. Damn, I didn't know your brother a pig. A tall man of African American descent holding their order spoke up, gaining their attention. Is that allowed? Showing sensitive photos like that in public? John immediately flipped the photos over and gathered them towards the edge of the table back into the file. And, you are? John asked, trying to regain composure. Guys, this is, Martha motioned at her new coworker she met on the day she applied for a part-time job at the restaurant.
The name's Otunba, Otunbalamba. Otwonoba what now? John said with a confused face.
Call me Odenba if it's too much of a mouthful, he chuckled. Gets them every time. He thought amusingly. Odenbalamba was a chocolate-skinned man who was a head above every other person in the restaurant due to his impressive height. He had a low-fade afro cut and a bushy beard with a well-trimmed mustache. What was unique about him other than his height was a gap in his dentition. An incisor was missing. This is classified information of an ongoing investigation. I'd like it if you didn't pry. John said, eyeing the man who seemed too close to his baby sister for comfort. I see there be a lot of classified going on with them cow tits babes you got here helping in the investigation. Hee. He spoke with a black accent making suggestive motions with his hands. You do OnlyFans? He whispered to Rias leering at her boobs. Excuse me? Rias bristled, recoiling back in shock at the question. What? You don't? Then you must sell nudes then. How much for your nudes? Rias immediately turned beet red. Odenba, stop that. Martha chastised him with a glare. Is Martha jealous? Don't worry, I'll never ask for your nudes. I want to see your priceless assets in real life.
Whoa, see what? Who are you, mister? Can you please leave? John, thanks. I never asked for your OnlyFans, pig. Otunba folded his arms showing off his muscles. Let's go. Martha pulled him away by his ear. I won't let you mess with my brother for your amusement. What a weird fellow, John commented looking at his sister manhandling the giant of a man. I'm sorry for the intrusion. So, you were talking about the prospect of a homicidal vampire in town. Rias tried to play cool. Quote. I'd like it if you stopped investigating, Mr. John. No, can't do. I'm asking for your cooperation here. I found this case first. This is above your pay grade. I'm only worried about your safety.
If it's my safety you're worried about, I can take care of myself. John revealed his sacred gear. Well then, I'll start an investigation on my end. I hope we can share information from time to time. Rias nodded at Akano, who gave John a summoning circle to contact them if he encountered the vampire first before the table they were on rattled suddenly. Can I get your snap? You are my specs. You see? I can't wait to weigh those mama milker. Rias almost jumped out of her skin when Odenba poked his head out of their table. Not minding how he managed to get there in the first place or how he could fit his huge frame under the table before Martha threw a fork at him with deadly precision which he managed to miss by an inch. The tall man froze as Martha marched towards him. Why are you like this? Can't you take your job seriously? I'm taking my job seriously. I can ask her to bring her other friends over when I get her snap. It's a hands-on advertisement if you feel me. Martha, we have a lot to talk about when you get home, John said through clenched teeth glaring at Odenba.
Thank you for your cooperation. John thanked the girls and left.
Back in Kyoto in George's dimension lost space. The river under the bridge had vaporized instantly, and a deep trench was on the ground. A good chunk of the bridge had disappeared, the rubbles reduced to nothing by a lava Rasen shuriken. Black smoke lifted off the charred trench as Naruto's foot made contact with the ground. Sparing a glance at the kids behind inside a magic barrier, he berated himself mentally when he noticed the magic construct was littered with cracks. That was brash and impulsive of him. He knew he couldn't throw S-rank jutsu around anymore. George had an ugly frown on his face as he and his comrades rose from the ground on the other side of the bridge and stared at the destruction around him before his bespectacled eyes landed on Naruto's figure below. The rest of his comrades weren't faring any better. They stared at the human below them wide-eyed. It was only thanks to his instincts that he was able to cast a barrier on time. His eyes failed him completely. He didn't see Naruto coming until it was too late. They would have died before their eyes reacted to the blonde's speed. Azazel had his arms stretched out, staring at Naruto while he maintained a magic circle. He was toying with the kids when he fought them. That speed was on par with an ultimate-class devil. Cao Cao rose out of the ground chuckling at Naruto's prowess. No wonder Perseus told him to be careful around the blonde. Very well, Naruto. Let us exchange blows. If you defeat me right here, right now, I will give you what you want. The blue-haired spearman brandished his spear and adopted a fighting stance. How about it? Naruto said nothing, as the crater he created slowly filled up as the river flowed to fill the crater. He continued his leisurely pace towards Cao Cao walking on water. The only answer Cao Cao received to his challenge was the purple color bleeding into Naruto's eyes and a black rod materializing out of his hand. Cao Cao grinned and dashed forward at the same speed Naruto did, coming to a halt as the true Longinus clashed with a Rinnegan rod. Water droplets carried by the impact reflected light, illuminating both combatants as if telling everyone to spectate, to keep their eyes on them. Two monsters face off in an even contest of strength, one side trying to overpower the other. The strength contest ended when another rod came out of Naruto's left palm on a course to Cao Cao's heart. The boss of the hero faction deftly jumped back to dry land and Naruto followed, engaging him in close combat again. Azazel had his eyes glued to the fight. He couldn't take his eyes off them. Naruto's movement was too fluid. It was like he was sieving powder, deftly parrying Cao Cao's attack, letting the spear sail past him as he entered a sufficient range for his rods to cause bodily harm each time, only for Cao Cao's skillful maneuverability with his spear to kick in. Issei and Code 2 were burning the fight to memory. Watching two powerhouse fights isn't every day's luxury, you know. Cao Cao had the advantage of range and skill, but Naruto was quite fast and evasive. Compared to Cao Cao, who's been using the god-killing spear for so long, Naruto wasn't used to these types of weapons, fancying kunais over any other weapon any day. It wasn't long before Cao Cao disarmed him and Naruto was forced to dodge the spearman's attempts to impale him. You think you've disarmed me? Seeing Cao Cao smirk at his accomplishment, Naruto couldn't help but ask as he weaved through the mad slash and jabs. A lightning-fast thrust forced the blonde ninja to hop away, intent on creating distance between them. Cao Cao smirked at the blonde's action. He had predicted that and planned ahead. Taking advantage of his opponent's lack of maneuverability in midair, he fired off a blue beam at Naruto. The blonde watched the blue beam as it neared him in the air with a lackadaisical expression. The moment it neared him, or his Sengon roared to life in his hands. Sage Mode's last-second danger sensors enable him to cut through the beam with a Rasengan. Undeterred, Cao Cao launched his next attack. His spear elongated rapidly toward the blonde's landing position, intent on impaling him the moment his feet made contact with the ground. Naruto heard someone call his name in worry, drowned by the sonic boom of the spear and the rushing winds, but he was the least bit worried about a spear of all things. As the spear tip reached a millimeter away from his chest, Naruto said one word that radiated raw power. Stay. The true Longinus stilled in the air, not moving an inch forward any further. Cao Cao's forehead creased up in bewilderment. It was like his spear hit an invisible wall. His frown deepened even further when he came to realize something was wrong. Not only was his spear's advancement halted, but it was also stuck. He tried ceaselessly to recall his sacred gear, but his trusty god-poking stick wouldn't obey, wouldn't contract back to its normal length. He tried pulling it back, but it wouldn't budge while Naruto stared on him passively. A gust of wind and swirling leaves announced Naruto's arrival right in front of the struggling blue-haired spearman. "Be gone." A simple statement, holding no high pitch or animosity, just a normal command, and Cao Cao was sent flying several meters always, rolling off the ground, skidding to a halt. Naruto plucked the Longinus out of the air and slammed its hilt deep into the ground, holding onto it while staring at Cao Cao among his hero faction group. "You don't deserve this. I'm confiscating your toy." If there was one word to describe Azazel right now, it was floored. Naruto handled the boss of the hero faction like he was reprimanding a student caught skipping class. The Gremory family was astonished by the new side of his power he showed them today. Kuno was just left speechless by his performance. This was the same person his mother had trouble facing with Genryu and Kurama. George held his goggles to his face, narrowed eyes staring at the blonde who held the god-killing spear. This was the first time an opponent took away his leader's spear and did it with such finesse and grace that left his superior in unspeakable disgrace. Naruto was like a mountain right now, immovable, and the constant killing intent he concentration plummet. An anti-monster suddenly formed and shot a light beam at Naruto, who used the god spear to split the beam in two. Leonardo grits his teeth at his futile attempts before he glanced at his leader beside him on the ground. Naruto stared at the spear he just used to defend himself in interest. It was a fine one. He might confiscate this one this time around. Marcillo grinned and rushed forward intent on taking on Naruto before the ninja condescendingly glanced at him and he was blasted off his feet by an invisible force toppling several trees and leaving a trail of dust in his wake. "Yes. That's it." Cao Cao, who had been eerily silent, stood up and dusted himself before he made a noise akin to a grunt, before it turned to a snort, a chuckle, till it turned into a burst of full-blown laughter. There was no malice in his actions, he was just laughing. His laugh slowly died down only to be replaced by a bitter frown you can only find on a highly offended man's face. You don't take a man's spear away from him, it is rude and uncalled for. The spear-bearer stretched his hand forward and opened his palm. His spear flew out of Naruto's hands and back into his. "As a thank you for making me laugh, I will show you the power of this toy, as you inarticulately called it," he hissed, his tone laced with cold rage. "You do not disrespect the Longinus. It might look like a nice pretty spear, but still, it's a god-killing spear after all." Cao Cao slammed the hilt of the staff to the ground in front of him. "Segun-sama." George grimaced in worry. The moment George warned his boss, Naruto braced himself immediately. He felt it, something big was coming. Out of nowhere, a Gogmagog appeared from a magic circle. A blonde girl flying on what seemed to be a broomstick flew out of the same magic circle. She came to a halt in front of Cao Cao. "What's the meaning of this?" Cao Cao asked, staring at the defective member of his organization.
Segun-sama, I come with a message from Valley-sama. She cleared her throat as she relayed Valley's message word for word, trying her best to mimic her boss. "I told you not to get in my way. Get out of my way." Cao Cao pointed his staff at her and fired off a blue beam at her. Lefei dodged the attack and pointed a finger at the hero faction leader. "Now you get punished." The Gogmagog raised its fists and pounded Cao Cao to the ground. She turned around to the Gremory family behind her and caught sight of a familiar blonde that would pass off as a Pendragon any day, raising a palm at the incoming beam and snuffing it out of existence instantly. She gasped in surprise and flew up to him cautiously. Naruto squinted at the advancing short girl riding on the broomstick. Upon close inspection, it was a familiar girl. "Naruto-san, I come in peace," she said, raising her hand. "That was so cool, how did you do that? You stopped that beam like it was nothing," the short blue-eyed, blonde-haired girl squealed. A sweat drop permeated Naruto's forehead. "Benwagon?" He rose an eyebrow at the girl that tried to kill him and her mecha giant accomplice in the past. "Pendragon, Lefei Pendragon," she corrected with a bright smile. "We're on the same team now," she quickly added, mimicking Naruto's earlier actions with her broomstick. Her fangirl moment came to an unceremonious end when the toy pierced her summon's shoulder, felling the giant. Lefei flew towards her summon's side in worry. That was an unexpected interruption. "Now, let us continue, Uzumaki Naruto." Cao Cao came out of the rubble unharmed. Naruto lowered his stance, needing chakra for his next move before his game face faltered when he sensed a familiar signature behind the hero faction members and she was drunk. "God, I hate my clones." Naruto gritted his teeth in anger when the memory of his clone hit him. Turns out, the clone took a drunk Rossweiss as vulnerable to proceed with some lecherous ideas his clone's perverted brain couldn't sift as detrimental to the image of his person, the original, and overall general relationship and impression the Valkyrie had of him, him. Long story short,
The clone tried to grope her only to receive a slap laced with light magic to the face. "I'ma murder those motherfuckers one day." Naruto's last thought before worrying for the Valkyrie took over his plot for revenge. He wanted to do something, shout, "Oi!" Rosweiss went through a drunken incoherent complaint that gained all the enemy's attention, summoning countless magic circles in a single instant in the sky before she rained a myriad of colored beams worthy of a fantasy game character AoE skills for more than 10 seconds before she ran out of fumes.
Naruto was beside her in an instant, catching her in his arms as she dozed off. That same George brushed off the attack like it was nothing. Naruto was starting to wonder who Four Eyes was and his abilities.
Cao grumbled at the intrusion, glaring at both women who rained on his parade before he calmed down, taking a deep breath. "Naruto Uzumaki, Governor General Azazel, and the Red Dragon Emperor, tonight, we will use the unique powers of Kyoto and their nine-tailed leader in a great experiment at the Nijo Castle. Feel free to join us." "You intend to use Yin Chakra? For what?" Naruto asked. The hero faction members regrouped with George as a purple mist covered the team. Though individually they were powerful and together, they were much more powerful. The word, tactical retreat, was in Cao's lexicon. He knew when his chances were slim and outnumbered, and besides, tomorrow will be the grand finale of his plans. Retreat today to win tomorrow. Feel free to join our festivities. All will be answered then. Naruto, who had immediately stretched his hands at the group the moment the purple mist surrounded them. "Until we meet again, Naruto Uzumaki, stay safe, I will return the humiliation tenfold." Cao and the hero faction team had escaped. Damn it, he cursed mentally. Night. Kuo, in the street of Kuo, a weird student in Kuo's female standard uniform wearing a carton box over his head walked home with a bag full of ox blood. He hummed a vibrant tune as he skipped across the streets of Kuo, glad to walk the night. He had overcome his shyness and gained a semblance of control over his powers thanks to Issei and his fellow peerage members. It's been a while since he had blood and decided to come out on his own. The salesgirl seemed a bit creeped out when she saw a high schooler covering his head with a carton walk up to the counter and requested ox blood in a timid voice. She had a sweatshop the entire time till he left. Now, the same boy was walking home with a skip to his steps before he felt something strange. His body went stiff the moment a flock of bats gathered together in front of him and two dark red orbs snapped open within them. "You haven't changed a bit, still refusing to drink human blood?" Gaspar Vladi took a step back in fright. A vampire other than him was in Kyoto. The moment he turned tail and ran, the flocks of bats overtook him and covered his vision, knocking off the carton on his head in the process. In fright, Gaspar closed his eyes and activated his sacred gear. The flocks of bats stood still in the night, unmoving, unchanging. Everything, even the wind, stood still. Gaspar looked around and saw the bats had stood still before his eyes widened in disbelief. No way. The bats sizzled for a moment before they disappeared, and what remained was a blonde-haired girl with lips as red as bloodstains on snow. She walked towards him with a warm smile on her face. Gaspar froze in his tracks. "It's been a while, Gaspar-kun." She grabbed his face, her bountiful boobs just a few inches away from his face. She tilted his head and whispered, "I have come for you as promised, Gaspar-kun." The woman was a head taller than Gaspar and looked like an angel sent from God. Nay-san. Blood-red lips turned to a smirk that threatened to split her lips in two as she hugged Gaspar into her blossoms. Sat on a high-rise building, his trusty god-poking stick lying beside him as he gazed down at Kyoto. A purple mist emanating from the ground took form behind him, and the visage of his subordinate, George, came to stand beside him. "Lord Cao, why don't we shift our plans back a bit? That guy today, he seemed very strong. Can we do this on our own?" The blonde man won't be a problem. I met an interesting person before who told me I'd be utterly defeated if I engaged him head-on. George's green orb widened a fraction behind his goggles. He even offered to give me an edge over Naruto Uzumaki. George glanced at his leader, knowing the enemy's weakness will increase their chances. "Of course, I declined." Cao chuckled, missing the look of disbelief on his face. He gripped his staff and rose, the helm of his coat billowing in the night breeze. "I greatly underestimated him. My heart has never raced this much before. I want to crush him to bits with my own power." Segun-sama, George gasped. The conviction on his face, it's been a long time since he saw such emotions on his master's face. "Do you know why I created the hero faction? To see how far we humans can go against the gods. How can I go against the gods if I can't defeat him? We go with full force tonight, George." With the Grimoire group, everyone including Naruto gathered together to talk about a counter-offensive against the hero faction and the top priority of their mission. Azazel had the Citri family run guard to protect the students, while the Grimoire family, Irina and Rosweiss, were assigned as the offense team. "Now, we don't know the full extent of their capabilities yet, so I won't send you in alone. I'll be sending a helper who's good at taking care of situations like this. Just keep in mind that a monstrous person is coming." Naruto perked up at the mention of a monstrous person and raised his hand.
Everyone turned their attention to the blonde man.
I have had a few skirmishes with the group in the past. I don't know much about their leader's abilities, but the information I have on the members might be helpful. Azazel gave Naruto a nod of gratitude. Knowing the man, he despised working with devils, but one glance at the fox kid beaming at Naruto, and everything made sense to Azazel. Well, what are you going to do? Azazel knew Naruto was a powerhouse to be reckoned with and they needed all hands on deck. Naruto seemed to think about it for a second before he sighed. I'll be waiting for Yasaka on top of the Nijo castle and leave Cao Cao to me. He's mine to deal with. Naruto made a motion to leave but noticed Kuno was behind him. He stooped and Kuno bumped into him, falling butt first. Kuno, I want you to stay here with Chibi Mao. There's no telling how dangerous Nijo castle might become tonight. But I want to go too, Kuno protested. No, I can't fight well knowing. I want to be the one to save Haha Yui. I'm not that weak kid anymore. Kuno cut Naruto short. Naruto sighed, brushing his hair apart to massage his forehead. The girl was damn stubborn. Naruto put his palm forward and a Rasengan proportional to his palm roared to life, instantly catching everyone's attention. If you can form a fully stable Rasengan, I'll let you come with me. But I wanna, Kuno tried to protest. If you can't do that much, you'll be in my way. Naruto finalized with a stern glare. Senpai. Roswise chastised the older blonde as she came to hold Kuno, who had bangs covering her face. What? And you too, stay behind. You haven't sobered up enough. Naruto made an I'm watching you gesture with his hand. Naruto knew that was the only way he could stop her from coming. True, she could tag along and quite frankly, not a speck of dust would come her way. Naruto was that confident, but he had a gut feeling to be cautious tonight. You just wait, Baka Oni-chan. I'll make a stable Rasengan tonight. Kuno had a mean pout on her face that Naruto found to be cute to the point where he snorted in amusement. The blonde waved over his shoulder as he left to go do his thing.
A few hours later, around Nijo Castle with the Grimori family group. Kuno, I don't think this is a bright idea. Issei complained as the nine-tailed fox latched on for a free piggyback ride. The offensive team was doing rounds around Nijo Castle when Kuno sneaked up to them in her fox form and latched onto Issei's neck, ignoring Naruto's plea. It was at this moment a purple fog covered the group and they all disappeared. Issei and Kuno found themselves in an abandoned underground car park. The Red Dragon Emperor went on edge knowing this was the work of the enemy. Issei stood protectively behind Kuno and summoned his sacred gear and called out to the enemy. Come out. I know you are there. A male figure covered in shadow came out, armed with a shadow-like knife with another familiar figure, Marcillo. The presence of these two men struck fear in the heart of Kuno as she hid behind Issei, but something deep within her quaked as Naruto's warning flashed through her mind. She'd never be able to gain his acknowledgement at this rate. Stay behind me, Kuno. Marcillo grinned to himself as he thought up a devious plan. All he had to do was capture her and use her as leverage. Maybe he'd crush her shoulder blades as collateral damage.
Ojo-chan, it's been a while, hasn't it? Marcillo grinned as he made a come-hither motion. Come play with Oni-chan. Shut up, you sick bastard. Issei rushed forward donning his balance breaker, scale mail armor. Go Conla, seize that Kyubi. Marcillo ordered his teammate when he noticed he was about to join the fray with Issei in a quick bout of melee.
Is that all you can do? Hide behind everyone. Marcillo tried to rile her up. He knew he couldn't keep up with Issei forever, whose stats can experience multiple boosts in seconds. The other hero faction member clad in darkness rushed after Kuno, but to his surprise, Kuno stood in one place, eyes covered by her bangs. Seeing this, Issei tried to create space between him and Marcillo, but Marcillo was having none of that as he descended on him with a flurry of punches and kicks. As Conla neared Kuno, a copy of Kuno fell from above and delivered a top kick on him. Don't underestimate me, Kuno growled. Kuno's copy noticed her feet didn't make contact with flesh but concrete. She searched around for the enemy but was too late as he emerged from the shadow of her other self and impaled her from the back. Kuno's eyes went wide as she coughed up blood. Kuno! Issei yelled in worry. He felt a wave of relief wash over him the moment Kuno poofed into smoke, and out of the smoke came Kuno, who tried to Superman punch Conla in the face only to be caught in utter surprise when her fist phased through his face. She quickly rebounded off the floor and threw a roundhouse kick at Conla only for her kick to pass through his body. She released a few punches and kicks which did no physical damage to her before she jumped back when shadow-like tentacles sprung forth from Conla's body and tried to restrain her. Just give up, Kyubi. For Segun-sama, I can do anything, Conla said. It wasn't long before the barrage of tentacles restrained Kuno in the air. Seeing this, Issei immediately boosted his abilities and shot a dragon shot at Conla, who let go of Kuno to jump out of the trajectory of the attack, which made a barrage of cars explode upon contact. I don't think you have time to worry about her, Marcillo warned with a smirk and punched Issei in the face. Though he regretted that as the scale mail armor was hard as a rock compared to his fists. Kuno observed Conla closely and thought of something.
Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 5 clones popped out around Kanla and circled him. Issei thought it strange to see Naruto's technique used by another. 5 perfect copies of Kuno danced around Marcillo as he dodged, redirected, and phased through all her attacks. I'll have to finish things with you here fast. I'm sorry but I'm not holding an ounce. Boosted gear, overboost, Shimada. Marcillo felt Issei's abilities and magic reserves soar and he only had a moment to bend his knees to hop back before he took a nasty uppercut to his jaw. Ha! With a battle cry, Issei jumped up and rained a flurry of punches at Marcillo and finished his barrage with a dropkick. Boom! Marcillo rose from the spider crack, blood seeping out of his head as he screamed Issei's name in anger, Sekiryute. Yeah, that's what your face should look like, you sick bastard. Issei was satisfied with the damage he did to Marcillo's face. Marcillo snapped his fingers with a crazed look on his face. I don't care anymore. Bring it on, Issei yelled and rushed forward. Balance breaker. Parasant Utopia. Marcillo's grin threatened to split his face as he played the triumph card he's been reserving for Naruto before his grin turned to horror as Issei sucker punched him in the face. Nani? Did my Parasant Utopia fail? No, my balance breaker has never failed me before. Did he counter my technique somehow? Marcillo got his answer when the green hem on Issei's scale armor glowed and he saw the phantom of a dragon eye blinking with such animosity it made his leg buckle. The heavenly dragon negated my abilities. For the first time, Marcillo felt fear grip his heart as his one-move ace was reduced to nothing in front of Issei. He wasn't strong enough to drag the consciousness of a heavenly dragon into Parasant Utopia. The higher consciousness residing within Issei managed to drag him out of the effects of Parasant Utopia. Marcillo gripped his head in agony, having seen D-Drag's astral form. He glared at Issei, feeling a knot form in his stomach. It was at this moment he knew instinctively not to fuck with Issei anymore. Kanla, quick, seize the Kyuubi, he yelled with urgency. Marcillo laughed in joy as Kanla had his tentacles pierce Kuno's stomach and brought her close enough to put a knife to her neck. Kuno. Issei moved forward but Marcillo's words stopped him in his tracks. Another step and Kyuubi dies. Marcillo said, you do know the consequence of her death in your watch, right? Marcillo wiped a trail of blood from his lips and gazed into Kuno's golden slitted eyes with a triumphant smirk before it faltered when Kuno smirked back in return and erupted in a burst of blue flames. Kaden. Kitsune Bai. Kuno, using her chakra nature and Naruto's teachings on how to knead blue flames in her lungs, spewed out a powerful stream of flames at Kanla from behind, who was caught off guard and consumed by the flames. It worked. Kuno went through a coughing fit as she spewed smoke from her lungs. The inspiration for her technique was none other than Naruto, but she couldn't just replicate his fire-breathing technique perfectly yet, as her lungs always feel irritated after each use and the coughing fit didn't help. She could remember the first time she tried it, she almost suffered throat burns. Kuno noticed physical attacks didn't work on Kanla, but he dodged Issei's dragon shot. To test her theories, she had her clones fight him using physical attack only to send an energy-based attack at the last minute, and Kanla was forced to redirect the attack using his shadows to absorb it and spew it at one of her clones, and during that commotion, she swapped place with a clone and went into hiding. The clone finally erupted in blue flame when it got close enough to Kanla, shining brightly, banishing all shadows around Kanla, and she finished him off with her mock jutsu based on one of Naruto's fire techniques. Oi, when did she get that strong? Marcillo exclaimed in shock before he found himself doubling over in pain courtesy of a punch to his stomach. Don't underestimate Kuno. Kuno herself was at a high she had never felt before. The high of defeating an opponent all by herself. She could feel her battle senses soar to better heights. The thumping of her little chest, feeling out of breath but full of joy from victory. She turned to Marcillo and came to stand beside Issei. Marcillo didn't think twice as he saw Kanla's downed form and turned to Kuno. He tried to use Parasant Utopia on her but it didn't work. D-Drag negated the effects on her through the physical contact she shared with Issei. Seeing this, Marcillo turned tail and ran. There was no way he could win both foes with Kanla down for the count and Parasant Utopia reduced to nothing but useless. Curse you, Heavenly Dragon. Curse you, Sekiryute. Go, Kuno, Issei yelled as he boosted his strength and threw Kuno at the fleeing Marcillo. Kuno gained momentum as Issei threw her at the man. She spun her entire body as she shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. Her eyes shone with untold resolve as Marcillo turned around and tried to intercept her, seeing it as his last chance to change the tide of the battle. She took the man by surprise when he caught her and she poofed out of existence. A familiar sound reached Marcillo's ear as a blue glow rapidly approaching him appeared right before him through the cloud of smoke, and for a moment there, he thought he saw a 16-year-old Naruto flash before his eyes before it was replaced with Kuno, who had her hand reared back, a Rasengan hovering over her plan. Eat this, you bastard! Marcillo's eyes widened uncontrollably as Kuno neared him. Thought of fleeing fled from him as he remembered the same girl he stomped on was about to checkmate him. Pride wouldn't take it. Curse you, Kyuubi, Ha Rasengan. Kuno's Rasengan connected for the first time and it was glorious. It sent Marcillo blasting forward as he spun around and crashed into a building. That was awesome, Kuno. Issei, whose scale mail armor disappeared in a beautiful show of red particles, ran towards her and lifted her. Kuno had a wide huge smile on her face as Issei cheered behind her. I did it, Nisan. She had a tiny tear in the corner of her eyes as the space they were in slowly returned to normal. With Naruto, steady breathing was all one could hear atop the Nijo castle. Naruto's eyes were sharp and trained as he waited patiently for his prey. He had his signature sour exasperated look on his face, his blonde hair dancing to the evening breeze when he sensed a disturbance. He felt pride swell in his heart. What's this? I feel so proud of someone, Naruto thought to himself before he assumed his game face to avoid distraction. His eyes caught subtle movements in the shadows below and the gradual increase in the volume of a footstep filled the space, making Naruto straighten his back. He came, Naruto thought, expecting Cao only to raise an eyebrow at the strange figure below. The mere presence of this new figure carried a feeling of death and despair that threatened to overpower him before he countered with his unrestrained aura. The figure donned a golden black and white high priest robe with glowing eyes, holding a skeleton staff with 3 blue eyes and a horn. Gazed at him, his glowing eyes penetrating his soul. Well, I'll be damned. I never thought I'd see you here, the figure spoke, his voice radiating untold power. Though for some reason, it sounded familiar to Naruto. Japan of all places. Thought you were from America or Europe with your blonde hair and blue eyes, but who would have thought you were in Japan? Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto knew at that moment, shit just went south. That voice, he knew that voice all too well. After all, he left them sour the first and last time they met. It was a memorable experience. The first time Kurama stretched in this dimension. Naruto stood up and jumped down, standing a good distance away from the new adversary. It's been a while, hasn't it, Dark Lord Skeleton? As bratty as ever, aren't you? A tint of amusement graced his reprimanding tone. How did you find me? Naruto asked, glancing at his environment. He noticed it changed to a wasteland. Well, if I told you, that would be no fun, would it? You are going to die anyway. Don't concern yourself with such THD. The same thing the last time we met, and look at me standing right in front of you today, whole and healthy, and you had a better chance last time. Naruto chuckled, trying to play things with a light-hearted tone. You know, Fox Boy, it never made any sense. A 9-tailed fox. A human that could command chakra on a completely different level from any Yukai I've ever seen, with no affiliation with the Yukai faction nor any relationship with Amaterasu or any Eastern mythology. It makes perfect sense if you were an otherworldly entity. The skeleton pointed his staff at Naruto. Naruto felt a knot on his stomach form and was immediately on guard. His deepest secret just came out, his true origins. If mere humans of your dimension are this strong, then the gods of your world would be a threat DXD wouldn't be able to handle. To have thought that there were threats as great as X, and it was right under our nose all the time. I hold no desire to harm this world, Hades. Ho? Such a shame. Hostile or not, your kind should be eradicated. You pose too much of a threat to the very fabric of reality of DXD, and I'm going to put you down for good, right here, right now. As soon as Hades said those words, thousands of grim reapers and leagues of monsters of the underworld rose from the ground. Their arrival heralded despair itself as the skies darkened, lower life force withering away as their energy was zapped out of them. The 3 eyes of the staff glowed, and out came the ultimate class Grim Reapers, accompanied by Pluto, Thanatos, and Varine. Behold, boy, the full might of the underworld, Hades bellowed. The army of the underworld stood before Naruto, stretching beyond his line of sight. It was truly a ferocious army to behold. Maybe Naruto was the only man being to lay his eyes on the full army of the underworld in all its undead glory, spearheaded by the king of the underworld himself, Hades. Naruto chuckled, a bead of sweat rolling down his face as one word escaped his lips. Yabe. Till next time. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, for magic spells and jutsus. The fat lady sings, normal dialogue. Are those melons real? For thoughts? Insignificant human. Biju, gods, summons and dragons. Puny humans. Biju, gods, summons and dragons thoughts. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or Naruto Shippuden, and I also don't own High School DxD. Chapter 25. Deep within Naruto, 9 eyes snap wide open. The situation looks pretty bleak, Naruto. What are you going to do? Kurama rested his face on his paw, his half-lidded slitted eyes gazing at the army of Hades through his friend's eye. I have to somehow convince Hades I'm not a threat to this world. Then talk to him. You've been good at talking your enemies into friends. Naruto turned back and deadpanned at Kurama. I'm not the same person I used to be, Kurama. I don't have that ability anymore. Everyone shared a moment of silence with Naruto. Gaia might be able to vouch for you. I heard the Olympians were her grandchildren, Yuki said. As Naruto had an internal monologue with the tailed beast, Vereen, a devil having the appearance of a flowing purple-haired 18-year-old girl, engaged Hades in a hushed conversation. Don't you think this is a bit overkill, Hades-sama? Vereen rather thought it was outright hazing on Hades' part, having his army fight against a single person and a human no less.
Don't let your eyes deceive you, girl. My brothers and I fought that boy and in the end, he was forced to retreat. That boy is too powerful for a human. That was a lie, but Hades' pride wouldn't let him admit the three gods of Olympus, himself especially, failed to defeat a human. A young one at that.
The high-ranking members of his armies all stood straight and saw Naruto in a new light. To come to think of it, his body only seemed tense, yet he had a faraway look on his face, no traces of fear, only hesitation. All of you will do well not to underestimate him, Hades said before he summoned a dark book emanating a sinister aura. Seeing that book, Vereen knew instinctively not to mess with Naruto. Hades, I'm not a threat. Naruto waited to wonder what was going on in Hades' mind. For sure skeletons have no expression, but he was willing to try and reason with the god. Hades seemed to stare at him for a moment before. Charge, my underlings. The Greek god threw his hand forward. Wait, Naruto yelled as they all lunged forward, stopping them in their tracks. Gaia can vouch for me. With a wave of Hades' hand, the army of thousands came to a halt. What, did you just say? Gaia can vouch for me, Naruto said, hoping Hades would change his mind. How do you know? Hades trailed off as he turned around and gave his men orders. Hold him here and await my orders. When did Gaia escape? How? When? Why is she in hiding? How did she come in contact with the blonde alien? Is he her new weapon? Meeting the mother goddess in person would answer all his questions. Naruto had questions, but as if reading his mind, Hades turned around and answered them. You said Gaia could vouch for you. I have to confirm the authenticity of your words. Wait here, Hades ordered.
I'm afraid I can't do that. I have to be somewhere important. My friends need me. Stay here, boy. You are being quarantined at the moment. Can't you read the atmosphere? Can't you see I'm desperate? Naruto stomped his foot down figuratively.
You will stay here. Hades finalized. Then, I'll have to cut down anyone who stands in my way. The silent stare-off between both man and god left the space in utter silence, bathing it with thin tension. Vereen, stay with him. I can't have Naruto disappear again. Lord Hades. Vereen yelled in disbelief. He was just going to send her off with a total stranger. A stranger Hades himself was wary of. She didn't doubt her prowess as a super devil herself, born from the flesh of Lilith, but she couldn't compare to Hades, and this human right here have had a skirmish with death personified and lived to tell the tale, so yes, she was skeptical about it. Hades hit the end of his staff to the ground and his armies vanished, leaving trails of black smoke in their wake. Hades blurred out of sight as Naruto and Vereen appeared around the outskirts of Kuo. Keep up. I'm moving at full speed ahead, Naruto warned before he closed his eyes. Vereen panicked when Naruto disappeared out of her sensor range while he was standing before her before he blitzed out of existence, headed for the purple mist in the distance. Wait, I could have conjured a teleportation circle. Vereen deadpanned, followed suit and disappeared. In Nijo Castle, Heracles grinned as his heat-seeking rockets closed in on Roswise, whose combat power had been reduced due to the alcohol in her system before a bright explosion rocked the skies. His lips curved down when he didn't see the falling form of Roswise falling out of the cloud of smoke. Mitaku, I thought I told you two to stay behind. Naruto held Roswise bridal style as he gazed down at Kuno. He flashed her a smile. Seeing her up close in her battle test, she looked captivating. Is he levitating? Heracles squinted at the blonde who seemed like he was standing on thin air. Naruto descended slowly and placed Roswise on the floor before he caught Kuno in his peripheral. What are you doing here? Naruto raised his voice, pointing an accusing finger at the little child. Kuno almost jumped out of her skin when Naruto barked at her before she told him about her victory with the help of Issei, with Roswise vouching for her. Having the gist of the situation, he had spotted Yasaka and a black dragon fighting in the distance, but sensing Kuno's signature along the way, he made a stop to make sure she was safe, and now, all that was left is to free Yasaka from the enemy's mind control. Asia, take care of Roswise. I'm going over there. Naruto pointed at two huge figures fighting in the distance. Heracles watched as they updated Naruto about the situation, and given the words that had spread around about him in the hero faction, he wanted to see how strong he was himself, but wasn't impatient enough to initiate a fight right away. Do you think he'll just let you through? Vereen appeared in a burst of teleportation circles beside Naruto, cutting Heracles abruptly. Don't go running off by yourself, Mr. Uzumaki. Everyone immediately went on guard as the aura around Vereen was intense. I thought I told you to keep up. Naruto noticed the stares he and Vereen were receiving and made haste to introduce her. Meet. Vereen. My name is Vereen. She introduced. I'll be over there. You can do whatever you want. Naruto said to Vereen and grabbed Kuno. We'll talk about your rebellion later. No, you don't. Heracles pointed his sacred gear at Naruto and fired off 2 missiles at the blonde. The missiles exploded prematurely as 2 magic circles intercepted them. "How dare you prey on Lord Hades' prey?" Varine's beautiful face darkened considerably. Naruto glanced at Varine. He wanted to speed blitz the enemy, but let the devil handle it. Heracles' heart skipped a beat as a never-felt-before pressure descended on him. He managed to shrug it off and ask for his opponent's name. "No need for meaningless exchange. The name of a dead man holds no value to me." Varine cut off his courteous gesture. "Pompous words, lady. You will regret making an enemy out of me." On his way to Yasaka's location, Naruto saw Cao Cao and Issei facing off and the rest of the group all down for the count, lying on the feet of the enemies before he changed course and touched down beside Issei. "Ho, you are finally here? Welcome to the lab, Naruto." Cao Cao grinned when he saw the blonde land beside Issei. "Oi, Issei, think you can take on Cao Cao?" Naruto stared at the downed Yasaka, trying her hardest to break free of Vitra's grasp before she howled and a purple magic circle appeared under her. Vitra slithered away in time before a dimensional rift slowly appeared in the sky. Yin energy of Kyoto with Yasaka as a conduit was ripping the skyline of Kyoto open to the dimensional void. "Sensei?" Issei felt shock course through his body. "Right now, my top priority is saving Yasaka. Just rough him up for me a bit until I'm done over there." Did Naruto just acknowledge him? A weakling? Here he was complaining about how weak he was, and the strongest human he knew was entrusting the task of defeating the villain to him. How much faith did Naruto hold in him? "Sensei," a myriad of emotions flashed through Issei's face before he steeled his resolve and said, "Leave it to me." Naruto clapped his hands and a single wood clone rose out of the ground. "Save the students and help Issei defeat Cao Cao." Naruto gave him a nod of affirmation and turned around, missing the look on Cao Cao's face. With a bellow of, "Yes boss," the clone sprung into action. George had his hands preoccupied. He was maintaining the magic circle that would summon Great Red, and his effort had just begun bearing fruit when he saw the spatial crack above until he glanced at Naruto, wondering what he was doing walking towards the huge howling. Naruto knew he had to take care of things here fast.
Hades was a far greater threat compared to Cao Cao. To that end, he walked towards Yasaka, amassing a massive amount of chakra that made Kuno lightheaded. Everyone in the dimension lost could feel the chakra build up. Pebbles floated in the air, the earth shook mightily as a chakra-induced earthquake occurred, the very ground they stood on splitting open, a massive wooden golem rising and growing out of the earth, dwarfing everything in the duplicate Kuo created within Dimension Lost.
Everyone ceased their battle to stare in awe at the colossal wooden structure that looked like a human with the face of an Oni. Even Yasaka's fox form looked like a normal-sized fox compared to a full adult human beside the wood golem.
Kuno, who was lifted with the golem, stared down at her mother from the head of the wooden structure, who looked so huge a moment ago and now looked so small. Is this the power of her older brother? Her respect for Naruto went from honored to revered that instant. Issei just smiled, thinking he still had a long way to go before he can stand beside Naruto, but the fact that someone so strong entrusted defeating Cao Cao to him fired him up to no end. "Dryag, let's do this."
With a mental command, the golem knelt, reached out, and caught Yasaka. Vitra slithered back in wary of such a massive existence as Yasaka withered under the vice grip of the wooden golem. She howled and set the hands on fire, but her blue flames slowly waned and her energy left her before its right palm was placed on her forehead. Naruto held his hand out with the word, "Sit," written in kanji on his palm over the sun mark. It glowed brightly and the lifeless look on Yasaka's face slowly disappeared before the bliss of unconsciousness took her. The golem rose to full height and held its palm close to its face. Kuno jumped off and rushed to her mother's side. George had beads of sweat rolling down his face as he stared at the massive golem in the distance. All of his hard work just went down the drain in an instant and there was nothing he could do about it. What was this overwhelming feeling that filled his entire being? Evoking a never-felt-before instinct in him not to mess with the human Naruto. He didn't dare near the wooden construct. It was too massive. All he could do was watch as it all unfolds. Naruto joined Kuno and placed a hand on Yasaka, healing her injuries and filling her chakra reserves when a red beam causing an explosion worthy of his four-tailed form caught his attention. "Hey, that Issei, he's grown," he thought to himself. A few minutes ago, Cap Sao watched as Naruto summoned a massive golem and he felt the distance between him and Naruto widen even further. He gripped his spear in rising exasperation and glared at the blonde on top of the golem, but Issei stood in his way. He raised an eyebrow at Issei when a magic circle appeared before him and out came Rias, who then proceeds to let Issei poke her boobs. This action somehow unleashed Issei's full potential, the original aura of Ddrag, the controlled release of Juggernaut Drive, and he endured a one-sided stomp from the Red Dragon Emperor but managed to survive thanks to his trusty god-poking spear and a phoenix tear. Issei, who had his feet on the gas, used up his magic reserves the moment he used Longinus Smasher, and his newfound powers ran out as he wheezed for air. Cao Cao felt intimidation creep in. Before it was the human Naruto, now it's the devil Issei. Cao Cao was getting frustrated and fast. He wanted to reclaim something he lost when he faced Naruto. He didn't know what, but he knew he had to defeat Naruto if he wanted to regain what he lost. Was it his pride? Or his guts? He made haste to engage the blonde, but Issei stood in his way. "Out of my way, Sekurite, you have used your power-up, there's nothing you can do anymore." Cao Cao's spear elongated again and Issei boosted his abilities, sending them to his hands and legs. Remembering how Naruto parried Cao Cao's attacks, he decided to put his training into action and used Ascalon to parry the spear away, but underestimated the force behind the thrust. Though he managed to parry the spear, the force alone pushed him off his feet. It was at this moment Cao Cao sensed a strong familiar Kai that made him come to a screeching halt in his track.
A shining green western dragon descended from above with an old Ukiya riding on its head. This dragon was one of the 5 dragon kings, Yulong, a green western dragon, the dragon of mischief.
"Fret not, young one, reinforcement is he." Sun Wukong lost his composure when he noticed the massive wooden golem in the distance. Even Yulong felt tiny before it. "Sekurite boy, what in tarnation is that?" he asked in shock. "It's allied." Issei gave a thumbs up. This was probably the person Azazel told them about, judging from how he stopped the Longinus with a finger and still held a conversation with him. Cao Cao jumped back and glared at the group. He thought he'd try a sneak attack against the new enemy but failed. Issei, Sun Wukong, Varen, and now, Naruto, who appeared in a swirl of leaves, stood in Cao Cao's way. Issei raised an eyebrow at the new face. She was a devil for sure, but there was something special about her that he couldn't wrap his head around. Sun Wukong's brow creased the moment he realized Naruto was fluctuating in and out of his sensors, and what's more, he could sense chakra, a great amount of chakra, coming from Naruto. "You wanted to summon Great Sauce? Do you think you can handle that dragon? Dream on." Naruto scoffed. Seeing as Cao Cao's plan has been sabotaged. With a mental command, the wooden golem stomped towards them with an antagonizing slow step. With each stop, a mini-earthquake occurred, and Cao Cao's exasperation rose to an unprecedented height. Even allied teammates couldn't help but glance behind to make sure the golem wasn't coming for them. Cao Cao grit his teeth at Naruto's provocations. "Segun-sama, it's time to retreat." Cao Cao bared his teeth at the group and growled, "The next time we meet." "Are you running again?" Naruto asked. He knew his provocations were working as Cao Cao's face darkened even further. "Well, that's what your faction has always been going at, running with their tails between their legs." No, like Naruto wasn't lying. They all ran away from him. Every one of them. Naruto Uzumaki was just that awesome. "Naruto," Cao Cao hissed, steam coming out of his mouth. "You think you've outmatched me? No, it's you all that are outmatched. I'll show you an esoteric move of Longinus. Feel honored and be humbled, Uzumaki Naruto, to witness the power of my holy spear." As soon as Cao Cao finished his dialogue, the true Longinus hilt touched the ground, a rough stomp from Cao Cao, a familiar gesture that made Naruto tense. Cao Cao sucked in air and began chanting incantations. "Oh spear, THCH pierced." Naruto cleared the distance between them, reached out, and caught him by his throat. "Segun-sama." Naruto lifted Cao Cao effortlessly and choke slammed him to the ground. Cao Cao's subordinate, freed Selzen, who had regrouped beside their leader, saw red and tried to cleave Naruto in two as they all sprung into action. Everyone on Naruto's side, including Varen, sprung into action, and time seemed to slow down for Cao Cao as he saw Naruto's eyes slowly bleed purple with orange eyelids. He had those spooky eyes on him, like a bar in a concentric circle, eyes locked, ignoring everything going around in his vanity, and then, he wasn't sure if he heard, but he knew his lips were moving, not as fast as he was, but he could make out words like "it is over" as he raised his palm in front of him, right at his face. Is this how it ends? In extreme situations, sacred gears have been known to answer the call of their users, granting them strength. This was true for all sacred gear users. Imagine what would happen if the number 1 sacred gear, the true Longinus, senses its users' stress and grants them strength. "Like hell, I'll die today," announced the will and turned into a glow. Shinra Tensai. A white bright light erupted from the center of the battlefield and blinded everyone before. Boom! Everyone was blasted away with tremendous force. Naruto himself rolled off the ground into a kneeling stance, his eyes ahead. Did Shinra Tensai fail? He wondered before he saw Cao Cao with a look of triumph and a tint of relief in the same position as him, holding the Longinus. The hero faction team had looks of victory plastered to their faces and reverence for their leader. The moment Cao Cao began chanting, Varen tried to erase him off the face of the earth, but in that same instant, Naruto was upon her target, making her resolve falter. But regardless, she aimed and poured a grade of magic, powerful enough to incinerate an ultimate-class devil into her attack. Hades told her about the Longinus move Cao Cao was about to use in the past. It spelled a seriously bad move for all of them supernatural creatures, especially true for the devils. Varen couldn't do anything but helplessly gaze at Cao Cao, waiting for the rebound of Truth's idea, looking defeated. Sun Wukong himself stumbled back and almost fell off his butt with a look of defeat on his face. Naruto and Issei were the only ones who looked clueless. The old Yukai glanced at Naruto and Issei and told them, "Brace for impact, everyone." "What do you mean?" Naruto asked. Sun Wukong warned them that this was an attack they couldn't dodge and to brace for impact as it was the will of God stored inside the holy spear. It was a divine judgment of sorts. Hearing that, Naruto frowned and subtly grabbed onto his allies, using roots, ready to teleport away. "It's too late," Sun Wukong lamented and closed his eyes. To Cao Cao's utter surprise and delight of the devils and Sun Wukong, nobody took any damage. To put it in simpler terms, nothing happened. Cao Cao stared on in disbelief as he searched for any sign that could give him an edge but found none. Their looks of victory slowly turned to confusion and frustration. "Wait, that's it?" Issei laughed out loud. Not to mock Cao Cao, well, half of it was to mock him, but because nothing happened. The intense aura he felt from the spear only lasted a millisecond, but he felt it. It was like he was standing in front of the sun, the weight of the star on his shoulders, in front of a power beyond his comprehension. And then it all but vanished, the overwhelming feeling. For the first time since he awakened his sacred gear, Cao Cao wanted to cry. He felt betrayed, cheated, and confused. Sun Wukong didn't share the same sentiment with Issei. He had a deep frown on his face. Did Truth Idea malfunction, or was Cao Cao's mastery over it incomplete? Or is this the effect of Truth Idea itself? Truth Idea is the most unpredictable attack in DxD, but this was unprecedented. Nothing happened, at all. Given they were from other factions different from the biblical faction, the Yukai, and devils respectively. Hell, there were Dragon Kings on their side, yet nothing happened, not a single event took place. Don't tell me, this is his will? Sun Wukong thought, starting at the true Longinus. Cao Cao's lips quivered as he glared at Naruto before George talked sense into him. He visibly calmed down and got his emotions back in control. "Naruto Uzumaki, I swear on my honor, I will master this spear, and when I do, I will show you the true power of the Longinus and crush you to bits with it. It's not a promise or a threat, it's a prophecy." Yeah, off you go. Shoo, go away, bitch. Naruto made a waving motion with his hands. Issei was about to give chase, but it was too late. The group of villains disappeared into tiny magic particles as they teleported via a magic circle. The moment the hero faction members left, Naruto fell to the ground butt first, sweating bullets. The wood golem followed suit, causing a tremor before it disintegrated until all that was left was a beautiful garden surrounding Kuno and Yasaka, who was still unconscious. "Issei, take care of them for me." Naruto mustered the last of his strength. He wanted to warn him about Vereen, but it was too late.
Issei panicked when he saw Naruto had paled considerably. His lips blanched and dry. All Naruto could hear was Issei screaming his name, which was slowly fading away. "I need to stay awake." Hades was the last thought on his mind before the bliss of unconsciousness took him.
The next day, Kuo Police Station, John Hunter massaged his forehead as he went through a series of files. After the first victim of the vampire death, as they've named it, there's been more around Kuo. Found in the same state, 2 puncture wounds in the neck. Where's Naruto when you need him? The mobile phone under a pile of files vibrated endlessly as John's fingers fumbled around his desk looking for the cell phone. It rang for a few seconds before John managed to fish it out. The number had no caller ID. "Hello, Detective John speaking." "Mr. John, it is I, Rias. Oh, how did you get my number?" "We have connections in the police." "Okay." John quickly scanned the precinct as if he'd magically see a devil with its wings exposed in broad daylight in a police station of all places. "Mr. John, I don't know how to break this to you, but I thought you should know since you live with Naruto-sensei." John looked perplexed for a moment. He wondered what had happened to Naruto. Should have been back from the excursion today. "Naruto-sensei, he's in stasis right now. We don't know what happened exactly, but he's being taken care of in Kyoto. We are currently on our way to visit him. I'm coming with you guys." A few hours later, the comatose body of one Uzumaki Naruto lay on a futon, his tanned forehead furrowed as cold beads of sweat rolled down from his head. A wet white towel wiped his face, occasionally courtesy of a super busty blonde woman in a shrine maiden outfit that did little to conceal her bountiful bust. By his left sat a kid with fox ears and 9 tails, no older than 12, with blonde hair and golden eyes, holding Naruto's hand with a delicate look on her face. The room had a somber aura to it. John could immediately tell how much these people cared for Naruto. In a corner of the room sat 2 people. Azazel and an unfamiliar girl looking no older than Martha. Martha had her bangs shadowing her eyes as she stared at the comatose form of Naruto. "How did this happen?" John asked, receiving the full gist from Azazel. Azazel explained to them the fundamentals of Truth Idea and told them supernatural beings were much more susceptible to Truth Idea than human beings, with devils and evil dragons having very little to no resistance to the Sacred Gear's abilities. Even the seraphs of heaven feared the technique. He told them Naruto's state, his sickness, was all the will of God.
The will of my father is something I can never with these students wanted to stay but Azazel was against it. They weren't happy about it, they were all worried about Naruto as he hadn't woken up since the battle at Nijo Castle, especially Roswise who didn't want to leave but knew she had to. The Governor General told them it would seem suspicious if they stay longer than they should and told them he'd find an excuse for Naruto's absence. Azazel proposed she leaves for Kuo to help fill Naruto's vacant spot to not rouse suspicion. He told them to have hope and let Kyoto tend to Naruto's conditions. The ladies have been taking turns taking care of Naruto with Roswise being the lady who took care of him when Yasaka was busy with her duties as a leader. Before Roswise left, Vereen reassured her she was going to watch over Naruto, telling her that those were her orders. Confused, Roswise was grateful anyways. John and Martha stayed the night and left with the excursion team the next day. Upon getting home, John sat in Naruto's spot wondering where Gaia went now of all time before a knock on the door jolted him out of his thoughts. In front of Naruto's yard was a hot black-haired woman wearing a very sexy outfit that put the chest area to shame in terms of decency. Her golden slitted eyes narrowed in caution as she sized up the white-haired human. You are not Naruto Nya. The next day, Sunday morning. Issei Hyodo slept comfortably in the confines of his king-sized bed without a worry in the world. Unfortunately, Rias slept in Roswise's room for some reason. He didn't understand why but she didn't seem like her usual self since they left Kyoto. Sure he was worried about Naruto too but he knew the blonde wouldn't go down in such a manner. He was too badass to die from disease stricken on him by his enemies.
The Red Dragon Emperor had his hand spawned out, his back to the bed when he felt a very soft and meaty globe of flesh resting itself on his Johnson region. Delicate fingers planted gently on his chest as the globes of flesh slowly grated back and forth in an intense sensual way that made Issei snap his eyes wide open. A white-skinned hand covered his lips, muffling his whelp of surprise. A woman dressed in a Grim Reaper hoodie, a sexy one at that, judging from the two blue tints gleaming from the darkness of the hoodie. Her golden blonde hair was sprawled out over his chest, framing both sides of her face and the undeniable truth of her beauty as she slowly reached up and pulled her hoodie off all the while still gyrating her hips and grinding her ass down his boner to reveal one of the most beautiful faces he's ever seen.
She had the face of an angel, blood-red lips curing into a sexy smirk.
As she reached down and pulled her hood off jutting her bountiful chest out held by nothing but a black cut top so short it only covered a portion of her upper boobs, her sharp jawline and her pointed chin jutting out, the morning sun peeked through the curtains, casting an ethereal glow over her blonde tresses lighting its edges like fire. Yes, this was the dream of all men personified, a seductive temptress with the body of a succubus, such a shame he'll have to wake up from this paradise. Issei was going to froth at the mouth at this rate. She graced him with a beautiful smile that melted his heart as she dived low, arching her spine as she went from below till she reached his lips. Issei immediately burned her face into memory as her strawberry tongue peeked out of her lips and licked his cheeks, dangerously close to his lips. Can I eat you up, Sakyurute? Issei blushed furiously in perverted glee, and that was all she needed to dive in and lick his neck. Issei shuddered at the gesture wondering why his dreams were so vivid. It felt so real and so stimulating before he choked when he felt what was human teeth. No, too long to be human teeth sink into his neck.
For a few seconds, all one could hear was the suction and moans and grinding the woman was up to before Issei realized it wasn't a dream anymore.
With a distressed cry, Issei tried to pry her face off his neck but she held his hands up above his head pinned to the bed before she resumed her treat. In that split second, the drunk look on her face instilled a primal fear of women into Issei's perverted mind. His blood dripped off the corner of her lips as she licked it, not sparing a drop. Her blue eyes glowed literally, a gaze reminiscent of that of prey and predator shining in her eyes like a lion would a deer in the wild. Yummy. So much better than anything I have ever tasted, she squealed as she hugged herself and threw her head in euphoria. She was stoned, higher than a lifeguard's chair on his blood. Issei screamed like never before. Meanwhile, in Uzumaki Mansion,
John was having his morning coffee by the window, staring out the window, looking at a mental image of his schedule hoping he had the weekend free to go check up on Naruto when a black blur landed on the fence between Naruto's house and the devil's. His mental schedule disappeared into bits instantly. For a moment, he saw it. Her wet black panties. Glowing blue eyes met red. She smiled at the human licking her lips. Good morning, she gave a wink and waved at him in a jolly manner. John blinked once and blinked twice before a lightning bolt struck the fence the blonde lady was posing on. Ah, my eyes, John yelled, covering his stinging eyes due to the sudden attack. Luckily, he wasn't an average human being and sight returned to him only to see a section of the fence gone, in rumbles, and a cute Kaneko in her cat-themed pajamas consisting of a bra and white panties. Another glorious morning in Ko, isn't it? John stared at Issei who held his neck subconsciously, his focus far lost as he stared at the lawn of the Uzumaki mansion. Asia stood beside him who had done her best to heal his wounds. That was a vampire Nya, Kuroka said after Rias, Akino, Kiba, Irina, Zenobia and Rosweiss appeared via magic circle. So vampires exist. John had a childish look on his face when his theories were proven right. He's seen a real-life vampire. Rias was by Issei's side at once though the boy seemed traumatized by the event, he managed a smile for his girlfriend's sake.
How did she even get in? What was her goal? Kaneko asked. Probably Securite Nya. Seeing the looks she received, Kuroka sighed and explained further. The Securite's blood. She was after the red dragon of domination's magic energy flowing in Issei's blood. The same way I wanted to bear his children. Supernatural women are drawn to strong men. Most of us can't resist the desire.
Kuroka threw a smirk at her baby sister who flinched away in embarrassment.
Though I moved on. Now, I'd love to bear Naruto's kittens. I pray he wakes up soon Nya. Kuroka glanced at the sliverish white-haired woman, Rosweiss, in confusion. Why was she glaring at her with a cute pout? Now that we know who we are dealing with, we can devise a plan to get rid of her. We don't even know her name. John deadpanned at Ria's statement. Oh, she'll come back for more. How do you know? Because she said that to my face, that's how, Rias replied irritated.
School. The next day. Rosweiss stood in front of Class 3E, took a deep breath, and entered with a smile. She walked up to the front and stood in Naruto's place. Good morning, students. My name is Rosweiss and I'll be filling Naruto-senpai's position as your homeroom teacher. Where's sensei at? A blue-haired boy asked. Due to health reasons, he's away for the moment till he fully recovers.
Yuri Brown stood and gave her a bow. I hope you take care of us, sensei. Then the whole class went silent. You could hear a cricket croak. Yuri of all people was being cooperative. Yuri had come to respect Naruto a lot, so seeing the woman who tends to be around him all the time and the look she sends his way, it wouldn't take a genius to figure she liked their homeroom teacher. Oh, thank you, Yuri. Rosweiss started the class and the kids were quite responsive. A far CR school system had painted about them. She rather liked the kids.
She reached the middle of his notes and saw some scribblings.
The words she said to Naruto about his students a few months back when they were still acquaintances were written in a box sporting an exclamation mark. Surprisingly, Naruto had exquisite penmanship. She idly smiled at the memory, forgetting she was in class. Beside the box was, the 100-yen shop pretty lady who thinks I'm broke. Even when unconscious, Naruto Uzumaki still manages to put a smile on her face. Rosweiss-sensei? Yuri jolted her out of her memory trip. The student noticed her demeanor and her countenance had brightened considerably as she taught them with more enthusiasm and the kids listened with rapt attention. She didn't know, every single one of them had grown to respect Naruto and that was what she was receiving from the student to honor Naruto's absence. Once their sensei was back, they could raise hell again. After the class was over, Rosweiss strolled the halls of Kao autopiloting to the next class she had holding Naruto's lecture notes. She had Class 3B Biology. The fact that she was going to her assigned class might have helped cause the moment she snapped back to reality she was right in front of the class. She explained the situation to the students and they all agreed, some even praying for Naruto's quick recovery before she started the class. It was at this moment, the principal slid the classroom door open and walked in. Principal. The principal laughed heartily and apologized for intruding and not sending a message beforehand. Let me introduce a new transfer student that will be joining Class 3B. Everyone burst into murmurs. A new student in the middle of the term? The delectable and beautiful. Issei rose to his feet in shock as the same woman that assaulted him in a good and bad way waltzed into the class and flashed him a smile. Hello everyone, my name is Eve, even Edens. She winked at Rosweiss before her blue orbs drifted to the supernatural members of the class. Rosweiss coughed into her hands and told her to take a seat behind the class. Eve walked up to the guy sitting beside Issei, stared him in the eye, and said, "Sweetheart, could you please go sit in the back? I'd love to sit here." Matsuda did as he was told with joy. Yes, Rosweiss, you take good care of Eve. She's dear to this old man's heart. The principal said and left the classroom. Rosweiss gripped the edge of her table as she stared at her new student dead in the eye who returned her glare with a bright smile and a cheerful wave. After school, Rosweiss tailed one of her students as he made a detour from his usual route wondering where he was headed to. She thought it suspicious the moment the bell dismissed them and he didn't even bother to see Issei and Motohama to head home together. A ritual the perverted trio were known for besides their peeing and perverted tendencies. Imagine her surprise when he turned to an alleyway and waiting for him was Eve with a flushed look on her face. She quickly held her arms out with a longing look on her face. I need to taste his blood again but for now, you'll have to suffice. I'm going to drain every single drop from you. Eve went down on her knees, fumbling with her belt, and reached for his fly. For being a very good boy, I'll be giving you special service before you leave. Rosweiss immediately sprung into action and walked into the hallway. What do you think are doing? Eve's expression soured. She rolled her eyes at the Valkyrie and ordered the boy to stay on the sidelines. What do you want, Valkyrie?
You keep your hands off my student. Rosweiss backed her threat with a subtle magic release.
Yes ma'am. Eve neared Matsuda and cupped his sausage. Such a shame, I wanted to show you what heaven looks like. Better luck next time. Rosweiss sneered at her as she walked past her. Eve took a step back and took a whiff of Rosweiss, dangerously close to her neck. The scent of a virgin maiden. Tantalizing, she licked her lips and left the alley.
Matsuda, who had been standing obediently, suddenly shuddered, staggering on his feet, a bit disoriented before looking around and saw the familiar figure of his teacher. Sensei, what are you doing here? Rosweiss stared at him, not justifying his question with an answer. What am I doing here? Now Rosweiss was a little concerned. Turns out the kid had no memory of what transpired. The last memory he had was the principal barging in. Eve had a big grin on her face. Playing around with the devils was fun, to say the least. She was even called to the student president's office meeting eye to eye with Rias Grimori, who had a few to say, none of which she was interested in.
Eve had caught the whiff of another virgin with strong blood. The pale blonde-haired girl with purple streaks. Martha Hunter. Was it? The girl had a power sleeping deep within her that made her shudder with excitement. She loved strong people, and what she loved more was betting strong people. Tracking her wasn't easy as she could somehow throw her scent off, but she managed to track her to a restaurant where she worked part-time. She looked so heavenly in her black waist jacket, her purple blonde hair packed into a long ponytail as she received orders, turning around in her skirt, captivating men effortlessly. The moment Eve walked in, all eyes were on her. She sat at a table and raised her hand and called for a waiter to attend to her. Damon, does heaven know you are missing? Eve stared at the black man in front of her and crossed her legs, the action revealing a good portion of her thigh. Odenba stared, shamelessly. You like what you see? She asked, resting her chin in her intertwined fingers, buffing her eyelashes at him. Damn right I do, he replied. I have something good to show you if you understand what I'm saying. Eve couldn't have mustered a better sultry smile. A slap to the head ruined their moment, courtesy of Martha, who stood protectively in front of the black man. It was funny how her young slim little frame tried to cover the huge frame of the second most perverted person she knew from the Bad Vampire. What would you like, customer? Martha pushed the menu into Eve's face. I'd have you if you were on the menu. Very funny, Martha deadpanned. Odenba was starting to see Eve in a new light, the kind of woman he was just looking for.
The moment of truth is now. You do OnlyFans? Otunba asked with an abnormally serious face.
I'll show you something even better. Let me write down my address. Eve snatched a pen from Martha and wrote down her address on a tissue. Though the address never got to its destination because the address was addressed by Martha with extreme prejudice. Martha, why? Odenba cried. Roses are full of thorns. She replied and took Eve's orders, giving her a glare that said, stay put. Eve stared at the huge frame of Odenba, following Martha like a lovesick puppy. A melancholic look graced her face as she went down memory lane, remembering when she was once like that. Unknown location. Hades, the king of the underworld, held the chains that bind his grandmother with the unreadable expression all skeletons seem to possess. The rational part of Hades wanted to keep his mother's jailbreak a secret from his brother, and thus, the secret of Naruto's origins. Hades dropped the reins and brought his skeletal palm to his ear. Lord Hades, speak Vereen. How's the human doing? Still in stasis. Get rid of him. Your mission is done. I'm afraid that's impossible with everyone present here. Azazel, leave him to me. Gaia-sama is here. Vereen dropped the bomb on Hades. Though, they don't know I work for you yet. Keep an eye on him for the time being. Don't act rashly, my mother will see through everything if you do. Understood. And Vereen, keep an eye on my grandmother for me. Hades hung up the call and stared at his mother once captive. The king of the underworld could feel a migraine coming. First off, Naruto. Now, Gaia. As if Naruto wasn't big enough a problem. It took the combined might of his brothers to seal Gaia, and now, he didn't doubt her jailbreak was assisted by none other than Naruto. Kyoto is a defensive fortress for the comatose blonde with the powerhouses guarding him. Though he could pull it off with his army, that meant two factions would be going to war. The supernatural world won't just sit down and watch. Definitely the likes of Odin, whose imposed sanctions on Kyoto, might move, and the devils would get involved too, but the treaties the factions have signed would be nullified. Zeus and Poseidon on the other hand. Hades disliked his brothers, but sometimes, they had to set their differences aside to protect their pantheon. If Zeus and Poseidon were to join the fray, it might be possible. That left the anonymous source that tipped him. At first, Hades thought it was a ridiculous prank, but it all made sense when he connected the dots. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. With his mind made up, Hades left the prison. 4 days later, blue orbs slowly opened, and the first thing he noticed was too much light. They immediately squeezed shut. He could hear indistinct chatter. It seemed like he was in a room. What was the last thing he remembered? Hades. Naruto shot up straight and pushed a blanket off his body. He drew the wooden door open and rushed outside. He was garbed in his clothes, only missing his jacket. "Oh, he's up!" a Yukai maid yelled in joy. "Naruto-sama is up, quick go spread the message." Hearing this and seeing the Yukai maid scattered to tell everyone he's awakened, he knew he was in Kyoto. Excuse me, how long have I been asleep?" Naruto asked. "A week." "A week?" Naruto thought to himself. "Oh, Naruto-sama. They all fawned upon you. I never knew you were such a player," the maid blushed. "Who?" "Yasaka-sama, the white-haired lady and the devil." Naruto could understand the first two, but Vereen? If she's still here, does that mean Hades hasn't come back for him? If he did, Naruto didn't know if he wanted everyone to know his secret yet or the kind of trouble he was going to bring upon Kyoto again. Nissan. 2 doors led to the compound of Naruto's quarters and both were flung wide open in an instant. On one edge stood Kuno and Yasaka and on the other end stood Roswise. All 3 women were out of breath before Kuno rushed forward and knocked the oxygen out of his lungs with a tight bear hug. "I really thought you wouldn't wake up," Kuno bawled into his chest. Naruto patted her head affectionately as she cried. His lips couldn't help but curve into a beautiful smile the moment he laid his eyes on Yasaka. Whole, healthy, conscious and busty as ever. A gesture she mirrored before she walked up to him and pulled him into her bosom. "Welcome back, Naruto-kun," she whispered in his ear. Naruto was glad to see the two reunited and being in Yasaka's arms just like old times. The maid gushed and gushed at the scene before the head maid made signals for them to leave. Roswise knew her presence would be unnecessary, but deep down, she wanted to do the same with Naruto, but she was content with seeing him conscious and whole. She left the compound and shut the door behind her back. Hearing the news, everyone was happy to know that their Madao of a sensei was back in the land of the living. They all waited for him in the palace dining hall. A big feast was in order after all. Kyoto wanted to celebrate the return of their leader, but Yasaka kept suspending it, waiting for Naruto, their hero, to wake up. There was lots of assorted food as everyone helped themselves to the tasty goodness on the table. Naruto walked in with Yasaka and Kuno stealing everybody's attention. He was garbed in a black and orange kimono with a running orange fox imprinted on the back and the chest. "Yaa." Azazel raised a cup to Naruto. "Leaving everyone worried and having the fine ladies to yourself. You're something else, Naruto." Vereen and Roswise had a pink blush staining their faces. The 3 blondes joined them at the table and everyone ate and drank to their satisfaction. Kurama and Naruto kept poking fun at each other just like old times and Issei even joined in. Naruto didn't care much and just had a fun time with everyone.
Naruto shared a cryptic glance with Vereen and they both came to a client agreement. The hero of Kyoto excused himself and Vereen did the same.
Yasaka watched the both of them leave. They had a lot of catching up to do, but she could wait as today was a day of feast. She was meaning to ask about the relationship between Naruto and the devil, but it seems now wasn't the time. Vereen only said they were friends. Naruto and Vereen walked to a secluded part of the palace where the night sky was visible for all to see and held a such discussion outside. "My assignment is to keep an eye on you, Mr. Naruto." Vereen finished before she noticed Roswise walking towards them. Vereen knew the Asgardian had feelings for Naruto. She always came back to check up on Naruto and even pulled a nighter to keep watch on Naruto when he was experiencing his temperature change. The look of worry on her face every time she was around the blonde told it all. I want to see Issei about something." Vereen thought of an excuse to leave. It seems Issei and Vereen took it off as friends. The pervert wanted to befriend another fellow devil. Vereen left Naruto and Roswise in an awkward silence and Roswise just stared at Naruto, swinging back and forth. Naruto smiled at her childish antic, which was mirrored by Roswise. "I'm glad to see Senpai in good health again," she said. "I must have scared everyone." Naruto wanted to walk towards her but felt phantom pain in his stomach. Roswise was by his side in an instant doting over him. "Come on, you need to rest." Roswise put his arm over her shoulder and held his waist. Strangely, Naruto welcomed the gesture even though he could run to Alaska, cutting the Pacific if he wanted to. "I heard I was asleep for a week. It must have been bothersome taking care of me," he said as he allowed Roswise to lead him to his room. "It wasn't a bother for me, taking care of Senpai," Roswise replied. Naruto had a wide grin on his face as he stared at Roswise, who hadn't looked at his face since she held him. "Yasaka-sama too stood by your side. She fed you soup when you were unconscious." Roswise chided herself mentally for saying that, hoping the jealousy in her tone went unnoticed by Naruto. "Hey, that old fox can be tender like that sometimes," Naruto joked. "It's just that I was afraid you would never wake up." Roswise's voice shakes as she was truly afraid of his unpredictable condition as Azazel told them to expect the worst. Naruto stopped in his tracks and watched as Roswise furiously wiped her face. As big as the world was, if there was only one person Roswise loved, it was Naruto. He was the only person that comforted her in her darkest times without him even knowing. He made her feel special. The fear of losing another loved one wrecked her mind for the agonizingly long week. Naruto raised her chin and wiped a stray tear off her face. "You even look beautiful when you cry." He cupped her face, rubbing her cheeks with his thumb. Roswise just kept on sniffing. All she could see was Naruto's lips. Everything else had blurred. Naruto brought her face to his chest and rubbed her head affectionately. "Somehow, I missed you. Even though I was unconscious, it felt like an eternity to me. Promise you won't get sick like this again and keep me worried." Roswise's voice sounded muffled, but Naruto held her loud and clear. "That's a lifetime promise," Naruto replied and brought her even closer. Roswise wrapped her hand around his back and just let herself go in his arms. Both human and Asgardian enjoyed each other's embrace for a while. The place they wedded with nobody in sight. Kuno was out searching around for Naruto, leaving her mother and the devils to talk about business when she spotted Naruto and Roswise holding hands as they walked toward the palace. Golden slitted eyes lightened up as the familiar physique of Naruto reflected on them. "Ni-san." Roswise immediately jerked her hand away from Naruto's. Naruto himself was disappointed that he had to let her hand go. He rather enjoyed having her hand in his. With the same hand, he waved at Kuno to play it cool. Kuno, being her innocent self, dragged Naruto away to have fun with him, and he was helpless against her. "Slow down." His words fell on deaf ears as she dragged him into the crowd of students. Scene change. Kyoto train station. Morning came in with much reluctance from Yasaka. A healthy Naruto stood in front of the Kyoto train station. Yasaka, Kurama, Genryusai, and Kuno were disguised as humans to see Naruto off, with Yasaka promising to come to visit him in his new house after she's done with her leader affairs. "Please, haha Yui." Kuno was at her mother's feet begging her profusely to let her leave with Naruto. At first, Yasaka was against the idea, but Naruto changed her mind and she finally relented. Vereen was also on the train to Kuo and the entire students and staff of Kuo Academy. "You keep my daughter safe, Naruto." "Hey, that's my job. I don't need an old hag telling me what to do." This of course earned Naruto a bonk from Yasaka, a scene Issei hadn't properly adjusted to, but was all glad to see Yasaka's huge tits wobble with the action. Naruto was good at making her titties wobble and he didn't even know. Kuno waved her mother off as she disappeared into the distance and the bullet train took off in earnest. "Yes, I'm staying with my Ni-san forever." Naruto chuckled at the victory jump she did, pumping her fist in the air. "Kuno-chan." Issei joined Naruto, Vereen, and Roswise in their car and took a seat beside the little fox. "I'll show you around Kuo when we get there. It's a beautiful place too, you know." Naruto idly wondered how his housemates were doing. He had wanted to contact them somehow. "I need a new smartphone now, don't I?" he murmured to himself. Roswise overheard him talking to himself and asked about the phone he bought a while back. I gave it away," Naruto replied with a sheepish smile. He disliked mobile phones for a reason, but he needed one now as everyone around him had one. It was high time he bought one and learned of its intricacies. Roswise sighed at Naruto's antics. He could be so chill about things sometimes. That was a cutting-edge high-end phone he gave out. She would need to save up for a few months before she bought that kind of phone. How rich was Naruto Uzumaki? "Huh, put your worries to rest, sensei. This student of yours will help you pick up a better pho." Roswise cut off Issei before he could finish her sentence. In his once-in-a-lifetime moment of genius, Issei realized it wasn't his place to interfere when he saw the exasperated look on Roswise's face. They both stayed together and talked about Class 3E and the progress she's made with them. Naruto was genuinely shocked she could get his students to cooperate. Maybe she was that good with students. Uzumaki Mansion. Roswise offered to help Naruto with his luggage, but Naruto turned her gesture off, claiming she's done enough and to stop worrying about him as he was back at full strength. Vereen instead decided to help Naruto with his luggage. She watched as Naruto placed his hand on the swirl mounted on the gate as it slowly slid open. "It's good to be home," Naruto sighed, staring at his front yard. The reunion with his housemates was as expected and unexpected. He was engulfed in a vice-like bear hug by Martha and a bro-side hug by John as they both shared a laugh, happy to see him again. "Vereen-san, I'll have that." Martha took Naruto's luggage from Roswise. "Where's Gaia?" Naruto loosened his tie as he flopped to the couch, exhausted by the journey. "Gaia said she had something important to take care of and to tell you not to come find her." John relayed the goddess message. Naruto seemed perplexed by the message, wondering what on earth she was up to. His danger senses went blaring when a black cat jumped from behind into his lap and transformed into a familiar figure. "Naruto Nya!" Kuroka cried as she hugged him, sitting on his lap. "Kuroka!" Naruto patted her back warmly. The black-haired beauty froze in shock and pulled her face away from his shoulder to stare at him. "Naruto, are you okay?" she asked, shock evident on her face as she grabbed his head and face. "Are you unwell in the head?" "I'm perfectly sane," Naruto replied. "Then, can we make babies together?" "Get off me, you damn cat." Naruto pushed her off. Kuroda sprawled on the ground and giggled to herself. Yes, that was the Naruto she knew. Make yourself at home, Vereen. Naruto pointed at a couch for her to sit on. Kuroda noticed the purple-haired woman, a devil. Kuroka could tell that much at a glance. I don't see Gaia anywhere. Where is she at? She left a message saying she had somewhere important to go. She didn't tell. Nope. Naruto shared a glance with Vereen saying, we need to talk about this, before his sight flickered to Kuroka who was rubbing her head on his lap. Vereen looked at the group and then at Naruto who seemed like an old man who just had too many children to take care of. In the short time she spent with Naruto, she came to a startling realization. Devils, yokais, Asgardians, humans, and even a goddess all stood by his side. He had a special talent to unite different species together. It was the first time she saw all three races together to take care of someone, to worry for someone, and hope they recover with sincere hearts. She couldn't say for sure the kind of person Naruto Uzumaki was, but the people around him held nothing but respect for him. She wanted to access the blonde herself to see if he was a threat as Hades labeled him. A few hours later Naruto sat in his bedroom and let out a breath he didn't know he was holding out. He held his stomach with a sour look on his face as his face slowly blanched. He felt sore as if his muscles were made of rubber. Cao Cao's death was guaranteed the next time they met. He wasn't fit for traveling. Sage mode helps alleviate the pain. It took less than 3 seconds for him to achieve this state, a record for the young sage. Like a ripple moving around a water body, Naruto's senses widened to encapsulate the entirety of Kuo. The goal was to establish a connection with Gaia, not to survey the town, but he felt something strange among the supernatural and human population in Ko. A strange energy signature, but paid it no heed before he grasped the raw natural energy flow and delved deeper into his mind. Naruto opened his eyes a bit disappointed he couldn't track her. He hoped she was safe and well. His meditation was cut short when he sensed Kunu's chakra entering his room. Blue orbs opened to golden slitted eyes, and a look of curiosity graced her face as she reached her little fingers out to touch Naruto's eyelids. Why does your pupil look like a goat's pupil? Naruto twitched at the innocent and genuinely curious but offensive question. A tick mark appeared on his forehead as he went on and elaborated on the awesomeness of frogs. This is Sage Mode. Sage Mode? It's something like Senjutsu. Senjutsu. Kuno yelled in excitement. She's heard of it one too many times and has heard of its legends. You don't go crazy, do you? Naruto held his fist out and made a gesture for her to do the same. The moment her fist touched his, chakra like never felt before entered her system as her tails and fox ears came out. It felt so pure and so powerful. Kuno faltered a few seconds later. Oops, sorry, Kuno. I forget you are not a sage sometimes, Naruto chuckled. Non-sages can't balance sage energy properly. Ni-san, did you were a family? Kuno asked. Naruto placed his hand on her head and shook his head. I don't think I can. She could feel the pain in his voice. Don't be sad, Ni-san. When Haha Yui was held captive, I missed her, but I knew she wouldn't want me to be miserable, so I decided to be strong for her, and Jay have decided. I'll be strong for you too. I'll be your family, Ni-san. Haha Yui, Kurama, and all of Kyoto will be your family, she said. Naruto felt shocked that those words were coming out of a 12-year-old girl. He chuckled at the serious look on her face. You guys are my new family, alright. Yata. Kuno hugged him. Naruto ni, dinner is ready. Martha had a warm smile on her face as she entered with a knock. Martha was moved by the words of the young child herself. She almost didn't want to ruin the moment. And oh, we are having ramen. Yes. It's been ages. Naruto displayed his childlike love for ramen and ushered both girls to the living room immediately. Noodle freak. There's no milk for you today. Kuroda looked aghast for a moment before she gritted her teeth in anger. You bully, Naruto, don't make the beautiful lady cry, John groaned. Stay out of this, cop. You think I'm pretty? Kuroda blushed. John nodded with an, okay, look on his face and went back to slurping his dinner. Bro, what's going on? Martha tried to tease her older brother. I still like the guy you work with, John yelled, pointing his chopsticks at her. Can't your boss fire him or something? He's a great guy if you look last his eccentric tendencies. Not as great as Ni-san though. He's the best, Kuno said, earning a nod of agreement from Martha. Who? Naruto asked out of the loop. Her coworker, a dirty sleazebag. Let her be. Martha can take care of herself. You didn't see the guy. I'm saying she's intelligent and strong enough to know what to do. You gotta cut her some slack. How I wish Gaia was here, she would have supported me. Vereen watched the interaction with a poker face before Kuno offered her Narutomaki. Nate-chan can have my Narutomaki. She beamed. Vereen stared at the treat sitting on noodles and broth and reached out with her chopstick, picked it, and put it in her mouth. Everyone waited for her reaction with bated breath. She seemed to chew it for a few seconds before she swallowed heavily. It's not bad. Martha gave a first pump of joy. Enjoy, Martha said as she poured more noodles into her bowl. Sensei. Issei kicked the front door open, earning Naruto's ire. The whole devil group came in one after the other and settled themselves comfortably at home. "Welcome back, Naruto-sensei. Good to be back, Red-chan." Rias blushed at the nick and the warm reply. As warm as Naruto's replies get. "Senpai-kun," Roswise said in a sing-song voice as she waved at him. "Kahai-chan," Naruto replied with an amused smile. Kuroda bristled at the display, wondering what was going on. Those who knew threw secret glances while those who didn't just do their thing. Naruto pulled a chair for her beside him and offered her his ramen. If Naruto's fellow ninjas were here, they would gawk stupefied to the highest magnitude. Naruto never shares his ramen with anybody, ever. John stared from an unused spoon on the table to Roswise and Naruto before he picked it up and tried to offer it to Roswise, but Akeno sabotaged his ploy. John jolted in shock when Akeno snatched the spoon and started a presentation about the history of the spoon just for him. "What did I do?" he wondered as he was forced to hear everything. Roswise was happy, to say the least, as she picked up Naruto's chopstick. "Well then, itadakimasu." The rest of the night went by with Rias and Akeno helping Martha cook ramen for everybody. Naruto declared the night to be a holy night as they all shared the heavenly meal called ramen in one accord. And the rest of the night went by in peace. Though, how long would the peace last before the truculent turbulent winds of conflict strike? Only time will tell. Chapter 25 in the Underworld. Cyroorg Beelzebub huffed as he pulled his weight up with a boulder strapped to his back. The floor groaned under the pressure as the boulder was enchanted with magic. His queen was beside him, waiting on him diligently as she brought him up to date on the upcoming raiding game with Rias Gremory and her peerage. Their greatest threat was Issei Hyodo, the Red Dragon Emperor. He heard interesting news about Rias' peerage and their victory against the hero faction with the help of a human. Naruto Uzumaki. Cyroorg remembers the name. The human who managed to send ripples throughout the underworld by defeating a fully matured peerage on his own. The elders of the devil families wanted to form ties with him. Gremory, Citri, Biel, Beelzebub. They all want him on their side, but Cyroorg wants to test his strength against the man who is rumored to be as powerful as an ultimate class devil. Kusha, shall we pay my dear cousin a visit? Scene change. Somewhere in Olympus. The land of the Greek gods, home to many gods of different caliber and questionable moral compasses, was one of the strongest factions in DxD. Their leader, Zeus, stood at a point where a great mountain once stood erect and strong. It was his palace, where the gods of Olympus came together to decide the fate of their mythology. It was a place of communion, a symbol of their reign. Hundreds of workers were working to make a replica of the palace on the crater that once stood Mount Olympus. It would be ugly if the other factions found out about this. Zeus involuntarily squeezed his fists as he stared at the massive hole where Mount Olympus was supposed to be. He moved away from the construction site and left via teleportation circle. "Brother," Zeus turned around, his white thick beard flowing with him as he beheld the face of his brother, the king of the seas. "You have come. Where is Hades?" Poseidon asked. "Beats me. He's always holed up in the underworld doing his own thing," Zeus replied. "Speak. What is it that you wanted to tell me?" Zeus growled. I'm not sure if you would." Before Poseidon could finish his sentence, a figure made of soil rose from the ground and took the form of a woman. A face Zeus thought he would never see was right in front of him. "What is the meaning of this, brother?" Zeus asked as sparks flew around his body. "Calm, child. I come in peace." Zeus was shocked to see his grandmother well and in the flesh. Near the peak of her powers, judging from her appearance. She had slowly regained her strength, and he didn't realize any sooner. It was at this point Hades appeared with a straight look on his face, though it was hard to notice. The boy's words held. "She is free," he said. "You knew about this, brother?" Poseidon asked, shocked too. "I just did recently," Hades replied. The boy broke the seal. "What boy?" Zeus asked. "Naruto Uzumaki," Hades said. Poseidon and Zeus's countenance soured at the mention of the name before it was replaced with fury. "You know of this whereabouts and you didn't tell me?" Zeus asked. Hades stared straight into his brother's blue eyes and replied, "Yes." "What were you thinking, brother?" Poseidon chastised him. "How is the boy related to you?" Hades asked Gaia, dodging the question. "Naruto helped me escape my prison," Gaia replied. "How? Do you know what he did?" Zeus butted in, his anger rising to the surface as he remembered the past memories of the blonde intruder. "That boy." "Yes, I know. It was the only way to break free from the constraints of Olympus." Gaia replied with a straight face. "Don't tell me." "Yes, I had him destroy Mount Olympus." Gaia didn't exactly goad Naruto into doing it. It was an act of belligerence on his part. A prank, as he called it, if she remembered. It turns out the effect of his so-called prank played a major role in accelerating her escape from the eternal prison. Olympus grew weaker and they all focused their attention on rebuilding and looking for the culprit. "I should strike you right where you stand," the king of the Greek gods growled. A thunderstorm brewed above their heads with lightning arcs traveled the sky. Brother, hear our mother out. She came here hoping to talk with you, Poseidon pleaded. I have no time to hold talks with a traitor. No, I'm here to propose a truce, Gaia replied. Zeus walked up to her and sneered at her face. Why do you think you have an option here, Gaia? I put you in that prison once and I'll do it again. I wouldn't do that if I were you, because if you do, he'll just break her out, again, Poseidon said. Listen, boys. We have to bring him to our side. He's the only person who can tip the scale of power to any faction he aligns with. I don't care. He'll pay for destroying Mount Olympus. Zeus didn't care for no truce. All he wanted was to bring the fiend to justice. A feat that was easier said than done. The boy was exceptionally strong for a human. Not only was he able to infiltrate Olympus and pull his stunt in broad daylight, but managed to escape and evade them for so long. After giving it a quick thought, Zeus grew interested in the truce, but he needed a guarantee. And why are you so sure we'll agree with the truce? Because he's the key to tip the scales of power in the supernatural world. He's an outer god. Zeus and Poseidon lost their composure at that. Even Hades seemed to process the information before he spoke a single sentence that refuted the statement. Now, that is some bullshit. Scene change. Earth, Uzumaki Mansion. Achoo. A violent sneeze overtook the room, blowing the clothes in the open closet. Naruto threw a crumpled piece of tissue away and wiped his nose. Are you alright? Are you feeling cold? Is your stomach hurting? Martha was by his side asking questions as she checked him up. I'm fine, he replied as he walked near the mirror and took a tie from the drawer in his room. He fumbled with it before Martha lent him a hand. Are you sure you can handle going to work today? I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Nothing's impossible for me. Naruto chuckled as he pulled his coat on and slid his fingers across his curtain fringes. He checked his clothes out and gave a nod of satisfaction. Naruto wore a two-piece blue suit with a matching pant, a blue gradient tie under sky blue shirt, and black leather shoes. On his way out, he was stopped by Kuno, who hugged his legs with teary eyes. Don't go, Naruto chuckled at the puppy dog eyes expression on her face. I have to go to work, Kuno. I won't be gone for long. Kuno shook her head and buried her face into Naruto's legs. Naruto sighed and with a snap of his finger, a clone pooped into existence beside him. Boss, the clone acknowledged him with a nod. Naruto punched it and it hunched over. How rude, boss. In my very brief existence in life, have I done anything to warrant such belligerence? Naruto raised an eyebrow at his clone. Why are you talking funny? I believe you want me to keep the young mistress company in your stead while you work? Naruto nodded in return. Not to worry then, boss. I will handle the young princess with great care worthy of her status. His housemates watched the interaction between both master and clone. They looked everything alike down to the tiniest details, but they seemed like opposites. Very well, then. I will carry out my duties with utmost zeal. Rest assured and have a lovely afternoon at work. The clone seized Kuno by her armpits and carried her like a baby. That's a weird one, Naruto whispered under his breath. He waved his friends goodbye as he left home. He smiled at the thought of having new people to call friends now. Speaking about friends, the moment Naruto walked out, he spotted Roswise walking away. He jogged to catch up to her, utilizing the grace and stealth of a ninja. He snuck behind her and greeted her warmly. Roswise jumped up a bit at the sudden voice behind her. She turned around to a familiar height and build of her human neighbor. The sun casted a shad as blue eyes seemed to sparkle with gold dust for a moment there. Roswise greeted back him with the same enthusiasm and they both walked together to the subway station. Naruto would rather take a cab or just run to his destination, but here he was in a subway train on a hectic Monday, all thanks to Roswise. There was no empty seat and they had to stand. Throughout the entire journey, Roswise could smell Naruto's cologne. Being near him, even though it's happened numerous times, it wasn't something she'd get used to anytime soon. The train came to a halt and they got off and made their way to Kuo Academy. Roswise brought him up to speed with his classes and the new supernatural student in his class. Be careful, senpai. She's a strong one, Roswise advised. Eve was a vampire whose magic reserves indicated her class to be at ultimate class devil, but what worried Roswise the most was that she reeked of blood. I'll come running at the slightest sign of danger. Naruto stared at her with a confused look, thinking, who's in danger here? The serious look on her face made him realize she was just looking out for him, which managed to win a smile from him. Understood. Naruto chuckled. This won't do, let me take them for the week. Naruto grabbed her shoulder and stared into her green eyes. Roswise blushed at the sudden gesture. It was much welcomed, but they were in school, and the proper teacher in her didn't want to condone such behavior in front of the students. Roswise, I'll be fine. No way a blood-sucking leech would take me down, Naruto replied, patting her head. It was at this moment a half-eaten burger fell off and rolled to a stop beside Naruto. His students were shocked to see him. Agatha was the first to cover up her shock and walk past them to the classroom. The boys finally understood the assignment and left. Naruto turned Roswise around and gave her a light push. Roswise seemed reluctant and stared at him one last time before she left. He waved her off with a smile, and the moment she moved out of his sight, his smile was replaced with his usual poker face. The energy in the classroom was sinister. The scent of blood was coming off in waves. What did Ko Academy accept into their midst this time? He sighed nonetheless and walked into the class. The moment he walked in, he immediately noticed her. She was staring at him with a sultry smile. Her tongue licked at her blood-red lips as she crossed her legs, inadvertently flashing him her crotch. Alrighty everyone. 1, 2, 3 applause. The whole class got to their feet and gave Naruto an ovation. It's good to have you back, sensei. Kya, Naruto-sama is back. You did well. Many congratulatory greetings rang out of the class. Thank you guys. It's good to be back. It's good to be standing right here in front of you as your sensei again. Naruto's short speech earned him another applause. I see we have a new student with us, though I can't seem to remember her name. Please, sensei, call me Eve. Leaf. It's good to have you in our midst. Naruto replied, the edge of his lips curving into a soft smile. Eve angled her head in confusion. This kind of reaction from a man who was a target of her sultry charm was unprecedented. Her smile immediately faltered in front of the man. Well, let's get started. The students enjoyed Naruto's lecture. He made jokes and gave real-life examples as he elaborated on the topic of the day. They had stars in their eyes finding this version of Naruto warm and welcoming. They all bowed at the end of the lecture and left for break, all except Eve. She walked up to Naruto, who was sorting some files on his desk, and leaned over the table closing the file. She peered into his eyes with the same glazed eyes as she drew circles with her fingers on his hand. She stumbled back as she was suddenly assaulted by a bright light. She shook her head to regain her thoughts. How are you doing it? She asked. Doing what? Naruto asked in return. Eve tried to make another sultry advance but faltered before she could even execute it. I know what you are, and honestly, if you are here to cause trouble, forget about it. I won't let anybody, be they gods, angels, devils or vampires, disturb the peace of this school and its students. Since you are currently under the banner of Kuo, you are a student and I am your homeroom sensei, and as such, I will treat you like one unless you give me a reason not to. Naruto opened his file and finished his paperwork. He stood up and left the classroom, leaving a bewildered Eve staring at his back as he left. Is he a saint? She wondered out loud to herself. And lots of ramen. Naruto chuckled as he spoke over the phone with Kuno on Kuroka's mobile. Oi, Naruto, you should buy some vegetables when you are coming home. Ramen will stunt her growth. Whatever you say, you guys. Naruto sighed as he waved them goodbye and hung up the call. He pocketed his mobile and stared at Roswise from the window of her office. Hello, Naruto waved at her. Pissed. Roswise was deep into her work and didn't register Naruto at the window. Kahai-san. Roswise's ears perked up at that. Oh, senpai. Wanna go grab lunch together? Naruto asked. He stared at her desk and wondered if the timing was good and was about to tell her not to worry if she was preoccupied. Roswise stared at the workload on her table, and all it took was a millisecond to come to a final decision. It could wait. Yes, very much, she replied with a smile. Naruto smiled as she stood up from her chair and joined him outside as they both walked to their destination. Naruto and Roswise were intercepted on their way to lunch by Issei and Asia. They were escorted to the occult research club where they met the rest of the group. Sensei, Rias greeted both teachers. What do you young bats need? I was wondering if you don't mind about the rating game. Naruto raised an eyebrow at Rias' sudden shy demeanor. The thing is my peerage, HMHMN? Naruto egged her on to speak her mind. Rias got up and asked with a bow, would you please come and see our rating game in the underworld? Huh? Is that all? Naruto chuckled. It was an invite, and here he thought she was asking for training or something else. Sure thing. I'll get to see all the splendid ladies again. How's your kid brother doing these days? Rias and all the devils present were delighted to hear that. Since they fought against Naruto, their respect for him grew massively, more so for the people who saw his power during the Kyoto incident. Having a man like Naruto come to watch their rating game was an honor. When does it start? Naruto asked. A few days from now. The group all busted with chats. Issei wanted to be Naruto's tour guide around the underworld. He started making a mental list of things to pack as he was looking forward to going to the underworld again. Naruto, are you sure about this? Kurama spoke from inside the seal. I'm just going to see my students display their talents. It's like the Chunin exams all over again. Kurama stared at Naruto with one of his eyes open. Something was changing rapidly deep inside Naruto. He could feel it, but he couldn't quite tell what it was. Kurama closed his eyes and adjusted his head on his paws. He'd save those concerns for later. Naruto got up and Roswise followed suit, following closely behind him. They looked so cute together. Ikano giggled. Don't you notice something different with sensei? Irina asked. starting at the spot where Naruto was sitting a moment ago. Different. True, he's been smiling more these days, though it only happens when Roswise sensei is around. Issei couldn't help the grin from appearing on his face. The whole shared a look of confusion as they all stared back at Issei, who suddenly went stiff at the unwanted attention. The bell rang for the last time that day and dismissed everyone for the day. Naruto spotted Roswise waiting for Age. They both decided to go home together, and she was rather interested in Naruto, asking a lot of things she never did, like why he loved to walk so much, to which Naruto gave a simple and honest reply. I've been walking or running or jumping or teleporting to anywhere I wanted to all my life. Compared to modern-day Japanese people, he didn't grow up climbing luxury cars or buses and taxis. Also, it was much slower compared to his top speed. She got to know he was an orphan with no relatives just like her, and he was a very simple man. So, Naruto-senpai, who's the lucky girl? Huh? Naruto was truly dumbfounded by her question. Are you currently seeing anyone? She asked barely above a whisper. Huh? Like, are you in a relationship? She asked a bit bolder this time. Naruto adopted a thoughtful look at that. None that I can think of, but I do have someone I like currently. Roswise grew crestfallen. Why is it so hard to stay with this man, she thought, following behind him until she bumped into him. He had stopped mid-track. But I sometimes wonder if I have a chance at that kind of life with her, he added. So, is she someone I know? Roswise asked. Enough about me. Let's talk about you too. Naruto replied with a smirk, missing the pout on her face. So, I know you are Asgardian. Yes. I grew up with my grandparents and only moved out when I got a new job at Valhalla. Roswise started counting on her fingers the amount of part-time jobs she had in school before she graduated and joined Valhalla. I was a bodyguard for the Allfather, the chief god of my faction. Why did you leave your old job? Naruto opened the 100-yen shop glass doors for Roswise and even guided her head from hitting the decoration at the door. He noticed some people were slurping ramen at the store and having a hearty conversation. He began craving ramen for no reason. My grandma passed and the Allfather had another job for me on Earth. Naruto idly reached out for anything that looked like ramen, and Roswise shook her head in amusement when she noticed he was doing it on autopilot. Roswise picked a basket and filled it with meat, eggs, and lots of vegetables. They both reached the counter to pay for their groceries. The young lady in a face cap had vibrant auburn hair that was quite familiar to both parties. Sensei, oh, Agatha, you work here now? Naruto asked. She took the shopping basket from them and wrung everything, explaining how she'd quit her old job and has been working on the new job for a month now to support her father. Naruto asked if her house wasn't far from the store, which she replied, I'm on night shift today. I see Sensei is shopping together with Roswise Sensei. Do you two live together? Roswise immediately went as red as a tomato and stumbled on a sudden stuttering phase. Oh, we are neighbors, Naruto replied. Agatha packed the groceries for them and added the receipt. Roswise made a motion to grab her purse to pay for their groceries, but Agatha gestured at her to stay back. She turned to Naruto with her hand stretched out and said, that'd be 7,387 yen and 99 sen. Naruto opened his wallet and took a look at the notes in it. He scratched his head with a sheepish look on his face. Say, can you wait a moment? Naruto asked. He looked around at the store and spotted the back door. It's fine, I can pay for, Roswise wanted to say before Naruto cut her off. I'll be back. The blonde ninja moved to the back exit and a moment later came out with a new wallet in hand. He opened the wallet and it was stocked with lots of cash. He picked out some notes and handed them to her. You can keep the change, Naruto told her, but Sensei. Keep up the hard work. Naruto and Roswise walked out of the store waving the grateful Agatha. On their way home, Naruto had offered to help her carry her bag, which she rejected, thanking him for paying for her groceries too. Naruto couldn't help but have a sense of déjà vu. How did you get that much money in such a short amount of time? She couldn't help but ask. His purse just contained a few notes and coins, but when he went out through the back door and came back, he suddenly had a brand new swollen wallet. Oh, I teleported home. How do you do it? Roswise asked, fascinated. His mode of teleportation didn't require magic or teleportation circles. She's only seen him do it once. Teleporting to the underworld in a yellow flash with Asia in his arms. It's called Hiri-Ishin no Jutsu. Flying Thunder God, Jutsu, Roswise translated the name. Was it a form of contract with the god of thunder? Did it involve summoning lightning, hence the yellow flash? Roswise had lots of questions. Basically, I mark certain objects with a time-space seal that allows me to move to those objects through a wormhole. Seals, wormhole, Roswise was befuddled. Of all the theories she came up with, a seal made teleportation possible. How? Here, let me show you. Naruto took her by the waist and pulled her closer. Roswise blushed up a storm at being close to Naruto. Close your eyes, Naruto said. To be fair, that sounded counterproductive to let me show you. Roswise obliged nonetheless and felt Naruto's arms around her. He pulled her close into his chest and gently nudged her forward, a motion she was not expecting, and with a yelp, they both came tumbling together onto something soft. Upon feeling the material, she realizes the familiar feeling of fabric on the mattress. A bed. She was in a bed with Naruto on top of her. Naruto's bed. And boom, like that, we are in my house. Naruto chuckled. He picked himself up and held a hand out for her. He didn't notice her flushed face, but that was the first time a man laid his chest on hers. The living room had the other clone whom Naruto had left behind to play with Kuno in the day. Everyone was staring at him with rapt attention, none more so than the girls. Even Naruto himself was shocked to see himself that way. "Is that me?" he gasped in astonishment. The clone had on a black apron with a flower pattern he got from nowhere and handled dinner like a professional chef. The same sky blue shirt they both wore was rolled up with a few buttons loose showing off his chest. His fringe was tied in a palm tree style as he cut through the lobster on the cutting board he got from thin air. All in all, he looked nothing like Naruto Uzumaki, the original. He was cooking seafood of sorts sparkling with brilliance and grace Naruto never knew he had. The touch of ninjutsu here and there made it captivating as he used the diva path to pull a plate from the cabinet and breathed fire on the shrimps he was frying. Dinner was served and everyone clapped at the spectacular sight they were treated to. "Oh, my lady, forgive me. I was engrossed in cooking, I failed to notice you." The clone's face lit up as he pulled off the apron, went on his knee, and took Roswise by hand kissing the back of her palm. Naruto slapped their hands away and stood in front of Roswise. Why haven't you popped yet?" Though clones are an extension of the original with their personality, they were imprints of the original and thus carried traits and feelings of the original. Naruto could conjure 1,000 clones and the clones will like those the original liked and hate those the original hated. It was a surprise because it's never happened before, seeing his clone look at Roswise with admiration that made him jealous. "Pop. Wait a moment. Boss." Naruto cancelled his technique and so, the clone was gone in an instant. He was hit by the memories and the normally mundane tedious task he'd never do and swayed on his feet at the mental exhaustion that hit him. The only memory worth reviewing was the conversation his clone had with Vereen before she left. It seems Hades had summoned her back to his side. "Why'd you tell me to buy groceries from the store if you had Hector here cooking dinner?" Naruto took to calling his clone Hector. "I didn't know Re of dinner. He was playing the part of a butler well all day and honestly, I rather liked that clone. A perfect gentleman, unlike somebody," Kuroka said throwing a stink eye at the original. "I miss the gentleman Naruto ni." Martha pouted. Most of her work at home was taken care of by the clone. Back to lazy Naruto ni again. She huffed under her breath. "What was that?" "Nothing." Everyone dug into their food and was taken by the flavors bursting forth from the meal. "Petition to get Butler Hector back," John said. "Forget about it. No way will happen." "You are just jealous he's better than you." Naruto deadpanned. It wasn't like he was entirely jealous. Their personality was a random thing. He didn't get to choose which one behaves like this or that. "Even if I could, there's no telling how the next clone would react." As if to prove his point, another clone poofed to life beside him. "Huh? Do your damn dishes yourself, bastard," he yelled in his face, annoyed. A punch sent it back to oblivion. And, that's it. Naruto's hands fell limp by his side. "Ah, so that's how they work." Roswise clapped her hand, finally understanding. Naruto chuckled and rubbed her head, complimenting her. "What's going on here? Is this the same Naruto I know?" "This is the same Ni-chan I know. Warm and lovely," Kuno cooed. "There's something definitely wrong," John said. "I like this new side of Naruto ni." Martha's eyes smiled. They all ate dinner and had small talks. The time was around 9 when Roswise decided to leave. She had much fun with Naruto's housemates and got to see the brotherly side he had for young Kuno. Naruto and Roswise took the trash out and dumped it into the community bins where recycled trucks came for their trash. On their way home, Naruto spotted a popsicle vendor still out late at night and saw the look on Roswise's face. The vendor was about to close but sold them popsicles, giving them more than their money could buy, saying it was a bonus for the last sale of the day to his customer and that they shouldn't stay out for long as there's someone attacking people at night around Kuo. They both thanked the man as he closed up and left. They found a spot on a wooden chair under a sakura tree and enjoyed the frosty goodness. The mint flavor brought up deep memories for Naruto. He slipped it in two and offered one to Roswise. Surprised by the action, she welcomed it nonetheless. There was a pack of popsicles behind him. Plenty enough for both of them. She was happy he was sharing food with her for the third time today. "My sensei used to do this. He'd buy a popsicle split in half and share it with me. Such a simple gesture, and it's still one of the fond memories I remember him by." Roswise rubbed his shoulder affectionately. "Where's your sensei now?" Naruto raised his head and stared at the stars. "He's in a better place now. Probably up there in the afterlife in some other world." "They say people become stars when they die, senpai," Roswise asked. Naruto stared at her like, How hasn't he heard of that one before? Cause if they do, I'd like to believe my grandmother is watching me from up there. They both stared up at the sky and opened popsicle packets, enjoying the silent comfort of one another in the night. You know, they say I take after my grandma, Roswise said. Some say I look like her spitting image when she was young working for Lord Odin in the Valkyrie ranks. Your grandma was a Valkyrie, just like you. Naruto sat up straight and folded his arms, staring at her with interest. Roswise yawned as she stretched, rubbing her arms. Naruto chuckled and infused Kaiden's chakra. It was warm and tender. Roswise felt it and saw the smile on his face. She giggled and scooted closer. He was warm. Naruto threw his arm around the chair and listened to her intently while he worked like a human heater. What was she like? He asked. A retired Valkyrie living in New Valhalla. Well, she was simply put, she was forward, outgoing, blunt and grumpy. Roswise chuckled. Naruto himself laughed at the notion of a Roswise with these kinds of qualities. She would be very scary with her strict and by-the-books personality. I remember when I left for college and people tried to convince her to get a maid or put her house for rent so a tenant could help keep her company. She wasn't that old, but she had lost her family and her only family was going to college and all. I was so worried she'd be all alone. She sighed. Fought with her neighbors all the time, but she was compassionate. She went out of her way to help those in need. I wish I hadn't talked her into getting a tenant. I wished I had visited her even once after I left home, but I never did. The only time I came home after leaving for college was to hold her funeral. Naruto listened intently, feeling sympathetic to her. I just wish she'd never heeded my advice or been compassionate sometimes. She would still be alive if she didn't. Some people can be too good for their own good. Naruto idly mused. The world is full of bad villains looking for ways to exploit the innocent and unsuspecting. If she only hadn't brought a stranger to her house, she would still be alive. Roswise sniffed as she rested her head on Naruto's shoulders. She suddenly grew tired and yawned, and the silence of the night reigned supreme. Naruto could feel a knot forming in his stomach. The dots were forming in his mind. Doubt grew. Naruto looked at Roswise. She was fast asleep. Her face fell off his shoulder and he caught her head, gently guiding it to rest on his lap. He pulled her bang away from her face and stared intently at her superficial features. By the logs, how did he miss it? It was right in front of him. She was right in front of him all along. The resemblance was uncanny, but it could be a coincidence. How long was Roswise's head rested on his lap, and all he did was just stare at her as her body rose and fell, sleeping soundly on the bench. Could it be for real? Naruto thought as images flashed through his mind. Memories he's kept locked were slowly resurfacing. A leaf fell from the rustling trees on her face, waking her up from her slumber. Green iris peeked through her long eyelashes. Naruto. He filled her vision. His face was so close and staring down at her. Wait, her head was on his. Roswise shot up and apologized profusely. She panicked as she checked the time on her phone. It was past 12. 4 missed calls on her phone. You looked pretty comfortable sleeping. I didn't want to disturb you. We are outside, senpai. Everyone is going to worry. But you even drooled and smiled in your sleep, saying I smelled nice. Naruto had a smug smirk on his face when he said that. She took a glance and spotted a tiny wet spot on Naruto's black shorts. She reached for the corner of her lips and wiped the trail of drool. Hey, anyway. Let's go home. The walk home was one of few words she was utterly embarrassed. She's not the kind to drool in her sleep, not since she passed the graduation exams after a sleepless night. She was overjoyed and slept like a baby throughout the night. Wait, I didn't snore, did I? Roswise thought, feeling horrendous at the mere thought of her snoring out loud on his lap. Hey, just so you know, your grandma was looking at me from the stars above. I felt like she was glaring at me, so I couldn't sleep a wink, Naruto said. Roswise scrunched up her face in embarrassment and chuckled. Naruto had just cleared the tension more for himself than her for the question he was about to ask. He swallowed the lump under his throat and opened his mouth to ask the question that's been on his mind since she fell asleep. What's your grandmother's name again? Roswise thought nothing strange of the question and gave a straight answer, thinking he wanted to tease her again. Gondal. My grandma's name was Gondal. At that moment it all clicked. Naruto stopped in his tracks, hard. Roswise looking familiar on the day they met. Taze and sliver white hair. The loss of her grandmother 2 years ago, her grandmother. Gondal. Roswise looked back and noticed he had stopped deep in thought. What's wrong? She asked. Naruto put on a fake smile and replied, it's nothing. Naruto didn't say anything anymore till they reached home. He was uncharacteristically silent throughout the walk home. He didn't even look her in the face. They were both at the front gate of the Hyodo's residence with Naruto standing behind her. Roswise fidgeted around. Something was on her mind, and she didn't want to go in just yet. Senpai, are you free this weekend? Roswise worked up the courage to ask, but the blush on her face wasn't helping. Naruto's eyebrows went up. Well then, would you like to eat dinner with me? Just us two? Roswise asked. Naruto tilted his head in confusion and was about to open his mouth when Roswise cut him off. Not like today, Roswise said. I'm asking you out, Naruto-sem. No, Naruto. She said, staring at his blue eyes. All traces of uncertainty disappeared in her eyes. Say it, say it, say it, a chibi version of herself was repeating like a mantra. Naruto rubbed his neck as he tensed. He thinned his lips as he fidgeted about it. I think. Go out with me, I like you. One could hear a drop of water fall into the river. Naruto blinked once, blinked twice as his brain processed the information over and over again. As a woman, she added on impulse. The silence was killing her. I'm sorry. Naruto bit his lips. I've already told you, I like someone else. One could hear dust particles drop on the floor with the silence that followed. Issei, Rias, and Akeno both jumped as Roswise rushed and slammed the door shut, and ran into her room. They both stared at one another, no need to exchange words as one thought ran through their minds. What was that? Naruto, what were you doing outside? Not right now, Kuroka. Naruto walked past Kuroka and dragged his feet into his room. Kuroka swallowed the next batch of retort and complained she was about to vomit, caught off guard by the exhausted look on his face, and this was the second time he called her Kuroka today. He seemed in distress, even his back was hunched as she shut his room closed behind him. HMPH, that Naruto. He's getting more strange and strange as the day goes by, Kuroka huffed. She was worried for the blonde man. Naruto fell face first on his bed. He was devastated. He could feel the phantom pain from Cao Cao's attack surface again. Why did his life have to be so complicated? Naruto groaned as he tossed around, remembering the look on her face as she left. The next day, Kuo Academy. Roswise ate lunch deep in thought. Her face unfocused. Naruto has been evading her. Isn't it supposed to be the other way around? She was rejected. She should be avoiding him by all means, but here he was avoiding her like the plague. She waited in the morning hoping to catch a glimpse of him, or if luck was on her side, they'd go to work together. Everyone left the house but Naruto. Imagine her surprise when she got to work and saw Naruto. She wanted to play it cool. What happened yesterday? She thought long and hard about how to act around Naruto after her bold declaration. She summoned her warmest friendly smile and waved at him. Naruto simply smiled back as he walked past her in a hurry. She was displeased. They met in the hallway. He seemed engrossed in the lecture note in his hand and the student by his side. The student greeted her and she greeted them back. All he did was nod to her greetings. In the meeting, he stood far away from her and didn't even look her way once. But isn't this cruel? Since when did confessing one's love become a crime? Was he a judge or something, giving her the cold shoulder? Roswise grabbed her face in embarrassment and emotional pain. She wanted to talk with the object of her affection as she did once again. She regretted telling him how she felt now. No, this is for the better. In love, it's all in or all out. Yes, she went all in and he folded on her. No loss, no gain. Damn it, who am I kidding? We can't go back to the way we were before, not with what I said yesterday night. He must think I'm an obsession freak. Roswise sensei. Irina shook her out of her thoughts. Issei, Irina, Akeno, and Asia had come to sit with her. Oh, hi guys. She greeted them with less enthusiasm. You seem out of it, sensei. Is everything alright? Akeno asked. It's nothing, Roswise replied absent-mindedly. Akeno gazed at her with worried-filled eyes. She's been acting weird since Naruto walked her home yesterday. She wanted to say something about it but withheld it when Kaneko came to summon them to the Occult Research Club. The Occult Research Club had two new devils in the room, only known to Rias and Akeno. The devils were Cyro-org Beelzebub and his queen Kusha. A certain blonde teacher was sitting on their usual couch in the corner. He sat straight up when he saw Roswise. Akeno spotted the minuscule movement and she immediately knew something was wrong between both parties. So, she nudged Roswise in Naruto's direction and had the rest of them stand beside Rias, just like Kusha was with Cyro-org. Her being the closest to Rias' queen. Rias Gremory family, I am Cyro-org Beelzebub. I look forward to the rating game with you all. But the other reason why I'm here is to see the human, Naruto Uzumaki, myself. Me? Naruto pointed to himself. Who is this guy? He was asked to come to the Occult Research Club at Rias' request. Yes, you have gotten famous, Naruto, almost as famous as the Boob Dragon Emperor, since Shalba's failed attack in the underworld. Naruto didn't know how to reply to this news. Famous isn't exactly a word he liked but replied nonetheless with a nonchalant look, I see. If you are available, I would like to throw hands with you after I win the rating game. The Gremory peerage scoffed with Issei being vocal. Huh, you are going to lose, cause we are going to win. Well, we will meet in the rating game, Rias, Red Dragon Emperor. Cyro-org took one last glance at Rias and her peerage before he left. Who was that guy, Cyborg? Everyone stared at Naruto, unsurprised. It seems some things haven't changed after all. Rias went and explained her relationship and case with Cyro-org and even asked for expertise from Naruto, who gave her some tips to follow. Roswise stood up and left the room after the event. Naruto stood at the far side of the couch, never even looking at her once.
Akino followed and chased after Roswise. No one noticed the tension between them.
Martha dropped a few cups of coffee on the table and turned around flipping the tray in her hand. Odenbo was brewing another batch of coffee with a distant look on his face. He raised his head when he sensed scrutiny on his person. Purple iris twinkled with curiosity. She was concerned. The black man hadn't thrown any advances her way or made a snide remark. Martha finally decided to confront him. "What's up, big man?" Martha looked short beside him. He was even taller than Naruto, who was probably the tallest man she knew. "There's something on my mind. What worries you?" she asked. "You see, there's this friend of mine I've been looking for and I recently found him. And I want to see him again, but I don't know how to approach him. I want to shock him in the best way possible." "Do you where he lives?" she asked. "I just recently found that out too." "The best way to surprise your friend is to plan an unannounced visit to his place." Odenbo's face lit up at the suggestion. It would be the best way to reunite with his friend because he loved surprises. "That's a great idea, but I was wondering if you could help me plan it out?" "Me?" Martha tilted her head in confusion. "I'd love to," she replied with a smile. Odenbo laughed, seeing the confused look on her face. "How about we talk about it after work? It's no added." Martha scoffed amusingly. "Date my foot. There's no way I'm going out with you." Ria stood in her usual spot from the Occult Research Club looking over the academy. Her devil eyes granted her advanced vision as she could spot the latest anomaly in her territory. She indeed reeked of blood, with a body and beauty rivaling her own. A vampire if any of the telltales were anything to go by. What worried her the most was Issei. The Red Dragon Emperor still has nightmares at night and subconsciously grabs his neck when she's near. However, she couldn't help feeling exasperated due to the blush on his face every time she was near. She blinked when she spotted Naruto's human housemate enter the restaurant. He wanted to collaborate with her to put the vampire that walked into her territory and had been terrorizing the street. Her damage control tactics could only do so much with the increasing menace Ava was becoming. It soon got out that people were being attacked at night. The people of Kuo don't go outside at night anymore. Those who did had something to protect themselves with. She greeted him as he took a seat and John did the same. They both exchanged information on Eve over lunch. The KPD was a place she'd wanted to have an informant in for a while now. She was strictly considering offering him a deal. "When do you intend to bring her to justice? She is attacking innocent people and parading the school my sister attends disguised like one of the students. As much as I'd like to get it over with as much as you do, she's a tricky one. I have a raiding game around the corner and I have to prepare for it. All the more reason to put down this threat to Kuo. The raiding game is in 2 days. I wish I could bring Naruto in on the case, but..." They both sighed. Having a strong ally like Naruto was a convenience they overlooked, but now, they couldn't possibly bring him into the case as he was just recovering from the Kyoto incident. Rias thought she should be capable of protecting her territory as the owner without asking for help from a powerful person. She could do that much. Eve knew I owned Kuo and walked into the enemy's territory on her own. Her motives are unknown and I'm very sure it's not to have a lick at my boyfriend's blood. "I see, your boyfriend might be a prospect target. I'd look out for him if I were you." Rias chuckled at the notion of looking out for the Red Dragon Emperor. She suddenly stopped her line of thought as her mind wandered to the possibility of him falling prey to her tactics. "You are probably right, detective. Anyway, I'll be tasked with surveilling her in the day. You keep Kuo safe at night." John nodded at the suggestion and ate the last piece of his lunch before he received a phone call from the precinct and left. Vereen was called back to the underworld by Pluto, one of Hades' Grim Reaper generals. They had received new orders. She was stumped at first but answered Hades' summon nonetheless. Naruto's house was fun with the little she saw. The way they treated one another, humans, devils, yokais, and even a god. They all related to one another as if they were family. Vereen spotted Hades' familiar huge figure and his staff. Hades was hosting the company of some humans. He had one of his eyes closed and held the true Longinus in his hands. His subordinates were tense behind him. "Listen, I don't like you or anybody for that matter, but I like your cause and I subscribe to your idea," Hades replied. The god of death pulled out a tattered book with an insane demonic aura. "I've heard your plans and this will help you weaken the infinite dragon god. We are grateful for your support, Hades. What are you going to do about Naruto Uzumaki? He's not going to sit down and let you wreak havoc. It is human affairs, leave it to us humans to handle it." Hades watched him leave and couldn't help but wonder if he made the right choice. "Lord Hades, you have come, Vereen. Tell me, what do you think about Uzumaki Naruto? Is he a threat to this world?" The short time she spent with Naruto, she witnessed something impossible. Devils, fallen angels, yokais, Asgardians, angels, and humans, they all lived and socialized in harmony, like a family, indiscriminate of their race. They were like a family and in the center of it all. The nucleus that binds them was none other than Uzumaki Naruto. He was a powerful man but held no arrogance, cold yet warm to his friends. To her, he looked just like any ordinary human being living life like usual. He didn't hold interest in world domination or wreaking havoc. With what she's heard about him protecting Kuo and Kyoto, he was unique for a jumper. I didn't get to spend much time with him, but what I can say is that they all like him. The Lucifer's sister and her peerage, the stray devil Yukai, Princess of Kyoto, Michael's ace. They all respect and look up to him, even his human housemates. Is that so? Even my mother favors him highly and said great things about him. Lady Gaia? Vereen was shocked. She should be planning to visit him with my brothers. Go back to his side and surveil him some more. Few days later, the underworld. A human was once again amongst the devils, and this time he brought a Yukai with him. Naruto was welcomed by the Lucifer, his wife, mother, and son. Venelana was delighted to see Naruto again. Naruto himself was glad to see the Lady Devils again. Naruto-sensei, you look different, Venelana said, squinting at Naruto with a deep hum. And it's not just the curtain fringe. She moved around him in a circle, sizing him up. She couldn't quite put her finger on it. The dark gloomy aura around him had disappeared and he seemed more pure than usual. Naruto seemed surprised. What changed about him? Sure, he felt like he was being more friendly than usual, but he chalked it up to the good mood streak he's been on since Kyoto. He was glad to be reunited with the Yukais again and have Kuno by his side. Venelana moved on to Kuno, recognizing Yasaka's daughter, the Princess of Kyoto, immediately, and Kuno knew better than to treat her like an Oba-san. She was well raised by her mother. Venelana was delighted with the manners she showed and introduced her to her grandson. Milikas was hiding behind his grandmother with a blush on his face. He was doing so the moment he saw Naruto. Sirzex had Milikas show Kuno around the mansion as he and Naruto took a walk. I hope you have recovered from the Kyoto incident, Sirzex asked. I don't know. There's phantom pains here and there, and honestly speaking, every now and then, I get migraines, but don't let them know, Naruto replied. I see. Sirzex mused. He heard about Truth Idea from Michael, ignoring everything the legends say about it. Michael explained that Truth Idea was a will of sorts. Not in the sense of something to be imposed. It was judgment using the god system itself. It was too complicated to say this happened or that happened for sure. Naruto-san, would you like to be a guest commentator in the upcoming rating game? Sirzex dropped the bomb all of a sudden. The media power behind the rating game wanted Naruto on board. The Red Dragon Emperor and the only human to have ever joined a rating game as a human being, and won. I'll think about it, Naruto replied. Sirzex was happy. He didn't outright refuse him. They both walked around the mansion with Sirzex talking about Rias and Naruto listening. I won't be writing the rating game fight scene. I've gotten lazy XD. The rating game took place with Naruto as a supporting commentator. Though his commentating was hardcore, he treated the rating games like the Chunin exams and thought the idea of having them in separate dimensions and the retirement system being a soft cushion for a race as powerful as the devils, which made everyone sweat drop. But his analysis was brutally on point as he analyzed their strength and weaknesses a few minutes into each match and was even able to predict some winners. Aunt Naruto's knickers in a twist was Cyroorg's pawn, who was a sacred gear. A Longinus without a master choosing a devil as its master. The final fight between Issei and Cyroorg was a duel to behold. Issei held nothing but respect for his opponent. Even bawled his eyes out like a kid when Cyroorg lost consciousness. The Biel kid reminded him of Lee. He acknowledges and respects the effort he put into becoming this strong. Outclassed the rest of the peerage effortlessly and fought against Issei's new juggernaut drive, but ultimately lost. The next day, Cyroorg came to him asking for a match, which he refused. Naruto disappeared into the dark forest he visited the other time he came to the underworld. There he saw Roswise sitting on a tree staring at the gloomy skies of the underworld. From his angle, she looked captivating. It's been a while since he stared at her. She was wearing lavender pants and a white and black striped shirt that exposed her shoulders. Her hair sprawled over her shoulders, cascading down the tree branch she was sitting on. She seemed deep in thought, not even realizing he had walked into the forest. She huffed and kicked thin air, burying her face into her palms. Naruto seemed to jolt at the sudden action. She groaned as she ran her hands through her scalp, making a mess of her bangs. Naruto immediately froze and turned around, tiptoeing his way out of there. He could sense malice welling within her. Unfortunately for him, he stepped on a twig, altering her to his presence. His bright orange hood wasn't hard to spot in the forest surrounded by great trees. Senpai! Roswise yelled with a pout on her face. Naruto turned around like his joints had become mechanical and waved sheepishly at her. Hello, didn't see you there. What are you doing here? I was just. Roswise jumped from the tree and landed gracefully in front of him. Were you trying to avoid me, again? She threw the question in his face in an instant. What? Who's avoiding you? Me? No way. Naruto took a step back. You've been avoiding me for the entire week. I've just had a busy week, that's all. Is it because of my confession? She said barely above a whisper. Naruto gulped. There was the confession. I know I said some stupid things that night, but I meant them. I want to be with you by your side. Naruto shifted his weight nervously from one foot to another. I know I'm lacking in so many ways, but no matter what happens, I made the decision to like you regardless. Akeno had a long talk with Roswise when she heard the story. Some were too racy for her ears. She blushed furiously at the idea of seducing Naruto. Akeno was in about him being a man, and no man would turn down the advances of a woman as beautiful as her. Through all the talk, the one thing Roswise held in mind was what Akeno said about Naruto. Sensei is a complex man. He's a sorrowful man with little to no motivation to form bonds. That was when I first met him. He was secretive, boring, and had this look on his face like he'd given up on life. Not an ounce of vigor or vibrance to him. I see the way he looks at you sometimes with life in his eyes. He likes you and I'm certain of it, but I think you are going to have to be patient with him. Just let him know you love him and drop that formality around him. It keeps up a wall in a relationship, Akeno said. I'm going to make you fall for me regardless of what you think about me or anyone else. I'm going to tell you how I feel every day and try to win your heart every chance I get. Naruto could feel the emotions rolling off her in waves. This girl was serious. Listen, you're better off liking someone else. I'm not worth it. But Naruto held her hand and stared into her jade green eyes with dead seriousness. He asked her, "Are you willing to leave everything behind to go to a new place with me?" Roswise was taken aback by the bizarre question. If I told you to leave everyone behind to never return, will you follow me? Roswise didn't have an answer to his question. You told me you were looking for the terrorist that caused your grandma's death? What would you do if he was standing in front of you? Naruto asked. Aye, she loved you. Always bragged to the Dursleys about how you graduated at the top of your class, became a Valkyrie, a personal bodyguard to Lord Odin. Roswise's eyebrows furrowed. Naruto was speaking a different tongue. A language she's spoken all her life, her native tongue. Even though your grandma was kind in her heart, she was harsh outside. Naruto chuckled, remembering his time with the old Asgardian. How? Roswise asked. She never knew he could speak Asgardian and so fluently at that. Yes, I knew your grandmother before she died. Naruto, so you have decided, Kurama thought, smiling to himself in the not-so-dark sewer that was Naruto's mindscape. Naruto had Roswise sit on the makeshift bench he created and decided to come clean with her. I was looking for a way to escape. No, I was looking for a way back. All my journey in this world was to find a way back home. In my saga, I journeyed to a strange land filled with golden buildings, non-human citizens, and gods for leaders. Lost and alone, I couldn't even speak the native language. I was a mess. It was there I was fortunate to meet a grumpy old woman who took me in and taught me the ways of the people. Naruto proceeded to tell her of his experience and the events behind her grandma's death. Roswise soaked everything he said, not cutting him out or even making a sound. I'm sorry I couldn't save her. Naruto had his head down, ashamed to look her in the face. Roswise raised his head and held his face, tears streaming down her face as she rubbed his cheeks affectionately. It must have been so hard, blaming yourself for her death. It's not your fault, Naruto. I knew my grandmother couldn't have aided terrorists. She would have kicked some terrorist butts instead. They both chuckled, imagining Gondal kicking butt. You know, your grandma showed me a picture of you when you were a kid and when you were in college. Even then I thought you looked beautiful, and I still do. Roswise blushed up a storm at his compliment and punched him in the stomach. You are GHK. No fair. You saw a picture of me when I was a kid, Roswise said. I'll never get to see yours, she added with a pout. Naruto crossed his fingers, and out of the cloud of smoke that announced the creation of a clone, emerged a young Naruto. Hi, pretty Oni-chan. The young Naruto waved at Roswise with a massive grin. Oh my, you are so cute. Roswise lifted the clone Naruto and showered kisses on its cheek. Naruto didn't like it one bit. Shota, Naruto yelled, pointing fingers at the both of them. The clone snickered as it held onto Roswise, evading the reach of its creator. Naruto watched them as they ran around and finally let out the thing he'd been wanting to ask her. Roswise, would you like to go on a date with me when we return to Earth? Roswise stopped chasing the clone Naruto around and looked stunned. When you asked me back on Earth, I actually wanted to ask you first, so, Naruto left the sentence hanging as he started anywhere but her face. Say yes. Say yes. Say yes. The clone gave his master support from the sideline. Yes. I'd love to go on a date with you. Roswise replied with the brightest smile on her face. Yada. The clone Naruto ran around casting the bling bling effect over the new couple. They both stood there with Naruto chuckling at her, trying her hardest to fight a grin off her face as she swayed back and forth looking at the ground. Let's go back. Naruto offered her his hand, which she took with a blush. Her soft slim digits fit perfectly into his as they both walked back, not uttering a word but knowing their relationship would never remain the same again, stepping into a new level. Roswise smiled as Naruto kept staring at her. They had both stopped and he just kept on staring. Is there something on Ely got the chance to admire your hair like this? It's really beautiful. Naruto replied, bending forward to tuck a strand of her hair behind her ear. He then wrapped his hand around her in a warm hug, holding her head to his chest affectionately. Naruto Uzumaki reciprocates his love interest's feelings. It was night and Roswise couldn't sleep, so she snuck into Naruto's room. The blonde was surprised to see her knocking on his window in the middle of the night. What are you doing here? Nothing, I just missed you, Naruto. Naruto chuckled at the way she said his name, accentuating the syllables. Come on in. He helped her in and closed the window. The young adult Asgardian jumped into his bed and tapped the space beside her. Naruto sat close and she wrapped her hand around him, snuggling deep into his warmth. Naruto wrapped his hand around her head and stroked her hair affectionately. Roswise propped herself up with her arm as she placed a hand on his heart. Naruto. Naru. What? I'm never going to let go of you, never. She laid her head on his chest and hugged him. Naruto smiled and rubbed her head affectionately. He had decided he would never let her go. I might be making a mistake. I might be undeserving of loving Gondal's granddaughter, but if to protect is to love, then I want to love this woman. I don't want to have any regrets, looking back and thinking this could have been, that could have worked. I just want to keep this person by my side for a long time. I can be this greedy, right? The Gremory family had hosted the last farewell breakfast for Naruto and Kuno. Today was the day they returned to Earth. Milikas and Kuno took off as friends and were even seated next to each other. Pass me the salt, please, Roswise said. Naruto passed her a cup of water. Thanks, Naruto. Roswise choked on a cup of water and Naruto was by her side, immediately rubbing her back. Are you okay? All the students except Akano froze. Did they hear it wrong? They've never heard their sensei call Naruto by his name, never. It was Issei's scrutiny that made her realize she just made a sore mistake. Hey, are you two fighting? Issei asked. You've been avoiding each other. I don't see you guys going home together or laughing together at lunch, and what's this? You dropped the formal speech with Naruto-sensei? Issei asked, truly concerned about mending their relationship if anything was broken. What? Fighting? You have a wild imagination, Issei-kun. How? Why should Naruto-sen, senpai, and I fight? You guys are not. Issei asked the question everyone was dying to say. Not at all, right? She looked at Naruto, signaling him to say something. We've already cleared our differences and our bond is much stronger than before. Naruto clamped his hands over his mouth. What was that? He meant to say something else. Venelana cleared her throat and coughed into her fist, signaling the maids to clean the table. She winked at Roswise, understanding Naruto's words quite well. Her action earned a blush from Roswise. Chop chop. Time to go back to Earth, kids. School won't wait for you guys. The departure journey was as short as walking into a teleportation circle, letting it do its thing, and appearing in front of their houses. The devil group waved Naruto off as he went home, and he waved back with his stare lingering on Roswise. The moment Naruto stepped through the front gate, purple bled into his eyes as he rushed in and slammed the door wide open to the most bizarre scenario he could have thought of. Two gods of Olympus were in his house, gods he never thought he'd see again. Well, you haven't aged a day, boy. It's been a year. Never thought it'd be this long. School took priority, but I'm back now and ready to dish out more chapters for your entertainment. I wanted to write more scenes in this chapter, but the word count is already over 10k words as of this writing. I felt like I could add more and the ship might seem rushed or forced, but bear with me. I didn't want to drag it into the next chapter. I plan on finishing this story as fast as possible and soon. Hopefully, sooner than I think it will be. I'm also quite close to the halfway point of the story, and from then on I'm speeding through the events. Would have added a flashback, but I'll be revealing tiny bits of info just to fill in the blanks as the story goes on. A big thanks to you guys for reading. My Day 1 OG fans, I see you all and I'm forever grateful for the love and support you have shown this story and this humble author so far, and hope you continue to do so in the future. Thanks to new readers who give my story a try. I hope it will be a unique read that will stay with you all for a long time. Until next time, my beautiful readers, stay fresh. Much love. This is the end of this fanfiction piece times 10,000.